It's George Udom, I'm a member of the Symposium. Welcome, George Udom.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ahmed Haji. I work with the Center for Policy and Strategic Studies as an adjunct senior fellow. It's actually a think tank. We look at the foreign policy issues and how they affect Africa, specifically our region here. But I'm also in academia. I am a provost. I teach Diplomacy and International Relations at the Lincoln Institute of Diplomacy and International Relations, which is affiliated to the University of Delaware in the US, where I studied.
Welcome,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. My name is Diana. Basically, I work with the ATL Foundation, the regional body from Advocacy Committee.
Good morning, comrades. My name is Dennis Joseph Kenya. I'm working with the People's Force Movement Uganda chapter. I'm also the director of Human Rights Documentation Center.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ashok Abraham. I work with the Ministry of South African Community Affairs as a regional integration officer, and I'm standing in for my boss, Mr. Edwards. Commissioner Session. Welcome.
Good morning, colleagues, comrades, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mangarai Machemeze. I'm in Seattle, South Africa, and I'm based in Zimbabwe. Welcome, Mangarai.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Tessa Okania. I work with the Kenya Legal and Ethical Issues Network on HIV and AIDS, based in Kenya, commonly known as TELIN. And I'm here to represent TELIN as the program officer under the HIV/TB thematic area.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
I'm going to represent Francine, the leader of the East African Legislative Assembly, and I'm representing the African.
Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sedu Stewart. I'm a pharmacist by profession. I work with Africa and Happy as a pharmacist, as well as
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Lisa Joshua. I'm a vaccinologist. I also work with Africa as a researcher as well.
Welcome to Technologists. The new term, yeah. But I pray you speak so a little loud. We have an online audience that needs to hear us. Please.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Mark Mutumba. I work with Symposium Uganda as a program officer to justice. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Huntington Patrick Owe is my name. I work with Symposium Uganda as a communication officer. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stefano Habert. I work with Symposium Uganda as a program and communication manager.
Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Namayo Wilma, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, representing my commission.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Sheila Pavara Mishambi. I'm a team leader at EASI, which is the Eastern African Sub-Regional Support Initiative for the Advancement of Women. We work in 10 countries, that is the East African Community countries. And also in the Horn, we work in Somalia, Ethiopia, and Eritrea. And I was formerly a member of the East African Legislative Assembly representing Uganda.
Welcome.
Good morning, comrades. I'm Jenny Naringa. I work with CRT.
Welcome. So the audience has real someone else.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Dr. Adrian Buntipogu, a pharmacist and a secretary of the program.
Welcome, Doctor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kifa Billy. I'm the Advocacy and Communications Officer at EPS Uganda.
EPS is
Coalition for Health Promotion and Social Development.
thank you, matters. And lastly,
That's my name.
I work with like in Uganda. I'm a financial people.
Finance matters.
Good morning. Morning. Helena Mbabasi. I work with the in Uganda and I trade investment.
Welcome, Kenya. So, colleagues in the room, I think you realize we have a cocktail of individuals representing different organizations. We have academicians, we have think tanks, we have researchers, we have government policy makers, we have legislators who are also very good at advocating for net goals. We have advocates, we have civil society, and among the others. So I think the objectives of this symposium will be achieved. So without further ado, I would like to welcome, well, please, you wish to introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm State Council Parliament the Health Committee.
Welcome, Mr. Sibaduka. So I would like to invite the Executive Director of State in Uganda to give us opening remarks, and we set the ball rolling for this. If we give her just a round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will use the Uganda word that all protocols have. I know in Southern Africa, Zimbabwe, you don't have that term. Here we do, all protocols observed. I would like to welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen, our honorable ministers, honorable members of parliament, our policymakers. I would like to welcome you to this very, very important meeting when we are looking at trade-related policies and negotiations and vaccine manufacturing and access in Africa. There are some people who are online, and I recognize those people who are also online. The setting of this meeting briefly is the lessons which we learned during the COVID pandemic. The COVID pandemic was an eye-opener for all of us in Africa. As you remember, we didn't get any vaccines until after our sisters in developed countries had already got the second dose, third dose, they had already got the boosters. And because of that, so many of our people died. There are statistics where they say about 250,000 people died of COVID, and around 12 million were infected. But this would have been avoided if we had vaccines. But again, when you look at the disease burden in Africa, we have a very, very big disease burden. In fact, the COVID pandemic just opened our eyes to what was happening. We have that TB, malaria, all those diseases, and we can be able to alleviate that burden by having our own vaccines. So like they say, every cloud has a silver lining. So COVID is why we are here talking about vaccine access and manufacturing. There are efforts in place to be able to change the situation today. Because the situation today is that we depend on outsiders. 99% of our vaccine, 99, we are producing 1%, and that one can't work. Really. So there are efforts in place. Africa has put African Union efforts in place to make sure that we produce 60% of our vaccines by 2040. That's the challenge on the table. And the question is, how do we achieve that 60% by 2040? And one of the ways of doing that is through trade, ensuring that the trade policies, trade-related policies, we talk about trade, we talk about investment, industrial policies, intellectual property laws and policies align to our ambition. And without that, we can't produce manufactured medicines and we can't access them, because we need to get out of the health sphere to be able to manufacture drugs, because drugs, vaccines, it's big business, it's a commodity. I remember way back when I was still young and very naive, we had a movement that in the World Trade Organization that let food and medicines get out of the WTO. You know, that they shouldn't be negotiated. These are public goods, food and medicine. Somebody told me, come on, you're wasting your time. What else makes money more than food and medicine? That's just leave it. But being NGOs, we continue with the struggle until it ended. So vaccines is a commodity good to be negotiated. Today, we are here to look at those negotiations. To look at policies, trade-related policies at national level. And that's why the commissioner is here, to tell us whether our industrial policies, our trade policies, our investment policies, our intellectual property policies are fit for purpose. Whether we can be able to use those policies to be able to manufacture drugs and vaccines. We have policies at ESC level, just the common external tariff, and other policies. Can they help the region to be able to manufacture drugs and vaccines? There are negotiations going on at the CFTA, at the continental level. Will that continental free trade area help us as Africa to manufacture our drugs? There are negotiations going on in the WTO, and that's why in the program there is what we call unfinished business. Very intense negotiations, because vaccines are big business, big pharma, big money, So there are negotiations, they are contested. So there is that unfinished business in the WTO. And we are saying, how do we position ourselves to have an environment which can help us to manufacture our vaccines? There are also bilateral investment treaties. There are bilateral trade negotiations. We are negotiating with the European Union, members of parliament, here are members of parliament. We have to look at that. We are community, but Kenya is negotiating. But saying not negotiating, has concluded with the European Union. Then you wonder, how do we move together as a region? And again, we need to debate really. Can a country like Uganda alone manufacture vaccines? Or should we do regional value chains? And if we are to do regional value chains, what's the environment? What are those trade-related policies which we need to have in place to be able to have, those regional value chains? So those are some of the issues we are going to discuss here. We are also going to look at the issue of interlinkages, because what we want to do here is to move vaccines, not out of health, but to ensure that when we talk about vaccines, my sister here, gender, says, we need vaccines, that those linkages, between human rights and vaccine manufacturing, gender and vaccine manufacturing, trade, intellectual property, That's what we want to look at, so that we can be able to have a holistic policy which can enable us to manufacture our vaccines and also access them. So with those few words, I welcome you to this very important meeting. Let us debate, let us put our ideas together. The next step, there is a meeting, the World Trade Organization, completely in the WTO in Feb, in Abu Dhabi. We need to give our views to our ministry, And there are also processes, like I have said, we need to engage Yala completely, to say that as a region, we have to move together. So those are really concrete steps. So thank you so much. Let us wish us a fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Jane. You highlight very pertinent issues regarding the elephant in the room. But it reminds me, last year during the high-level policy forum on the UN, the Regional African Policy Development Forum, President Kagame was very, very strong on it's very about allowing Africans to produce their own medicines. These words were later retaliated by our president here, President Museveni. They used a very non-diplomatic word by saying that our sisters, the ones we call sisters because they were so diplomatic, he said they fell on 4 fronts, and one of them, he said they are enemies of moral solidarity because of the vaccine issue. The word moral solidarity, they are enemies of moral solidarity. So, and it's not solidarity in business. And he was trying to give ways on how to support initiatives that are already in place. He talked about the partnership for African vaccine manufacturing. I think those are the spaces we need to engage. African Medicine Regulatory Harmonization Forum, the African Vaccine Regulatory Forum. All these issues regarding compulsory licensing for us to produce. So while we are discussing the public good, someone is looking at profit before people. So this jargon of people before profit should not just be rhetoric. I think there is more effort we need to put as a civil society and other actors to push for this. But today we've been into further discussions on intellectual property rights. We have a colleague online. Her name is Miss Anita Shashinkant. I hope I pronounce it better. She's the legal advisor and coordinator of the Government Intellectual Property Program and the Third World Network. She will discuss with us the state of play of trade-related policies and negotiations and their impact on the prospects of local vaccine manufacturing and access in Africa. And we'll also discuss a bit of the TRIPS waiver and the unfinished business. So without further ado, I think I'll request her to, for the people who are technicians, please allow her to come online so that we can hear from her. Ms. Samita, can you be out? She's online. Thank you. You may wish to unmute and speak. Thank you.
Shall I go ahead with my presentation?
Please, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you're having a good beginning of a meeting. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at your meeting. I was asked to present on a proposal that was discussed for almost 2.5 years in the World Trade Organization. So the title, let me just project my slides. I hope you can see my slides and hear me well. Yeah, so the title is TRIPS Waiver and the Unfinished Business. So just to give you a bit of background, prior to the World Trade Organization, developing all countries actually had almost full freedom to decide what to protect and what industry to protect with intellectual property, which industry to exclude. And many countries excluded the pharmaceutical sector. Actually, usually they would exclude pharmaceutical, chemical, the food sector as well, because these were very essential for development of industry. Now, what happened with the entry of the World Trade Organization was they globalized, this institution then globalized intellectual property protection through the Agreement on Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights, normally known as the now TRIPS Agreement. So this TRIPS Agreement sets minimum standards on intellectual property protection across different categories of IP. Now we talk about IP as if it's one thing, but actually IP is made up of different categories. So you'll have patents, trade secrets, copyrights, industrial design. So for instance, if you take your phone will be protected by multiple intellectual properties, right? The mechanics could be protected by patents, the design could be protected by industrial design, and the way its operation will probably be a trade secret. Right? And then some of the literature around it will be protected by copyright. So this is intellectual property. Each of these has got, it covers different subject matter, but by and large, these are all about monopolies. So if you're a member of a WTO, you would have to follow this minimum standards of intellectual property, except for least developed countries. So many countries in Africa are known to be least developed countries, LDC. These are designated by the United Nations. And they have full transition period, and they do not have to implement the TRIPS agreement, but it applies to all other WTO members. Now, who pushed for TRIPS in the WTO? So the difference between TRIPS agreement and other agreements in WTO was about removing trade barriers, but TRIPS agreement was erecting a barrier because it's then giving monopolies to those that are holding intellectual property. The TRIPS agreement came about because as a result of strong multinational lobby, especially the pharmaceutical industry, for instance, Pfizer, because they wanted to globalize intellectual property protection globally, harmonize it so that their products are protected. And this has kind of played out to the benefit of many of these companies during the COVID-19 pandemic, but just want to give you a little bit of background. I can always give you more background literature if you are interested. Now, the TRIPS agreement, because of the push by their industries, especially the pharmaceutical and chemical industries, big multinational companies, it was proposed by the industrialized countries as part of a larger package of trade-offs. So developing countries, I would say, were engaged, but not so engaged in the TRIPS negotiations, because I think most developing countries did not really understand the implications of what was being adopted. So there were very few developing countries that were really engaged in the negotiations. The industrialized countries also persisted with the narrative that if you have the TRIPS agreement and if you were to implement it, you'll see a huge increase in innovation, foreign direct investment, technology transfer, better prospects for economic growth. Now we know after more than 2 decades of the TRIPS agreement that most of this has not been delivered for most developing countries. Now, meanwhile, we have seen implications, the impact of the TRIPS agreement on development and affordable access in many developing countries. Now, this is just a little bit of background historical information as to the TRIPS agreement, because this will help us to understand why countries pushed for a TRIPS waiver. So when we look at intellectual property essentially means that if you are a holder of intellectual property, be it patents, patents, if you get a patent, then the patent is for 20 years from the date of filing. And normally what pharmaceutical companies do, they engage in practices that will prolong the duration of a patent, because after getting one patent, they'll file another patent. So this will extend the duration of their monopoly. And this is very common in the pharmaceutical sector. So they will apply a patent for the original compound, and then different forms of that compound, different dosages. So, it kind of get extended more than 20 years. Trade secret, for instance, there is no even definite period. It is IP holder has monopolies to the extent it is a secret. Anyway, when the IP holder has monopoly, the IP holder can prevent the entry of generic or non-originator competition. So if you do not have competition in the market when it comes to pharmaceutical products, then the patent holder or the IP holder has got full control over how much to produce, who to supply. They can create artificial scarcity and they can charge very high prices, right? So if you have a monopoly in the market, you can do all of this. You can prevent the entry of generic competition. And when you prevent the entry of competition, you can charge very high prices. And this has problems with access. It's a problem in the pharmaceutical sector because in the pharmaceutical sector, there'll be that one medicine, the one vaccine. And if you do not have access, if the government cannot pay for it because it is too expensive, then it's a life and death matter for those that do not have access. So when we look at health products across the board, COVID-19 health products in this case, you will see that intellectual property plays a role in all the different health products. Test kits, you've got trade secrets and patents. Medicines, patents can be a huge barrier to generic competition. In the case of vaccines, monoclonal antibodies, where we commonly know as biologics, patents and trade secrets can be a barrier. So across different intellectual property, across different medical products that you would need to address a health emergency, intellectual property can be a barrier. Then we have this, you will see a diagram here. This is a diagram for vaccine development process. Across the development of vaccines, whether it's the starting material, composition, process, methods of use, any aspect of this, sometimes all aspects of it would be patented. So there will be different patents, sometimes hundreds of patents on different aspects of vaccine manufacturing. And so patents can pose a barrier for other manufacturers to engage in manufacturing of the same vaccine. In the case of vaccines, trade secret also plays a very important role because a lot of the know-how in terms of manufacturing of the vaccine is actually protected as a trade secret. And so that is also a big barrier in vaccine production. Not so much for biologics and for normal medicines. Now, in 2020, in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a huge shortage because the developed countries, the industrialized countries were hoarding the vaccines. There was a huge shortage in developing countries. So a lot of the developed countries, were buying like 5 times the vaccine for each person, right? So there was a shortage there was no availability in developing countries. And the vaccine manufacturers made deals with the developed countries to supply the developed countries first, so they could vaccinate their population, faster. But there were also other shortages. Apart from vaccine, there was a shortage of ventilators. There was a shortage of, at the later stage, there was a shortage of even therapeutics, right? Because they were all kind of that entire, whatever available supply was actually captured by the developed countries. So given that we were in the middle of like a global pandemic, right? Affecting all countries equally, South Africa and India submitted to the WTO a TRIPS waiver proposal. This proposal essentially was calling for a temporary waiver of about 35 articles of the TRIPS agreement related to patents, copyright, trade secrets, and industrial designs. The idea was that because there was a massive global supply gap, the understanding was we are in a global emergency, and so there was a need to scale up supply. And to do that, manufacturers around the world in developing countries needed freedom to operate. So the idea was to really get a waiver across the board across these different protections that were required in the TRIPS agreement, so that manufacturers had more freedom to operate if it were to be implemented at the national level. So the proposal was for all health products. the proposal was sponsored by 65 developing countries, and it received massive global support from civil society, Nobel laureates, academics. It really got massive global support. But there was strong opposition from developed countries, largely because the big multinational companies they did not want to give up any kind of intellectual property rights that they have, even if it was for a temporary purpose, and even if we were in the middle of a global pandemic. Eventually, the US did come along for vaccines, but there was strong opposition across for 2020, 2021. A lot of discussions that happened in WTO, but they were opposed to tax negotiations. Then came in 2021, in December, there was supposed to be the 12th Ministerial Conference, but that was eventually postponed because of the wave of Omicron. But the TRIPS waiver co-sponsors made clear that unless there is progress on that proposal, there'll be no progress on another proposal that the EU was putting forward, the WTO response to pandemic, which was really, very general, quite vague, and very limited in terms of concrete action. Then early 2022, the World Trade Organization, the Director General, held high-level consultations with US, EU, South Africa, and India. And the WTO Secretariat presented a take it or leave it text. Basically, the WTO Director General wanted to see an outcome in the ministerial, and so then they realized that she has to move on this text, and so they came up with a text which was largely take it or leave it. That means to say, if you take it, or if you don't like it, just leave it. But the text had very limited, reflected really the lowest common denominator. Actually, it actually had several problematic features in that text as well. Eventually, there was a lot of negotiations, and there was a decision that was agreed on 17 June 2022. Now, the decision is extremely narrow. It only contains one waiver of a condition of one conditional on the use of compulsory license. Yeah, so you must see the original comprehensive waiver was for 35 articles. This is only waiving a small condition attached to the use of compulsory license. Now, what is compulsory license? Compulsory license is a license granted by the government, by a country's government to a third party to use the patented invention without the consent of the patent holder, subject to payment of some adequate remuneration, royalties at the discretion of the government. The use of compulsory license has known to facilitate generic competition and to reduce prices. So the decision was actually basically about compulsory license. And now when you use compulsory license, the use of compulsory license is subject to one condition. This is in Article 31F of the TRIPS agreement. So when you use a compulsory license, so if a government gives a third party, any generic manufacturer in the country, the right to use, to manufacture, although there is a patent, the right to manufacture the patented invention without the consent of the patent holder, that production can only be mostly for domestic supply. You can export, but you can only export the non-predominant portion. The manufacturing under a compulsory license has to be predominantly for the supply of the domestic market. Now, this creates a problem for countries with insufficient manufacturing capacity. Okay, now you might be a small country, you will not be able to, you might be able to manufacture vaccine, but you need economies of scale, right? Manufacturers need economies of scale. They need a decent amount of market so that what they invest can bring the prices down. But if you cannot export, then it becomes a problem for even the manufacturers because you cannot achieve economies of scale. It becomes a problem for countries with insufficient manufacturing capacity because how are you going to manufacture, right? If you do not have sufficient capacity, you are dependent on another country to export to you. But that other country can only export a small amount. So this was creating a problem. This condition with respect to the use of compulsory license can create a problem, especially in a global health emergency where you need to export products to other countries. Now, this condition was waived in 2003, but in the context of a very complicated solution, what we normally know as a 30th August 2003 decision, which was then later translated to be an amendment of the TRIPS agreement. But I think what generally experts agree is that what was agreed in 2003 is just not workable. And so this decision that was agreed in June 2022, again waived that one condition, but with lesser other requirements. Okay, I hope that's clear. The decision can only be used by eligible members. These are developing countries. China has opted out because the US insisted that China has to opt out, which is ridiculous because actually China does have significant manufacturing capacity to supply other developing countries. Now, the decision is only limited to vaccines. This was a condition that the US put in exchange for agreeing to the outcome. The problem is that when we talk about COVID-19, and the decision is only COVID-19, by the way, the decision is limited to vaccines. The problem is that when we talk of COVID-19, we know that just having vaccines is not sufficient in a country, right, to control COVID-19. You need therapeutics, you need diagnostics, you need other medical products. So one of the most controversial aspects of the decision is paragraph 8, which says that no later than 6 months from the date of this decision, members will decide on its extension to cover the production and supply of COVID-19 diagnostics and therapeutics. So the decision was taken in June 2022. By right, by the end of December 2022, we should have extended it to therapeutics and diagnostics. But we have not, because there's a lot of opposition by the developed countries against its extension. So this is the unfinished business, if you like, that is likely to be taken up at MC13. So this TRIPS decision is only COVID-19. It is limited to vaccines. The decision is narrow. It only waives that one condition of Article 31F of TRIPS. So if you were to use compulsory license and you use the decision, you can lift this condition and you can export to other countries. Yeah. But now its extension has not been resolved. A lot of opposition, a lot of delaying tactics. In December 2022, the US announced that they would start an investigation by the US International Trade Commission as to whether this extension is required. So most of this year has been spent on participating in the investigation of the US International Trade Commission. So we think this is going to be coming up at MC13. Now, overall assessment is that the TRIPS decision is not the comprehensive waiver that was proposed by the 65 co-sponsors. And of course, it's not sufficient to address health emergencies because it's narrow, it's limited to vaccines. And it only waives one small condition attached to the use of compulsory license. But compared to the text that was released by the Director General, the final decision is a bit of an improvement because it gets rid of some of the problematic provisions that were in the DG's text. The question is, who can benefit from this limited waiver? If you are a country that is facing existing or potential patent barriers, you want to produce vaccine for domestic use and for exporting most of the vaccines, then this waiver can be useful if you were to implement it nationally. And if this decision is extended to therapeutics and diagnostics, then it can be useful to generic manufacturers of therapeutics and diagnostics. Because you can produce for your country, and a lot of developing countries have got the capability to produce therapeutics as well as diagnostics, but therapeutics in particular, especially, for instance, medicines, right? And so you can use this decision to waive that requirement of Article 31F, so you can produce domestically and for export to other countries. But again, the decision is only for COVID-19. Now, for least developed countries, actually, the least developed countries already have a full exemption from the TRIPS agreement. They have a transition period which has been now extended until 1st July 2034. So if you're an LDC, then it's better to use this exemption because you do not have to comply with the conditions which are attached to the decision, because the decision also has other conditions attached to it. But if you're an LDC with manufacturing capacity, then you also have the option of the TRIPS transition period. That means the full exemption from TRIPS implementation. Like Uganda has exempted from its patent law pharmaceutical products, right? Because it falls within the LDC category. Now, the challenge is we need to operationalize. What we see is that for LDCs and a lot of the sub-Saharan African countries are LDCs, they have failed to really maximize and optimally operationalize this exemption in national and regional legal instruments. A few countries have done it. Uganda has done it, I believe, for patents, but you can go beyond patents. You see, most countries have done it for patents and pharmaceutical products, but you now have other barriers that you may face at the national level, for instance, trade secret and copyright. So we need to operationalize this in national and regional legal instruments. I just wanted to point out that a lot of the negotiations on mechanisms to enable equitable access during health emergencies has actually, so that we can have diversified production, more developing country manufacturers engaged. A lot of this discussion has shifted to WHO, but there is this one issue still outstanding in WTO. Now, there was actually another decision. So I'm just putting here links to the ministerial decision on TRIPS. I will add a few more links when I share the presentation. But there's also another ministerial decision on WTO response to COVID-19 pandemic. This started off as a proposal of the EU. Most of it is general and vague and a bit wishy-washy, but there was because one of the issues that we still have not addressed is when we have a global emergency like COVID-19, what kind of rules should be in play? Countries need to have more freedom, manufacturers need to have more freedom. This is especially true for pharmaceutical products. And so there's one paragraph 23, that actually talks about how WTO needs to review the IP rules. So some of this may also be taken up at the MC13. Now, just my final slide. Now, if you say we are talking about manufacturing, how do we facilitate manufacturing and access? So one is optimal implementation of the TRIPS flexibilities, the LDC exemption from TRIPS implementation. You need to ensure that you are only granting patents for those genuine inventions. I think a lot of the pharmaceutical patents that are granted are very frivolous. Now there's a lot of research on this, make sure you have broad exceptions and limitations. And to the extent you're a developing countries like, Kenya, you may need to use a TRIPS decision of 17 June. So one is to implement the TRIPS flexibilities in a national law and practices. Second is to use these flexibilities. How many countries have issued a compulsory license? Who has actually used the LDC transition period so that you can have the manufacturers have the space to manufacture? The third point I want to mention, is that what we realized in COVID-19 is the importance of biologics and how access to biologics is very limited to developing countries. For COVID-19, the initial recommendations of WHO were all monoclonal antibodies, biologics. And most of this, if not almost all of it, were just not available in developing countries. They were too expensive. If they were available, they were just too expensive, $500, several $1,000. And so it is important to ensure that, and for a lot of the cancer treatment, they are all biologics. Now, the statistics show that the market in developing country for biologics is 20%. Most of this is in developed countries. So this is just not accessible and available in developing countries. One of the reasons is because of entry barrier, an IP-related entry barrier called trade secret. Now, if we were to improve drug regulatory systems, because a lot of this is protected by the drug regulatory system. So if we were to improve, and there is now a lot of guidance that, to change the drug regulatory system, you can actually avoid the trade secret related entry barriers, and you can start having a thriving manufacturing facility for biologics, right? Because one of the biggest entry barrier was the regulatory pathway for approving the generic biologics. Some call it biosimilar, right? Now, that the science on this has moved on. And so what we see that the drug regulatory systems in countries have not moved on. And so they are still protecting, the old way of doing stuff, whereas there has been so much shift in technology and in science that we can now avoid the trade secret related entry barriers and expedite the entry of generic manufacturing. So IP is just one barrier. I think in sub-Saharan Africa, there are many different plans for pharmaceutical manufacturing that I've known over the last 2 decades. I think apart from IP barrier, there needs to be to address other aspects. If you want to have manufacturing, IP is a very important aspect for sure, but then you also need a sustainable market. You need to ensure manufacturers have economies of scale. You need to have good procurement practices. So there are other challenges, in my discussions with manufacturers. I think this is one very big aspect, the economies of scale, their markets, so to ensure that there is sustainability in the manufacturing. But very specifically for the MC13, yes, there is that one issue that is remaining. We will have to see what happens, because I think the next meetings of WTO on this issue will be at the end of October. There may be developments, unlikely, but there could be developments. And there is some possibility there is a possibility and most likelihood that it will be an issue at MC13. Probably not a very big issue, but it will be an issue at MC13. So with that, thank you very much.
For adjustments, amendments in the same a little bit taken away. So thank you very much once again. I don't know how much time we have with you online. What my thinking was we could have some questions towards your presentation before we go to the next presentation. Another alternative with the audience is also to have the next presentation and have questions close together. But for memory issues, I think that we handle it when it's still hot. So I will take up to a maximum of 4 questions in the room, and maybe we shall have about 2 online if they are there. And then we'll allow you to address them, all have a comment on the same. So to start with, in the room, those who would wish to ask our presenter, you can raise your hand. Be brief and to the point. It's also okay if we have all understood and we have no question, that is welcome. Or we have remained confused than before. Madam Jenny, you have a question? Dr. Bilgu, and IG2, Madam Jen 3, lastly, Honorable Sheila 4. So let's start with Dr. Bilgu, please. Shoot.
My question is regarding our concepts. Is there any arrangement to do more training to sensitize manufacturers and support utilize the waivers of the TRIPS agreement. My question to her was, I was asking that is there any arrangement to train local manufacturers on utilizing the waivers of the TRIPS agreement? Because it's the lack of sensitization to the majority of them that has incapacitated its utilization by it. Then on another note, I wanted to understand what is the agenda regarding creation of maybe a body which handles intellectual property rights on the African continent, because the majority of us have maybe law agencies where we can discuss issues of intellectual property rights, especially in the pharmaceutical sector.
Thank you very much, Sandy. You mentioned something about LDCs having full exemption for TRIPS implementation until July 2030. In that case, are partnerships allowed? For example, if I'm taking an example, if Uganda can't produce some of the, or can, what do I want to say? Can produce, manufacture, for example, drugs, can it partner with another country from another LDC in terms of TRIPS implementation?
Thank you so much, Sangita, for that very wonderful presentation. My question is on the issue you have raised regarding the good procurement practices. In the last public forum, the recent public forum, the issue of government procurement came on the table. And there's a debate that we need in the WTO government procurement for environmental goods and services, but it's like government procurement is coming back in the WTO. Will that be good for vaccine manufacturing? Can we get those good practices by having the government procurement agreement within the WTO? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sangita, for the great presentation. It elaborated quite a number of critical issues. From your presentation, you hinted on the fact that LDCs are exempted, and yet Kenya is a developing country. If they are to take regional value chain, what would happen? Thank you.
Yeah. So, thank you very much for the question. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much. My question is actually related to the strategic rivalries, especially the global powers or the great powers. You did notice that at one point the US made it a precondition that for them to allow a decision to be made, China had to opt out. I was actually following, I was attending the UN General Assembly on the sidelines on pandemic prevention, and there's a political declaration, and many feel that it's non-binding because it's the first time we're having a UN General Assembly or a review of the world, and 4 of the permanent security members are not there, and most of them had a role actually in the hoarding, in the inequities. Even when we talk about, the declaration actually looks at equity, having an equitable, safe, affordable vaccine regime. And many argue that, do you think, and for me this is a question, that these new rivalries over health give us a window of cooperation when it comes to shared threats that are affecting the world? Do we see more rivalries and less of cooperation? Because if we see less of cooperation, then we're going to have more inequity, because we will see more people descending towards making profits, but not look at the global common good.
Yes, shall I respond?
Just one more. Yes. Thank you so much, Ms. Sangita, for the presentation. On the comment that you made around LDCs like Uganda having full exemption, would like to be enlightened more on what opportunities are there for local manufacturers, for governments in these LDCs.
Thank you. Who is accessing the online? There are no questions online. Great. You could go ahead, please, Sangita.
Thank you very
I
much.
didn't respond.
Thank you very much for very good questions. So the first question was on training of local manufacturers. So I think training of local manufacturers is very important to know what flexibilities are available. But I would also say we need to train government policymakers, and also drug regulatory authorities. Because I think that what in our experience is, they are not very well aware of the opportunities that exist in this area. So I would say that this training is required across the board. And I would also say that when we talk of manufacturing, and this brings me to the procurement practices and all of that. Actually, what I was saying is that what we often find is there is a disconnect in different ministries. So there'll be, if I can say this, one may be pushing for the use of flexibilities, okay? Now, when you push for the use of flexibilities, you want to promote generic manufacturers, you must also have to ensure that, these manufacturers have, some support in terms of ensuring that, they can actually supply government facilities, so that, there must be a connection there. So there is some sustainability there. So I was talking about good procurement practices, who you are procuring from, ensuring the manufacturers have some support to improve their quality over time of their facility, and the drug regulatory authority should also ensure that the drug regulatory pathways are appropriate for the entry of these manufacturers. They can supply the local market, right? And if you have a region with several least developed countries, then the few manufacturers can support the several LDCs. So these are all interconnected issues, right? So when I say IP is one barrier, but there are other issues that are interconnected as well that you need to address for there to be more space for manufacturers. This is also taking into account the need for, of course, standards for quality and safety. Now, a lot of the standards can also increase entry barriers. So it depends on, so we do not want to compromise the quality and safety and efficacy, because this has to be priority. But at the same time, we do not want to create entry barriers. So we have to find the right balance there. So there is the market, there is the regulatory side, and then there is also intellectual property. But intellectual property tends to be often the first barrier you will face, right? Because if the manufacturers cannot manufacture because there is another IP holder has monopoly, then that is already the first entry barrier. So I think when we look at manufacturing, it has to have a more comprehensive overview of the different factors that can affect the manufacturing capacity. So I just want to say that. And on the WTO government procurement, so when I was talking about procurement, it was definitely not about introducing WTO government procurement, for environmental services and all of that. I think all of this has a lot of, can have negative implications at the national level, because it may prevent the government from, favoring, maybe procuring from certain local manufacturers. So I think this is something we have to be cautious about. Now, there was some suggestions about some questions around Kenya is a developing country, and then there are other countries that are LDCs. Yes, so now within sub-Saharan Africa, we have got some countries that are developing countries, and so they cannot use the LDC exemption. They will need to use compulsory license. Okay, but then we have got other countries that are LDCs, they have got more flexibility. So an LDC can import, export from another LDC, but they cannot export to say Kenya if there is a patent in Kenya. If there's no patent in Kenya, no problem. But if there's a patent in Kenya, then they cannot export to Kenya. Kenya will have to issue a compulsory license to import. Now, if Kenya is exporting to an LDC, no problem. They can import, export, but Kenya will then have to issue a compulsory license. And I said Article 31F is about, so when you issue a compulsory license, you manufacture, it has to be predominantly for the supply of the domestic market. Then if they want to export, they will have to either, when it comes to vaccines, use the new TRIPS waiver decision or use the 30th August 2003 complicated procedure if they want to export the majority of their products. So it gets a bit complicated. But then there's another thing we can do is that if Kenya and the regional IP offices were to implement very strict criteria for the granting of pharmaceutical patents, if you were to do that, which they are not doing right now, if you were to do it in Kenya, but also in other developing countries, the regional IP office, and there was also now a talk of a Africa-wide IP office, if they were to apply the patentability criteria strictly, then fewer patents are granted. So then the manufacturers have more freedom to operate. Then you do not have to issue a compulsory license. So the developing countries, if they were to implement the flexibility in a more stricter manner, the patentability criteria in a stricter manner, you would get fewer patents for pharmaceutical products. And again, here you need to do training as to, how to do this kind of patent examination. The patent examiners need to be trained as to what should be granted a patent, what should not be granted a patent, because a lot of the patent system is actually abused. And then the manufacturers can have freedom to operate. So there are different ways, as I said, to use the flexibilities, and you can then have, manufacturers can have economies of scale. Yeah, I hope that is clear. So this has, right now there are a lot of different barriers, and using a lot of the, addressing that export restriction can be quite complicated, as I've been explaining. In terms of strategic rivalries, there are going to be rivalries, but what I would say is this, what COVID-19 has shown very clearly is that the Africa region and countries within Africa have to develop this capacity seriously, and whatever rivalries may or may not be happening, this is about your health security, right? It's about security in the region, in your country. And so there must be capacity, I would say, not just at the regional level, but also sub-regional level, EAC. You have SADC, you have EAC, you have ECOWAS, to have that kind of capacity in the region to do some very basic manufacturing of medicines, biologics, and other medicines. Because this is a security issue, it's a national security, a region security issue. When there is going to be a shortage, each country is going to be for itself, right? And we saw this in COVID-19. Each region is going to be for itself. I think each country is going to be for itself. When there is a global emergency, so it's about building steps towards how we can create more security in the region. So there will always be rivalries, and I think the idea of a global common public good, it's a good notion, but we have not seen this cooperation actually deliver. When COVID hit in when COVID hit in 2020 beginning, the European Union, the leaders, globally, everybody was saying, yes, everything is going to be global public good. We are going to share vaccines. It did not happen. It did not happen, right? For the most of the first year, only developed countries were getting access. So, and now there's a lot of discussion happening in WHO, and it's quite clear the developed countries are not interested in having this kind of international solidarity. There's a lot of pushback. So what I would say is that, to be prepared for future emergencies, and just as a national security issue, you need to develop this kind of manufacturing capacity. And then there are tools that are available, TRIPS flexibilities and other tools that are available at the national level that need to be maximized. I think I've addressed all the different points. I think for the LDC, the final point is the LDC exemption, it's there, but it's not really operationalized nationally, except in a few countries. For pharmaceutical products, just from the top of my head, I think Liberia has an exemption, Rwanda has an exemption, Uganda has an exemption, but the other LDCs are all granting patents. And, it's not been operationalized. Although the Africa group in the WTO has really fought very hard for this flexibility, but it's not being operationalized at the national and regional level. So there has to be a little bit of mapping of, all this, what is possible, opportunity, the challenges and opportunities, and to try and address this step by step. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Ms. Sangita. I think without further ado, I'll request for your indulgence to allow for another presentation from Honorable Francine Rutazana from the East African Legislative Assembly. And she's discussing the East African Community Pharmaceuticals Bill 2019. And again, we have the word unfinished business. Honorable, you're welcome. I hope you have our presentation already online. Okay.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. As already mentioned, I'm Francine Rutazana, a member of the East African Parliament, representing the Republic of Rwanda. And I'm the mover of the East African Pharmaceutical Bill, which was developed in 2019, but introduced in the House in 2020. Allow me first to thank Siatini Uganda for inviting us as members of the Parliament to be here, because not only we are sharing our experience, but also we are learning about those policies regarding the advancing regional manufacturing and access in Africa. And the work we are doing at the level of East African community is part of what we are discussing here today. Without further ado, I can go straight to the presentation. Slide, yes. Key highlights. I will talk about introducing the background of the bill, giving the legal instrument that guided the initiation of the bill, and I will explain why do we need an ESC pharmaceutical bill, challenges on the pharma industry in the East African community. The arrangement of clauses of the bill, I will not go through them, but for the purpose of information, I decided to put them in the presentation for anyone who will need to go through and understand what it means. Then I will go through I will explain why we have not been able to finish the bill by December 2022 as it was planned. Then I give the way forward. On the introduction, as I have already alluded to, the bill was granted leave in 2019. Granting leave is to get the permission from the House to develop the draft bill. You have to go to explain the idea. Then when the members of the parliament are convinced, they grant you the permission to go and draft. Then the draft was presented to the House again in 2022 to introduce, in 2020, sorry, to develop and give permission to the committee to go through, to scrutinize and come back with the report. We call it a private member bill because in the House we have two types of bills. One is the bills which are generated by the Council of Ministers. Those bills are coming from partner states, and they have all support from partner states before coming to the House. And they have all resources. They have been granted consultations in various stakeholders before coming to the House. So it is an easy exercise for the House to pass them. And they will have all support of the Council. But for the private member bill, that is initiation of a member. Any member is allowed to develop a bill. That one was among those ones. But those bills, the problem or the issue or the challenges is because they have to be backed to the partner states. Initiation has been granted, yes, but are you able to convince partner states and the key stakeholders in the partner state to support, and also the Council to consider, to support, and also the head of state to see that there is a need for the community to have such a bill? Those are the questions you have to respond to before we go for a private member bill. And those bills, they are not granted resources as those ones for the Council. You have to look for the resources. That is another challenge. But when you are decided to go for that private member bill, you have to look for partners to come and support. The bill was referred to the General Purpose Committee. Then financial support came from GIZ, which I thank very much because without them, we could not have the bill as it is by today. Even if the support we had was not really enough for us to go throughout all steps, but it helped the assembly and the committee to go for technical meetings. Those technical meetings are held with the key stakeholders in partner states. Those key stakeholders in the area of pharmaceutical bill are the companies of manufacturing, are the institutions which are dealing with the pharma products and the oral-related products that are in the field of pharmaceutical. So we tried to put together those stakeholders. We had a meeting in 2021 for them to come in to support, then to be backing the bill when we go for the public hearings. Then in March and April 2022, we went for public hearings in the partner states. The bill was expected to be passed by EYALA at the end of the tenure of the fourth EYALA, the previous assembly, by December 2022. But at the end of my presentation, I will give some reasons why we did not get there. Why do we need a pharmaceutical bill in the region? We need it because when we observe what is going on in the partner states regarding the pharmaceutical work, you can see that every partner state has its agency. They have their ways and means to do things when it comes to production, when it comes to selling, when it comes to export. Everything is done in its own way. So we need to have national pharmaceutical agencies which are related and have a regional body which is coordinating everything so that we can have a common standard for pharmaceutical production. We can have a common public procurement. We can have procedures for pricing. Everything will be standardized at a regional level so that we can have a common tool for us to evaluate what we are doing in the sector of pharmaceutical. We need also to promote medical innovation. We need to have a space where the manufacturers are having a space for exchanging, having trainings, have exchange of knowledge. Those are the things we don't have when we don't have such a harmonization of pharmaceutical product and production. We need also to promote the pharmaceutical industry in the region. Pharmaceutical industry, we can't have it if we are not promoting local production. You can see, for example, in Uganda, there are some manufacturers, or we have some production. In Kenya, we have the same. In Rwanda, we have a little. In Burundi, we don't have. So you can see how we can put our effort together. We can put together our joint actions so that we can, for example, make a specialized actions in each country. If, for example, in Uganda, they can produce, let's say, some plants which are to produce some medicine. I don't know what is produced. Covidex, for example, that one. And all effort from all other partner states for what is regarding the Covidex, we can now converge our effort to Uganda. If now we have another product to be produced in Tanzania, for example, and we see that there are opportunity and potentiality in URT, we can now converge our effort to the other sector. You can see how we can specialize our production and be competitive to the other RECs than having a competition among ourselves. Having the EAC pharmaceutical bill also, we will enhance the EAC intertrade because we will be now trading among ourselves, and the competition will be enhanced with the other RECs in Africa and even beyond. There are some instruments we used which guided the pharma bill. That one was the treaty. The treaty in Article 118 is providing for cooperation on health and asking partner states to harmonize drug registration procedures. We have also EAC Common Market Protocol, whereby partner states are required to avoid any discrimination with regard to suppliers, with regard to products and services originating from other partner states, so that they can allow a free competition in the field of public procurement. And we have also the EAC Customs Management Act 2006, which is now promoting, liberalizing, promoting intra-EAC trade. and the development strategy 2017-2027 for harmonizing policy, strengthening local production medicine, and supporting linkage between national and the regional medicine agency. Those are instruments among others. And we have some challenges in the pharmaceutical industry in the region. One is a lack of common and standard for pharmaceutical usage. As I have already mentioned, there is no collaboration between national medicine regulatory agencies. Everyone is working on its own. And there is no joint regional actions to make them more productive and more cooperative to enhance the competition and to enhance production and to enhance efficiency. There is also lack of mutual recognition standard for registration of medicine. That is affecting really the medicine distribution and also the pricing in the region, because everyone is looking for the interest of the country, not for the interest of the region. There is a lack of pharmaceutical public procurement, which is affecting the local preference in a pharmaceutical product. When we don't have the public procurement, that means there is no protection of the local production. And when there is no protection, everyone, and that is the tendency, is to go outside to look for other drugs that should be available in the region. So we need to protect by putting in place some tool for a common public procurement. And I have already mentioned there is a high dependency on outside medicine suppliers. That's why we need to put in place something which is protecting our industry. Before going outside, we have to see if we have the availability of those production in the region so that we can use them at the same quality. We have to improve the quality so that people will not say that they don't trust the quality of our drugs and continue to go and importing from outside. There is also a tendency to competition than collaboration among pharmaceutical manufacturers, and we are experiencing it. For example, a company in, let's say in Kenya, and I know they are, rather than going to see if we can have the same standard in Nairobi or in Kenya, you can see people now running to China, running to European Union, when the same quality should be available in Nairobi or should be available in other countries in the East African community. There is inconsistency of ESC pharmaceutical programs. Everyone is running on its own, but together we can do more. And we can be, for example, organizing trainings for our manufacturers. We can organize even a tour within Africa or even outside Africa to get more competency, to be able to produce and to be, one word is to be more efficiency on what we are doing. Those arrangements of clauses, I would like to not to go through. It was just for the purpose of information. We can escape them. Continue. Straight. Okay, continue. Okay. So those information regarding the bill, everyone can go through and see the interest, and we are ready to continue receiving even the comments to enrich the bill more and more. Why the bill was not passed by AR4? We are talking about AR4 because with a tenure of 5 years, we are calling it the tenure of the assembly. For the fifth assembly where we are now, which started in December 2022, that was the end of AR4. So AR4, the plan was to have the pharmaceutical bill by December 2022. But those are some reasons why we did not get at that point. First is because I have alluded to some challenges for the private member bills. You have to look for financial resources. You have to engage more with the key stakeholders, including members of the Council of Ministers. If the members of Council of Ministers are not convinced on why you have that bill, you can imagine how it can reach the head of state. It can't be. That's why you have to engage more. You have to convince key stakeholders to come back to you to be able to explain the relevance of the bill. That is the key issues we went through, because we did not have much time because of the pandemic. You remember that was 2020, 2021, 2022, where people were not allowed to move freely from one partner state to another one. So most of our meeting was virtual. So you can imagine now engaging virtually, because you can't cross from a partner state to another one. That was most of the challenge we had at that time. I have already alluded to on the second bullet. Even the third one. The third one is talking about the challenge we had during the public hearings. You remember that public hearings is the most critical step for the bill, because you have to go to partner state, you meet all partners, you meet all stakeholders, including civil society, including private sector, including government institution, so that they can come, they look on the bill, they see if it is now meeting their need, or if it is not contradicting what they have, and also to test or to assess the compliance with the legal framework they have, because they can't go for a contradiction with what they have as a legal framework in their respective countries. That was the most critical step. The limitation we had at that time was because of the COVID pandemic. We could not mix members. You know, members, when we go normally for the public hearings, we have to be mixed. Some people from one country, from another one, so that you can have a wide range of interpretation when you go to convince and to try to deal with the position of a country. Because from there, you are dealing with the position of a country, and you try now to sell. You try to sell your ideas through the bill so that they can be convinced and see the added value of the bill on what they have already in the country. Now the problem was, let's say, for example, we go as a Rwanda chapter, only members from Rwanda, and we go to face institutions and the stakeholders from Rwanda. In most of the case, we are like having the same position in a way. Now, going to contradict, to make them seeing that we have something else which is challenging what they have, was an issue. So in some report, we have seen that position from countries were not different to the position from our members of chapter. That was another limitation. So we have learned that for this time coming, we will make sure that members are mixed, moving from a partner state to another one, to have an outside eye on what the position of the country is saying, and try to convince with what the position of the bill is also offering. Lastly, you remember that the tenure of the fourth era was December 2022. And the public hearings, we had them earlier March and April 2022, the same year. And we have only 4 sessions in a financial year. One in September, second one in One is in September, then in December, then in June, and April, then what am I saying? One is September, then December, then February, then June. 4. Coming from the public hearings, it was already in April. And June, for the General Purpose Committee, is dedicated on budget. At that time, we could not go through the outcome from the public hearings. So we tried to push it to September. Even September, we had to run out of the time to be able to finish the report already tabled on the House. So it was really a challenging time for the bill to be going through all steps we needed. Then December was a heavy, we had a heavy agenda toward the closing of the tenure. So it was a really not possible, the practicability of timing was not in our side. Of course, it was frustrating, especially for me, but I could not go out of the context we are in. That's why we decided to save the bill. We saved the bill among other bills which were at that time on committees. Next. So the bill was saved, then reintroduced. No, the reintroduction will take place in the plenary of October 2023. Because saving the bill took place, I think, in last plenary was in June. That's where we have saved those bills. So now the second step, the second bullet is to republish. Republish means that we have to incorporate the outcomes coming from the previous public hearings for not missing them when we have already them on the table. So it will be republished, it will be reintroduced in the House and referred to the relevant committee by the plenary of October 2023. Then the hard work is to mobilize resources. You remember it's a private member bill. We don't have resources from the partner states. So now this is the time to mobilize, to go through various development partners who are willing to support. That is the right time to go. Regarding the public hearings, we are planning to do it earlier January, February 2024. Why do we planning to do that there? Because in between, you have to go for another technical meeting with the members of the parliament for the committee where the bill was referred to. Why do we need it? It is because this is a new assembly. We have new members. We have to go to sell our ideas through the bill so that they understand, they own it, so that they can go and continue advocating for the next steps of the bill. Not only the members of the GP, the committee, but also, again, you have to go for stakeholders to see if what we have in the new bill, we call it a new bill, because we have already incorporated those previous outcome of the previous public hearing. That is like a new bill. But you have to make sure that what you have is what they need, because they are the one deciding or not if they need it or not. Then in January, we go for public hearings, coming back for consideration of the report, submission of the report to the House. Then we are expecting to have the bill passed by June 2024. That is the roadmap, and we think it is a workable steps we can go. It's a workable journey, and we think we will be able to do that. By concluding, the bill is at an advanced stage because we have been working on it day by day. The bill is improved by the input of the previous public hearings. which is giving it another level of ownership from partner states. And the bill is fully supported by the Secretariat of EAC and the key stakeholders in partner states. What we need now, we need a support from development partners to avail the necessary resources. So for those who are here, please don't miss this opportunity to come and support, because this bill is a bill for the community, and as already alluded to by the previous presenter, this is for the security, this is for the health of our population, and we need to work together. We need to join our effort so that we can have this bill ready by 2024. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
I think you've seen the intricacies involved in legislation of such bills and what causes the delays. But we all know that to achieve certain milestones, we need to first review the legal structure and process structures. And I think that's a good starting point. So when she requests for our support from wherever we are, let's be ready to support. I welcome about 3 questions, so we break off for tea. And when I say 3 and I see 4 hands. Okay, so we shall divide one of the hands, I think, so that we still have 3. But let's start from Haji, followed by my sister here, and then we shall go in that direction.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable, for your presentation. My question is very simple. In the process of developing the bill, how did you guard against big pharma influence? That is very important, because when I was studying critically, you see that the influence is normally at the discovery, the development, but also the influence even is featured towards the marketing side of things, where they influence even the content of the curriculum. I'm from the academia, so that the physician behavior tilts towards, focusing more on the profits. They tend to focus more on the benefits, but not looking at the risks. So you would even see that this physician prescribing might not tell you much. I mean, that influence for me is something that, if you look at Africa, approximately out of the 55 countries, they've influenced over half of the big pharma legislations and the regulations. How do you guard against that, given the fact that the EAC members are not the one funding? Thank you.
Thank you.
Interesting. That was one of my first questions, but I'll go to the second one. We are talking about areas of procurement, innovation, negotiation within East Africa, and I'm asking if you thought about this bill also having a provision of having a single currency. I don't know if you had a conversation around that, because now if we're talking about marketing or finding market outside, which currency shall we be, using?
Thank you so much, Honorable, for the presentation. My question, first, my name is Jonan Kandwano. I am from the National Planning Authority, and my background is chemical engineering. So my question is on the funding. It's quite interesting that even Honorable highlights it, that the first exercise, or even the sitting, was funded by GIZ. And we all know where GIZ is mothered. And they're the big players in the pharmaceutical industry. So my question is, all these stakeholder engagements, all these discussions need money. They need resources. And until the member states commit themselves to fund this initiative, it will fail from the word go. We have seen that in the oil and gas industry. I play a lot of role in the oil and gas industry. You cannot engage the big boys and they shoot their own feet. No. So how are you looking at the funding to fund the discussions? Are you still looking outside? Have the members committed to fund all these exercises and the discussions? especially engaging the stakeholders and how we can support our local manufacturers. There's a model that we're learning. We had a discussion. We've been in the pharmaceutical industry and discussions have been ongoing on the Bangladesh model. These guys were net importers of pharmaceutical products. And they woke up one day, they're like, you know what? This is not sustainable. And as I talk now, they produce over 80% of the drugs they consume in their own country. They have attracted the big boys to produce within their own country. So as a region, how can we embrace the Bangladesh model to replicate the same here in East African region? But we cannot do that if our legislation is hanging in the air. There are other stakeholders who come even and fund this organization in the industry. This organization, funding it really, you saw it in ECOP, real funding. So where is the funding from the East African region to support this initiative? It's a great one. Thank you.
I was also trained by one of the bigger pharma countries, so you can imagine the architecture starts from there.
Thank you very much. My question is to do with the Medicines Regulatory Harmonization Initiative. The East African community was the first REC to pilot this initiative. So I wanted to know how much of the harmonization initiative has fed into this bill. And you highlighted that there's still no regulatory collaboration. So does this mean that the initiative is failing? And if it is failing, what is causing it to fail? Because I feel like if we don't address that, even the bill will not make much of a difference. Yeah, thank you very much.
I know questions tend to generate questions, but we will have to have a limit.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for that elaborate presentation and also highlighting the roadmap towards having that bill out and concluded upon. But just to inquire whether there are any ongoing efforts towards making the bill alive to the evolving context of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the investment protocol, but also because we appreciated earlier on that has to be anchored within, the national policies, and it shouldn't be a standalone for us to achieve the broader benefits that we envisage to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, you will introduce yourself and then give Dr. Dumba. Oh, yeah, I can understand. Don't you worry, everyone here has someone they
Thank you very much. I am Talibita Moses. I'm the legal officer for Uganda National Health Consumers Organization, and I'm here to raise concerns of the consumers. Honorable, I'm interested in the conflict of interest and how you are guarding against it. And the other issue is whether the treaty empowers a private member to come up with some regulatory issues that perhaps would have been moved by the Council of Ministers. Because in the Ugandan context, there are limitations on what a private member can regulate and could be best regulated by government. The other is, I think there is the African Medicines Agency. I did do advocacy for them. I don't know how that can also speak to, or how you can align on harmonize with that regulatory effort. I appreciate, but of course for us consumers, we are very wary of the pharmaceuticals and who is funding them. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So my concern is from the manufacturers. I so happened to participate in that stakeholder meeting on the presentation of the bill, and the people in the regulatory body and manufacturers were having a complaint, not clearly getting the use of the bill, because issues it was touching, like procurement, procurement, to them, it seemed not to favor them in a way that you cannot have finances at the same time. Companies procure raw materials, according to their own needs. So making them having a pooled procurement was not really a buyout on their side. And another concern, which was regarding regulatory harmonization, was looked at as capacities of pharmaceutical growth in all EAC countries, where Kenya was the biggest in all. So it would benefit more from the harmonization than other local industries in other countries, and end up making them out of business entirely. So the framework of its harmonization was being discussed in a way that if the bill is put in place and then in the implementation, it is acted as, it is implemented as by the law, it will not have a future growth for the local industries in this capacity, unless maybe it is categorized to specific drugs. So my concern was we need to look more into the bill and what it tackles to bring out the big picture of its interest. But as it was, it seemed so open to them, and they didn't see any new thing from what is already in place by the different regulatory bodies and the frameworks which are operational now.
Thank you. I think majority of them are comments, but you can respond also to the questions.
Thank you so much for the questions. I would like maybe to ask to Honorable Odongo to come and support where a need will be, because we are together and we understand very well the context where we are working as the East African Legislative Assembly, but also in the community where everything as of now is like well anchored in the own interest of each partner state, let's say like it is. But the object of this bill is just to see how can breach that context of having partner states being together in the East African community, but continuing operating as if everyone is at its own. That's where we started to see is any room where we can now initiate something, where we can harmonize. And now slowly by slowly, we will get opening other doors for other development strategy. For the first question, how are we dealing with the big pharma influence? I'm saying that we have looked on a way where we can start by building the capacity on the EAC, intra-EAC trade. Is it possible to build it and to be able to produce something which can be worked on, be at a level of being to a quality that is agreeable by even the outside of the East African community. But going to the outside, you have to start by inside, and knowing that we are able now to produce something, to put our effort, to join our expertise from one country to another one, so that we can have something which we will be proud to sell and which will be competitive outside, but starting by the inside. You can imagine we have a list of product of medicine, but among the list, we don't have any product from within the East African community. That was a shame. That was a challenge. That's where we needed to start. And we were saying, because of this legal framework, we need now to engage the council, because you know this community is for intergovernmental leaders. So we need to engage the council, because the council is the one representing the interest of partner states. Together with the council, we are trying to see if we can put in place something which is not costing. Because in the community, when we have a private member bill, it has to be not costing at any coin, because we are not the one determining if we can advocate in our partner state to add more resources. That is not our mandate. So what we do is to lobby for having those kind of regional body at the secretariat at least, because the secretariat has different departments. They have also a department on health. How can we deal with the Department of Health and putting in place some legal framework which are helping now to implement the need of this bill? That is the starting. So we are now, first of all, we are within the East African community to see how we can trigger a consensus on harmonization of some, because you can't go for all, but for some of the provisions of our instrument to see what we can start implementing within the framework we have. So influence from outside, yes, but we need to be keen, at least to start developing ourselves so that we can be able to sell outside. Secondly, we have a question regarding the single currency which will be used. You remember in the East African community, we are now developing a bill to regulate the single currency area of the East African community. That is now the bill on the pipeline. And I think throughout the process of the bill and throughout the process of that bill of the single currency, it will match at a level that we will not be having any problem to be able now to use the single currency in the region. To be funded by GIZ, I'm telling you, when you go for looking of resources, the first offer is coming from outside. I'm telling you, we went to different partner states, we went to different organizations to see if we can be supported, but the first offer at the time we needed was a GIZ. So having it, we said, okay, we have GIZ, we know that we have to be keen on how we negotiate. You have something you wanted to offer on the table as Africans, but they have also the agenda. But together, maybe I can tell you that there's some provisions they wanted to add, but we refused to put them on the bill because we saw that it could not be really fitting on the interest of the East African community and Africa. Then we said, that is not for now, because you said you can't say no, but you said for now, let's go for this. And as moving forward, we will come again to see if that, so we have to be keen on how we are mobilizing and having in mind that we are dealing with the competitors and we could have some conflict of interest. But without other things, we have to be to go with what we have. And I think we can do it together without any conflict of interest, especially in the side of the interest of the East African community. Yeah. Mobilizing other partners, maybe we can start with what we have here. Who are here wanted to be linked to our project, and also we can open our mind through the partners we are here, who are here, so that we can again open our eyes and see if, for example, Siatini is not for this time able to fund, is any other partners they think can come in and help to mobilize and finalize this bill. So it's up to us to know who are we going to approach and why are we going to him, not to others. Medicine Regulatory Initiative. I think it is my colleague here asking, how have we worked with the Medicine Regulatory Initiative? That is an initiative in the East African community. But that one, let's say it has not really been efficient and operating in all partner states. I don't know why, but they are saying the partner states are sovereign countries. When you open the idea and the country is not ready to take, they can't force. For example, we have South Sudan, they don't have any regulatory agency as of now. So you can imagine if we are now talking about harmonization and we have some partner states which does not have. So that is a challenge, but already it is another level of thinking you have to buy. They need to appoint some people to go and help. In many cases, it's a kind of capacity building you have to use. You send some team to go to that partner state which does not have this regulatory. You start now helping them to understand the need and to come, for example, to other partner states to see how they are working with those regulatories. That is a capacity building, and it's a process. But when you don't have the legal framework to help you going there and see that they don't have, and offer them that you can help putting it in place, there you will never go at any step. But the step is, let's have the legal framework, which is allowing now to go to talk to their door and say, this is time now to have this because of those benefits. And I know, and I'm sure they will complain, they understand. How linking to the African trade area? I'm saying this because East African community can't work as a standalone unit. We have to open. That's why we're talking about competition. That's why we are talking about enhancing our quality. When we have a quality in what we are doing, absolutely other lakes will come to us because it will be cheaper. We are talking about safety. We are talking about the quality. We are talking about affordable price for raw medicine to be distributed. We are talking about the value chain. Those are opportunities that are offered in the Africa, so that before going to European Union, before going to US, when they see that in the region there is something at the same level of quality, because you have absolutely to collaborate with the WTO to make sure that the standard is at the same level that what is produced in other regs. That will be a starting point for us to be able to offer something which is at a quality which will not be undermined at any cost in Africa, but also beyond. Manufacturers complaining about procurement. I can assure you that we have, and you have still time, and you have still space to give those recommendations you want to be added in the bill. The bill is still open. Whatever you want, even from here, you can give those comments, you can give those input. Then we will make sure that it is transpiring in the bill. We make sure that it will be really confirming what you want it to be, because you are the users. If the bill will not be on the table to be used by manufacturers, what this bill will be meant for. So we have to make sure that it is meeting the requirement of various stakeholders. I think I have exhausted, unless the Honorable Dong wanted to add something.
Usually when you say that, you will have something to add.
Thank you very much, my colleague, Honorable Francine. First things first, there are two types of bills. There is the private members bill, which the Honorable Francine has proposed. And then we have, and we usually call them the private members bills, we call them the demand-driven bills. And then we have the supply-driven bills, because these ones are initiated by the Council of Ministers, the executive. And usually the two types of bills do not attract equal treatment at the Assembly. And that's why you see that there is a protracted process of legislating, coming up with the private members legislation in the East African community, because there are so many tests that the bill has got to pass before it can then be assented to by the heads of state summit. Now, the fundamentals in legislation at the EAC level starts with idea generation. You know, you need to look at the idea and take it through a vigorous test. It has to tick several boxes, because you need to evaluate the context in our different partner states. You have to look at the existing legislative frameworks. You have to look at the practices. You will have to look at the institutions that are there in those partner states, so that you're able to identify the gap that this particular legislation is supposed to fill. So in coming up with this specific legislation, I think the Honorable had looked at, you know, the context in the different partner states and in the region, and the spirit of it is to see how do we then have harmonized position. And that can only be done through a legislative frameworks using a piece of legislation. Now, partner states are very good at, they like to look at the low-hanging fruits. They are not good at heavyweight lifting. And this kind of legislation is heavyweight lifting, because you see, it touches on a lot of stakeholders that have deeply vested interests. And so most often partner states are not attracted to this heavyweight lifting. They would rather go for things that they quickly can fix, and where there is a semblance of, you know, common interests within the region, and pass it as a law. But where it requires that, you know, you have to delve deep and understand what is the interest in the different sectors, and come out with legislation that even ruffles some feathers, they will not go into it. That's why the Honorable's bill is facing challenges with financing. Now, but that does not mean that the bill is not necessary. This bill is now in the hands of the Assembly, but also it has been subjected to public hearing. And during public hearing, the bill goes through a cleaning process. It is cleaned up. A private member will come up through her research, will propose specific clauses in the bill. However, in the process of, you know, developing this bill, there could be clauses within the bill that could be cleaned out. But that should not compromise on the principle and the spirit of the bill. So when we went to the different partner states, they were able to provide input into this bill. And it's going to take a long process. This is not a bill that you're going to wake up and you pass it in 1 year. It's going to be a bill where we are going to make some compromises. We are going to have conversations around specific areas that could be controversial, but with a view of building minimum consensus on what works best for us in the industry. So I would rather that we look at it with those lenses, trying to see what is it that works best for the region, because we are desperate to have this regional collaboration. We are desperate to look at linkages. We want to see this regional value chain. You know, we want the sector. Remember that when COVID hit us, it really hit us so bad that I remember in one of those fora, I think it was the G20 fora recently, when President of South Africa, Ramaphosa, was saying, you know, we became beggars, you know, in the global scene, because we were saying, give us the opportunity, waive off some of these things so that we have the opportunity to develop our manufacturing, our vaccine manufacturing sector, because we have capacity to do it, you know, but still we were not able to negotiate our interests. So this should be an opportunity for us to say, can we have a regional legislative framework that allows for the different stakeholders to come together and be able to negotiate our interests. And if the law can provide that platform that gives us the opportunity to come together and negotiate those interests, that should be where our focus is. So for me, the bill has given us food for thought. It has given us a blueprint that we can add value to. You know, we can see areas where we can make contributions. And I'm glad that we have here diverse stakeholders that can actually input into that bill. So look at where your interests are. Now, our kind of legislation is quite different from that in the partner states, but we depend largely on partner state institutions to implement that. So you see, while we legislate at the regional level, the responsibility to implement is at the partner state level. But we also want to have, you know, an environment where in all the partner states, we are pulling in the same direction, so that we can all have the same practices, best practices. So I am glad that we are talking about the Bangladesh model, where the Bangladesh had to look internally and say, can we develop our own capacity? And in that, they were able to do 80%. It is possible at the regional level. The trouble we have in this region is the tendency to look inward. Most of our partner states tend to look inward. Up until recently, the United Republic of Tanzania was notorious for always, you know, whenever we got somewhere where there is a seeming consensus, they would not come out directly, but they would subject it to a protracted level of negotiation, discussions, internal agreements, in order to, you know, before you know it, something that is obvious is taking you 10 years and you shelve it off. So if you went to Arusha, you're going to find that we have very, very useful pieces of legislation that have not seen the daylight because of that principle of consensus. However, recently, Tanzania has tweaked its foreign policy and has actually begun to look outwardly, and actually has a very well articulated foreign policy position on its regional integration agenda. And that has encouraged most of us, because then these kind of conversations can take place. So my appeal is, let us look at what is workable. This bill, you can even clean it 30% out if it does not meet the regional, you know, minimum consensus for all the partner states. But its spirit should really not die, because I think it has a very good spirit of saying we must develop our capacity as a region to make sure that the pharmaceutical sector is growing. We have capacity to have vaccines, to develop our medicines, and we can trade and elevate our position in Africa in as far as vaccines and pharmaceuticals is concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, and thank you everyone for this morning session. We can give ourselves a round of applause for being very attentive. I think we've generated lots of knowledge and shared insights. So we shall take a 15-minute break, stretch a bit, take a cup of coffee, and we get back into our next session of the day. See you then. Oh, the T is just outside by the veranda. For where the camera person is, I think he can give us some some space to pass. Colleagues, we are starting in the next 2 minutes. You may carry your tea or snack, and we do a working tea arrangement. Since I have the next presenter, then I'm safe. Since we have the next presenter, we could as well start. So other members will join us online, even when they are physically present at the venue. So from the morning session, we have had quite a number of comments and questions regarding how Africa, all Africans, all even East Africans, can utilize the existing opportunities to harness vaccine access and manufacture. There are questions on how we can utilize the African Continental Free Trade Area, questions on how we can utilize the Partnership for Africa vaccine manufacturing, and questions on the African medicines regulatory harmonization, and questions on the African vaccine regulatory framework or forum. So the questions may not have exhaustively been answered by the earlier panelists because of the orientation of their presentation. But to allay your fears is that our next presentation is exclusively on assessing the state of play of trade-related policies and negotiations and their impact on the prospects of local vaccine manufacturing and access in Africa. And we're going to use the African Continental Free Trade Area Investment Protocol, protocol, and other relevant frameworks to achieve manufacturing on innovative vaccines across the continent. And to do that with me is none other than our own Mr. Rangarirai Machmedze Rangarirai, the coordinator of Siatini Southern Africa. Please, you're welcome to take us through this discussion. Over to you.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And good morning, colleagues. I hope we are all alive and well. In the program, it says I've got 1 hour, but I was told to do it in the next 20 minutes. So my presentation was going to take an hour, but I will try to compress it to finish in 20 minutes. And I'm always happy to be in Uganda. Actually, in the last 3 months, this is my third time to be in Uganda, and perhaps to cement relations and regional integration. It will be good if you could facilitate, if I could get a wife here, such that the relations are cemented. Well, as the facilitator said, I'm looking at using the African Continental Free Trade Area, specifically the Intellectual Property Rights Protocol and other relevant frameworks to achieve manufacturing of the needed vaccines across the African continent. And by way of introducing my presentation, I just want to emphasize that if you look at Africa, where we are within the global financial and economic architecture, you will find that the rules that are in place since the times when we adopted structural adjustment programs to the times when the WTO came into being in 1995, these rules have been skewed against African countries in particular, and developing countries in general in terms of their own development. So we need to understand the political economy context of where we are as Africa in terms of the global financial and economic architecture. So if you look at the agreements that we have signed, be they bilateral investment treaties that we have, particularly with industrialized countries, including even with China, the IMF, World Bank policies that we tend to follow. In fact, when IMF comes to our countries under the so-called Article 4 consultations, what they are simply doing is to make an assessment of whether you are conforming to a certain architecture that has already been put in place, which is not really an architecture that will facilitate the development of African countries. Now, if you look at all these global instruments, they constrain the development of supportive national and regional policies for development, even the African Continental Free Trade Area. Because if you look at the premises on which it is based, the AFCFTA, it is based basically on the WTO architecture, which on its own is a flawed architecture in terms of our own development. So when we come to talk about the protocols that are attendant to the AFCFTA itself, it then becomes very difficult to see where we can utilize the provisions of the articles for our own development, because the overall framework is a flawed framework. The rules, they are against our own development. They favor certain countries who are politically and economically powerful. Now, I just want to ask you a question. How many of us here have seen a report that was published in August by China on the US compliance with the WTO's multilateral trading system. How many of us have seen that report? By China. It was produced by China in August on WTO's compliance or US compliance with WTO rules. I encourage you to look for that report and read it. I will just give you some tidbits of what the report is saying. It's a 69-page report, which if you read it, you start to think again to say, so what do we do in terms of our own development? Now, the report starts by saying the US is the principal beneficiary of the multilateral trading system. Principal beneficiary. It says its financial, internet, high-tech giants, and on high-tech giants, that's where you find even pharmaceutical companies. The multinational corporations, the farmers, the ranchers have all benefited greatly from trade liberalization. That's its entry point. All of these have benefited greatly from trade liberalization. Then it goes the subheadings. If you just read the subheadings, it just makes interesting reading. One of the subheadings, it says, a destroyer of the multilateral trading system. This is an official report. Another one, it says, a unilateralist and bullying hegemonist. And if you go deep into that report, as they try to qualify the subheadings, that's when you realize that we are in for a treat, particularly as developing countries. It says it abuses national security exceptions when it applies its rules of trade. It engages in economic coercion. It abuses export control and sanctions measures. A double standard manipulator on industrial policies. That's the language which is in that report. And a disturber of global industrial supply chains. Now, when Sangita Shashkant made a presentation earlier on, you remember when she was talking about the TRIPS agreement, she said the TRIPS agreement was basically introduced in the multilateral trading system under the WTO by pharmaceutical companies, particularly and service providers from the US, because they had seen that they would benefit from that presentation. May you go back to the first slide? It was just my introduction. So that's what I just wanted to let you know, to say when we are looking at the issues that we are looking at, we need to have a political economy lens of what we are talking about. The issues of manufacturing cannot be separated from issues of industrial policy, from issues of trade policy, from our own national intellectual property rights policies, from issues that coordinate the different sectoral policies that we have. It should be a cocktail of policies that will enhance manufacturing in our own countries. Now, can you move on to the next slide? Now, if you look at the Intellectual Property Rights Protocol of the African Continental Free Trade Area, this has been adopted earlier this year in February by the African Union Summit members. And I'm underlying there, on a level playing ground. If the playing ground was level, then IPRs could be useful to stimulate innovation and encourage research and development. But as it is, the field is not level, particularly for developing countries. And this is where we want to get to say, now that it's not level, how do we go about it to ensure that we make maximum benefit, or we take maximum benefit from the IP protocol? Now, It offers incentives through royalties for a novel development with utility value, if it is something that can be replicated in terms of reproducing something that is innovative enough for the development of the economies and so forth. But what is crucial is for our governments to provide incentives and support to local talent to exploit their resources for innovative developments, particularly in the fields of pharmaceutical technology, drug formulation, industrial processes, and so forth. We'll come back to these issues as Sangita raised them. Next slide. Let's just put everything in the context of where we are. If we really want to make the different linkages, as I was saying, not just to look at pharmaceutical manufacturing or vaccine manufacturing or medicines manufacturing. If we look at the broad context, you will find that over 25% of the pharmaceutical market, in terms of Africa, we have over 25% of the pharmaceutical market, but we only produce about 2% of the drugs that we consume. So what does it mean when we say we account for 25% of the pharmaceutical market? It essentially means the disease burden in Africa is so huge to the extent that we need about 25% of the pharmaceutical market in terms of the medicines that are required to treat, that are required to prevent different diseases. Now, annually we import over 14 billion US dollars worth of drugs in order to deal with that particular disease burden that we have. So already, if you look at it, there is a huge incentive for us to invest in local manufacturing, local pharmaceutical production. Remember, it's not only local pharmaceutical production, it's also local manufacturing beyond the pharmaceutical sector. It could be the agricultural sector, because in the agricultural sector, that's where you can get foods that can help prevent some of the diseases that we have. So that's why I was saying we have to look at it holistically. Say when we talk of IP, it has to apply to the agricultural sector, it has to apply in industry, it has to apply in the pharmaceutical sector, and so forth and so on. So this is a huge issue that we are dealing with. It's not a small issue that we are dealing with. Now, similarly, Africa consumes about 1.3 billion vaccines annually, comprising 25% of the global demand for vaccines. Africa, 25% of the global demand, is consumed in Africa. And of this, only 12 million vaccine doses were manufactured in Africa in 2019. That's the best year that we are using there, accounting for 1% of its requirements, indicating that Africa depends on imports for 99% of its vaccine needs. I think this is now common knowledge. We know it. Those who have been following the partnerships for African vaccine manufacturing, we know that these are the issues. Now, the high costs of imported medicines, they do not only increase the health burden of the continent, but also have negative implications on access and affordability. Now, when we talk of access and affordability, about 90% of the population in Africa, they buy medicines through out-of-pocket payments. And out-of-pocket payments, they were popularized during the IMF World Bank structural adjustment programs, where the adjustment programs were saying the governments must ensure that the populations, they pay for their own health. You must not subsidize the health sector, and so forth and so on. So it's a well-calculated structure of impoverishment that African countries are subjected to. That started way back. It's not just about looking at manufacturing, or it's a well-calculated aspect where we need to continue to be dependent upon those who can produce, to continue to save us whilst they are making profits out of the misery of African countries. That's why I said it's important that we look at this holistically. Next slide. When it comes to manufacturing, I think I need to link all this such that we have a grasp of all this. Industrialization in Africa continues to face challenges. There's no doubt we've got different programs that African countries have put in place. Even at national level, we've got industrial policies that we have. At regional level, we have got industrialization policies that we have. At continental level, we have the accelerated industrial development for Africa. We've got the PIDA programs that we have at African Union level. But despite those, Africa only accounts for 2% of world manufacturing value added. And when you look at the world average of manufacturing value added per capita, it's almost 9 times higher than that of Africa. So we continue to rely on trading raw materials. We continue to rely on our own raw materials that we are not adding value to. But Africa's market share in manufacturing exports accounts for about 1.3% of world exports in 2020, while primary goods accounted for 8.8%. So you can see the disparities that we have. And then in terms of employment, the manufacturing sector, remember we're talking about manufacturing here. The manufacturing sector accounts for just 6.2% of total employment in Africa. So which means the other employment, it is in all the other sectors that do not really do manufacturing. Now, for IPRs and industrial policies, something that Sangita referred to earlier on, if you go to any research that has been done, it will be by the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, it shows that many successful catching up episodes of industrialization, particularly for the developed countries, occurred under conditions of relatively weak IPR regimes, allowing easier knowledge acquisition, allowing imitation, and that's what China was doing. Before China joined the WTO in 2001, it relied mostly on imitation. They were saying it was stealing technology and so forth and so on, because it was not bound by policies of the World Trade Organization. So it was free to steal. It was free to do whatever it was doing without inviting the sanctions of the dispute settlement body of the WTO. But on the other hand, strong IPR regimes are vigorously promoted, mainly by developed countries or economies on the innovation front. This is why we have challenges to say, I don't know, have you heard about this book by Ha-Jun Chang called Kicking Away the Ladder, right? So if strong economies developed their own industries behind walls of weak IPR regimes, why are they saying now, as African countries, as developing countries, you have to enforce strong intellectual property rules? Because they know, this confirms what Sangita was now saying, to say intellectual property becomes a barrier to manufacturing, becomes a barrier to development. Only those who manage to develop are the ones who continue to develop. Now, IP regimes could limit the scope of patent protection for African countries in the early stages of industrial development with respect to countries' international obligations, including TRIPS. Now, look at the next slide. Okay, I'll come back to that point when we go to the next slide. But what is important is, if you look at the different varieties of intellectual property rights, the following are likely to be the most relevant modalities in relation to industrial policies as well as manufacturing. For patents, you are looking at in terms of chemicals, drugs, plastics, engines, turbines, electronics, and industrial control and scientific equipment. For utility models, particularly in mechanical industry, that also relates to medical equipment, industrial designs for clothing, automobiles, electronics, furniture, etc. Now, if you look at the next slide now, just look at how many patent applications were done by Africa in 2009 and in 2019, and compare it with what is happening in other regions of the world. In Africa in 2009, we had 12,600 number of applications. And in 2019, this rose, of course, to 16,100. But compare it with Europe or Asia or even North America, where you are looking at hundreds of thousands of new patent applications. Why? Because they had moved a ladder up in terms of innovation and development. And there are no new innovative technologies that are coming out, which they are patenting for further use of their own development. But if you look now at the share of the world total, for Africa in 2009, in terms of new patents application, it was just 0.7%. Whilst if you compare it with Asian countries, the share is 50.9%. And in 2019, it even dropped to 0.5%. So these statistics, they really tell us that we are in a very difficult situation when it comes to manufacturing. The next table. Now, if you look at the next table, it's just showing the different types of IPR, the trademarks, the industrial designs, the plant variety, protection, geographical indications. And again, if you look at the share of Africa's trademarks, for example, you are looking at just about 1.7% in 2019 as compared, for example, to Asia, 70.6%, industrial designs, 1.3%, as compared to Asia, 68%, or Europe, 24%, and so forth and so on. So it shows that we are still very, we are still crawling in terms of coming up with new innovations that are critical for manufacturing, that are critical for industry and industrialization, and therefore that are critical for our own manufactured goods that we are able to utilize internally and that we are also able to trade with other regions. Next slide. Now, if you look at the IPR protocol of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, it has got very noble objectives in terms of enhancing manufacturing, particularly for vaccines and medicines. So I'm not going to go through the objectives, but just for you to see that there are good intentions in terms of the protocol itself. But as I said earlier on, it's premised on the wrong architecture. So how are we going to move out of that wrong architecture, even if when we have good intentions of the IPR protocol? This is where we should come in as civil society organizations, as well as other key stakeholders, when we try to develop now the annexes that will support the implementation or the achievement of these objectives. Next slide. Now, the scope of the protocol itself, it covers everything that you may think of in terms of intellectual property. And I like the first one, plant variety protection. Here in Uganda, just to think of the area where you come from. I'm sure you are aware of certain plant varieties that are in existence in this country that you know are very useful, particularly for the treatment of certain diseases, but which other regions do not know. And if these are protected, we are then able not only to get royalties out of it, but to be able to develop our own pharmaceutical industry that is based on natural resources that we have, so that we do not import some of the raw materials for the manufacture of certain drugs, medicines, vaccines that we require, because we have the resources here. How do we value add? How do we extract them so that we protect these and we do not have biopiracy or theft of these, and they are patented by other developed multinational corporations? It has happened in other countries where they will come in, they partner, for example, with Makerere University to develop a certain drug, and they patent it. It's now owned by a certain multinational corporation, but the resources are here. So this protocol that we have The good thing when it talks about plant variety protection, it says you can use a sui generis system to develop your own protection. A sui generis, it just means one of its kind, which means we have got the latitude to develop our own system that we believe can work in protecting the plant varieties that we have. The others, the utility models are very important, particularly for utility models. And I'm sure here in Uganda, we have seen quite a number of youth who have come up with very good designs in different industries. Those are the utility models that need to be adopted and protected under the AFCFTA protocol. Then the last one that is also very important, which is linked to the first one that I talked about, is traditional knowledge. Traditional cultural expressions and genetic resources and emerging technologies and other emerging issues. These are all covered by the AFCFTA protocol, that if they are protected from our own perspective, then we should be able to incentivize local production. Next slide. Chair, where is the facilitator? I like talking, so please stop me when the time is up. Thank you. Okay. There are different provisions within the AFCFTA protocol, and I thought I should just highlight what I think are some critical provisions. There is Article 5, the most favored nation treatment. This one, you will find it across all the different protocols. It's coming from the WTO, which if you grant certain favors to one, you have granted to all. So is it going to assist us, to develop our own, systems that are not disturbed by other parties as they come in? Of course, national treatment is another one. Then Article 7, for me, Article 7 is a game changer, or is going to be a game changer for African countries. It says, for the purpose of this protocol, the rights conferred by intellectual property shall be exhausted when a product covered by or incorporating an intellectual property right has been introduced on the AFC market by the right holder or with the right holder's consent. So what this essentially means is, if you have somebody who has invented this, it could be a certain drug for the treatment of a disease, and this drug is patented, right? As soon as it enters the AFCFTA market or is introduced by the inventor of that particular drug, then all the intellectual property rights accorded to that particular drug, they cease to exist. That's what intellectual property rights. They cease to exist once it comes onto the market. Now, here is the challenge. Here is the challenge. The article is in the main body of the protocol. But then if you read the number 2, it says, conditions for the applicability of exhaustion of a specific intellectual property right may be included in the relevant annex to this protocol to be developed in accordance with this article. This is where the issue is. We have got annexes to, can you go back to the previous slide? All these, we are going to have annexes that are going to be developed to explain their implementation. And this is where the challenge is. Somebody talked about GIZ earlier on. The influence of such international cooperating partners, particularly in the development of the nitty-gritty details of the provision of this, is going to be very important. And that's where we need to come in as different stakeholders, not stakeholders from outside, external partners. So that's where we need to be vigilant now when we are developing the specific details of how the exhaustion of intellectual property rights is going to be applied. So we have a huge piece of work in front of us when negotiations are taking place for the development of those annexes. That's where we need to come in. with different positions or with different specific issues that should be included. So those from industry, particularly domestic industry, that's where we need your technical expertise to assist in the development of these, such that our policymakers, when they apply these, Madam Taruzana, is it? Rutazana, when you sit down in the East African Legislative Assembly to decide this, we would have given you information that will assist you just to ensure that you put down the national legislative framework. Now, I just put this in red. It's Article 6 of the TRIPS agreement, which is completely the opposite of what Article 7 of the AFCFTA protocol says. In the TRIPS agreement of the World Trade Organization, it just says, for the purposes of dispute settlement under this agreement, subject to the provisions of Articles 3 and 4, nothing in this agreement shall be used to address the issue of the exhaustion of intellectual property rights. So you can see earlier on I said, the global architecture that we have, it has been well designed to ensure that our own development is frustrated. But I am happy with what our negotiators for the IP protocol have done, particularly with regards to this. So this one, at least we can give them a hand of applause for developing that particular. So there are also issues to do with patents. I'm not going to go through it, but what is important in the AFCFTA protocol is they have made it deliberate to address issues of patent law to ensure that it does not hinder access to medicines, vaccines, diagnostics, therapeutics, and other healthcare essential inputs, ingredients and processes, and other essential tools consistent with intellectual property treaties to which they are part. Now, it's just giving us, it's a normative framework, which is just giving us the way we should be developing our own annexes, because an annex on patents is also going to be developed on how this is going to be ensured in terms of our own manufacturing, as well as in terms of our own legislation, policies, regulatory frameworks that we have. So that's good. Then, yes, this one, Sangita talked about it earlier on, but what I just wanted to show on this one, for example, when the TRIPS agreement was amended in 2005 to incorporate the so-called TRIPS flexibilities that she was talking about. It was in 2005, and it only came into being in 2017. So you can look at the gap from 2005 when it was agreed to be amended, but only came into being after 2/3 members of the WTO ratified it. Now, next slide. Just look at Uganda, or maybe not Uganda, but Mauritius, I think. Where's Mauritius? Yes. 3 years after the agreement was amended, Mauritius ratified it, 2008, right? Then look at Namibia. How many years? How many years? Sorry? From 2005 to 2023. Right. Now, we are talking about flexibilities in the TRIPS agreement that will enhance manufacturing of pharmaceutical products, especially for those countries that do not have sufficient manufacturing capacity. And we ask ourselves, why does it take more than 15 years for a country just to ratify something that they have been fighting for, including even other countries? Look, some 2019, some 2022, 2015, from 2005. Why? Do we have that political will to enhance manufacturing. So even if we have the IP protocol in place, how are we going to utilize it to our own advantage? Sangita talked about the TRIPS waiver. Nobody is going to use the TRIPS waiver. It's only for 5 years. If it takes more than 15 years just to ratify an agreement, what about 5 years that has been granted by the waiver of intellectual property rights under the TRIPS agreement? So there is a lot of work that we need to do. Somebody earlier on, that's the advantage of being a presenter, Mr. Facilitator. Somebody earlier on talked about the LDCs, you know, having we call it special and differential treatment, right? Having a long period of time to implement the TRIPS provisions until 2034. If you ask those countries, since the formation of the WTO in 1995, they've already been given, you know, long implementation periods. How many countries have utilized that provision to develop their own internal capacity for pharmaceutical manufacturing? You may find that none. So where is the problem? I think this is what we need to interrogate. Where is the problem? You can move to the next slide. These are other progressive provisions of the AFCFTA protocol, which I think, for example, the utility models, as they say, state parties subject to their capabilities make available technical assistance to micro, small and medium enterprises or individual entrepreneurs with special consideration to women, youth and persons with disabilities in various manufacturing fields to effectively utilize utility models. And I was just looking for the definition of utility models for the benefit of everyone. A utility model is an exclusive right granted by the government for an innovation or invention, which is either a product process that offers a new technical solution to a problem. And I'm sure you have seen quite a number of small, medium enterprises that have come up with solutions to some of the challenges that we are facing. But how many of these have been granted utility models by governments to support them, such that we do not continue to rely on imports from outside? But I'm happy that the AFCFTA protocol, it provides for this. And again, nitty-gritty details will be developed again in other areas. Next slide. This one is specific in the protocol to public health emergencies and local production of pharmaceuticals, where the protocol itself is granting state parties to ensure that there is coherence among national policies on intellectual property rights, in innovation, in trade, in industry, and health to promote local production. So if you look at all the processes across the different sectors, they are covered by the IP protocol, which gives us an opportunity now to say, how best do we harness the different complementarities that exist in different sectors, such that we have one national policy that covers all the sectors. We will see when we come to recommendations. Now, if you look at in terms of vaccine manufacturing, we have got quite a number of countries that have announced different projects. In East Africa, you have got all the countries, Rwanda, Tanzania is there, Kenya is there, Uganda is there. Now, all these different projects, how best can we harness intellectual property rights such that we do not have the separate projects that we have, but we can just have one project that is supported by all these, you know, countries in terms of resources, technical assistance, financial resources, human capital, to develop perhaps one huge vaccine manufacturing plant for the East African region. Because this is just for vaccines, but look, each and every country within the East African community have announced different projects. Well, some of these things, I think we do not need to be told, but we just need to see how best we can do it if we are enhancing regional integration and cooperation as a region. Next slide. So those are the annexes that I was talking about, that specific annexes have to be developed on all these areas, and this is where we need to come in. Next slide. Now, some of the key issues to consider moving forward when developing the annexes, we need to take cognizance of the fact that the African continent right now has the youngest population with around 60% of its population of 1.3 billion under the age of 25. It means something for our own development. As the knowledge-based economy has been expanding, along with progress on the fourth industrial revolution, many young entrepreneurs and job seekers are entering particularly the ICT industries, which are critical for manufacturing, 3D printing, and so forth and so on. And with an increasingly digitized economy and a store of innovative youth, working on IP registration and protection will be key to harnessing the full potential of youth and promoting a knowledge-based digital economy, because that's where we are going. That's the direction that we are taking. And also to take cognizance of the fact that Africa is rich in terms of its culture and heritage, something that we can take advantage of in terms of implementing intellectual property rights. There are intangible forms of arts and culture, music, performance, etc., that we can also patent for our own development, because the industries, they are all interlinked. It's not just vaccine manufacturing, but they are all interlinked. And if we do that, we are developing policies that cater for all the overall development of a nation, and not specific sector development of a nation. Next slide. In terms of biodiversity, it's the same thing. And I like the biodiversity that you find in countries like Uganda, which are in the tropics, where it is rich in biodiversity with living organisms that comprise around a quarter of global biodiversity. That's where you have got the resources for vaccines, resources for other drugs, manufacturing, and so forth. The animal and plant genetic resources provide immense possibility for African people to take advantage of promoting biotechnology, particularly biotechnology, in view of developing new, safe, and nutritional foods and food products, as well as pharmaceutical products. This is what we need to take cognizance of. And local communities will also be able to benefit economically through the transfer of traditional knowledge, including in the areas of agriculture and traditional medicines, of which traditional and complementary medicine right now is recognized under the World Trade Organization. And in most countries, up to about between 40 and 60% of the population, they actually use traditional and complementary medicine. And we need to take advantage of that, of the IP protocol for its protection. Next slide. I think my last two slides. Now, in terms of recommendations, I always emphasize this point. We have got so many enabling policies that we have developed at regional level, be it in East Africa or in Southern Africa. We have got good policies in place. However, the challenge is on implementation and enforcement. That's where we have that challenge. Now, in terms of the IP protocol, as well as other instruments that we have, if we could work to implement community and stakeholder outreach on the AFCFTA and other rules, instruments, and structures for regional and continental integration, that will actually enhance the uptake of what these instruments offer. I liked it. Someone earlier on in the morning, I think it was you, who talked about how many of us are aware of the provisions of the agreements that we have, whether it is in industry or whether it is other key stakeholders. How many are aware of them? Just to be aware of them, they are able to apply their provisions, and it becomes easier to reap the benefits out of it. We need to develop, with the involvement of both state and non-state stakeholders, a national implementation plan of the AFCFTA, including a monitoring framework. That way, we will see whether we are making any progress in terms of developing the national capacities, the national legislation that is in conformity with the AFCFTA protocols. Expedite the harmonization of legal and regulatory frameworks that enable implementation of the AFCFTA and incentivize local pharmaceutical production. Then establish sector-wide approaches to planning but now this is really important. Establishing sector-wide approaches to planning and budgeting to integrate AFCFTA and regional priorities to foster successes in line with key national development priorities from the AFCFTA implementation. More often than not, you will find that we have certain policies or protocols or programs that are given prominence over the others when it comes to regional integration issues, even at national level. But if you have a sector-wide approaches to planning and budgeting that takes cognizance of the different sectors into place, it will help to locate the implementation of the different provisions of the protocols. Next slide. Then continental level coordination of the research and development and regional manufacturing efforts under the African Union and regional bodies is going to be key if we are to reap the benefits of the AFCFTA and the related protocols like the IP protocol. Then ensure interministerial collaboration among the relevant policy and enforcement authorities for regular monitoring of the AFCFTA's implementation and reporting on the outcomes, including to Parliament. Assess and report publicly on the impact of the AFCFTA and its protocols and their measures, particularly on different sectors, including manufacturing, vaccine, and medicines development, and of course, implementation of TRIPS flexibilities. And then lastly, the last slide. These two, for me, are really critical. I've been doing research to establish how other countries have come about developing their pharmaceutical industries. If you go to China, if you go to India, you will find that they have established special economic zones to promote and incentivize the manufacture of health-related products. For trade, we will need to also do that within the AFCFTA in terms of the health technologies, in terms of pharmaceuticals, and in terms of other related areas like fortified foods, along with measures that promote regional integration and sustainable development, and the establishment of agro-industrial parks across countries for products that develop value chains and promote health and nutrition. Now, if you look at countries like India, they have got these special economic zones or industrial parks where related industries come together, the ICT industries. They benefit from a common supply, for example, of utilities, water, energy, from that. And it becomes easier for them, even other service industries, to support their own manufacturing processes. And that's how they have developed, particularly their pharmaceutical sectors. So if we have deliberate policies to also do that in Africa, in East Africa, in Southern Africa, even at a sub-regional level, that will actually incentivize local pharmaceutical production. Then the last point, develop an AFCFTA protocol on the movement of health personnel in line with the International Code on the Recruitment of Health Personnel and the existing regional agreements to ensure equitable distribution of health personnel and promote harmonized standards, conditions, and capacities. Now, this might appear to be too far-fetched. Earlier on, somebody asked about whether there is training that is taking place of pharmaceutical manufacturing, if you remember, from the previous plenary discussions. Now, I wanted to take advantage of my presentation to say, if you look at the Africa CDC right now, it is offering some specialized training courses in biopharmaceutical manufacturing, good manufacturing practice, good laboratory practice, good clinical laboratory practice, and pharmacovigilance, and so forth and so on. Now, the challenge that I've seen with those kinds of trainings that they are offering. Exactly. They are very short and they are crash programs. And besides that, they are just saying anyone who wants to apply can just apply to participate in these courses without institutionalizing the courses at the national level through either the ministries of health or ministries of industry and so forth and so forth. Now, if you do that, you know you have got the human capital that is essential for manufacturing. But even if you develop that human capital without this protocol on the free movement of people to regulate their movement, right now, if you ask vaccinologists, like, hey, I'm not a prophet, but let me tell you, in the last 3 to 4 months, you have even been thinking of going to work in the United States of America because of the knowledge that you have gained. Without this, we can train people and they'll just go away. And we are just left poorer. So the implementation of the different protocols that we already have to sustainably ensure a manufacturing system that will continue within the African continent is going to be incentivized through this. Although the code on the recruitment of health personnel is a voluntary code, but the protocol itself will benefit from the provisions that it has. And that way, we are harnessing the different sectoral issues, putting together protocols that are coherent, putting together policies that are coherent, and that will ensure that manufacturing takes place at the continental level. So these are some of the few issues that I wanted to raise on this presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let's give him another round of applause. He slightly didn't use 1 hour like he had promised, but it's just due to the information and the wealth of knowledge that he was sharing with us, which is very important from a practitioner's point of view. But most importantly, from his discussions, 2 things were intriguing for me. When they ask us who are given a transition period to take care of the waiver on trips, which is ending, which has been extended to 2034. And he challenged us, did we use that flexibility? To what extent? So do we have to always wait for pandemics or crises to remind us that there are provisions within the law which could make us better, which could put us in a better position to manage pandemics or crises? That was very important. The second thing I think I can take away, again with the utilization of the same, most of us have seen the Maasai Kikoi as East African countries. You've very good brand. But when you go on the streets of Paris today, or even in Geneva, and you find Maasai shorts, the men who love, I see Ugandans love it too much. And you compare the cost of that short produced by Louis Vuitton and that you buy from the East African market, you'll be surprised. The short may go for about 900,000 euros. But is it a problem for Kenya or for Louis Vuitton, who took advantage of copycatting the Kikoi, knowing its masculinity and the strength of the Maasai people? Should Kenya go ahead in the World Trade Organization to counter that? You have that capacity to counter Louis Vuitton. So some of these nitty-gritties, what our colleague has highlighted here. We shall have a set of questions from the team. I know there should be very many, but we shall have to limit them. Let's have 4 maximum, and then we'll delve into another discussion. I've been advised by the hoteliers that they saw us take lunch at take break close to lunchtime, so they have been forced to extend our lunchtime to about 30 minutes. So you'll bear with me on that. I hope we are still a little bit okay. Yes, Madam Jane.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ranga, for a very, very, very excellent presentation. 2 issues. One, in fact, the issue, Robert, you have raised about utilization of the flexibilities. And this issue was also raised by Sangita in the first presentation, that our negotiators fight so hard in the WTO, now in the CFTA, to have these flexibilities. I just want to give you an example. On the scope, there is the issue of the plant variety protection. In Uganda in 2014, we passed an act on the Plant Varieties Protection Act 2014. We are protecting breeders' rights. Breeders' rights. And I doubt whether that we should be protecting breeders' rights. In fact, when you look at it, it's just breeders' rights. So the issue of what we have, those very good protocols, and what we already have. And this is my question. What are we going to do with the laws, the regulatory framework we have, which is so outdated? Another question which I want to ask is the issue around the technology transfer. We can't do all that without technology transfer. And like I said, I was in the WTO for the policy forum. The issue of technology transfer is back on the agenda in the WTO. You remember the working group and all that. Although that today it's about, again, the energy transition. That's why the energy, that technology transfer is back on that table. But it's already there. But when you look at our industrial policy, our investment policy, we have nothing on technology transfer. So how do we ensure that our policies and laws are harmonized and that we are taking advantage of those flexibilities? Thank you.
Thank you. Asaj.
Thank you very much for your very insightful presentation. Mine is just to reinforce, Jen, first of all, I think there is need to update our investment competition policies to speak to the current. I think for me, that's the gap I see. The second thing is I want to speak to, I don't know whether we still have the online community, but I would just request that I say this off the mic with your permission. Yeah, with your permission.
Thank you. There was, okay. Today the ladies are very active, so I want to talk about gender aspects.
Okay, thank you. I think mine is also just mentioning on what Madam Jen had actually shared around the investment discussion. Because when it comes to our regulatory, in the investment code, how we're actually trying to protect local investors, and even the principles in the AFCFTA and different also different protocols that speak to the MFN, challenging how investors should be treated and their state investor obligations. There's been a big challenge with that, and I feel like that is a connection to the IPR protocol, because if we do not find ways of managing internally our investment regulations, as well as even seeing to it that you spoke about the special economic zones. One of the most important things is that right now as Uganda, we actually don't have a very fundamental regulatory framework for our special economic zones. And the challenge that they're seeing is that, of course, the AFCFTA is liberalizing so much that we'll get so many products coming in, so many companies coming in to produce, and most will use it as dumping grounds. So how do we find ways of managing that as well? Because even while we want to encourage pharmaceutical, industry and manufacturing, there is a worry that if we are not prepared, we could also instead be turned into dumping grounds for a number of these different companies that are coming to shape to kind of foster their own gains. So we need to see to how we can be able to also find a way to pivot our recommendations to protect that aspect. Thank you.
Finally, I hope you're not planning to go to the US.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ranga, for the very enlightening presentation. I have a few contributions and questions, and I'll make them very brief. I think my first contribution is in line with what Haj was saying, that I think one of my thoughts is that beyond training people who are already practicing, manufacturers that are practicing, I think as Africa, we need to start rethinking our curriculums. In terms of, we talked about, we have the youngest population in Africa, and the world is evolving very fast. We have AI and things are changing. I think we need to start thinking of how we can quickly change with the world. How can we not just have, as a scientist, most of these things I've learned in practice. And if I knew them before practice, they would change how I would start practicing. So start having our pharmacy programs, our drug development programs should actually be teaching things like IP rights. How do we use them to our advantage? And then the second thing is, how can we incorporate traditional medicines practitioners? I'm sure every African country has all of these. One of the things I studied in my bachelor's program is pharmacognosy, and where we went out to different communities and learned about different herbs and what they do. And the thing with what was the biggest challenge in the course was most of the traditional medicines practitioners in the country where I was taught were unwilling to share their information, because they would say, you're going to sell this off to the Zungus and our knowledge is gone and we get nothing instead of it. We get nothing from it. So they keep their secrets to themselves. What are we doing to actually teach them about IP rights and how they can use them to benefit themselves and in turn benefit Africa as a whole? because we have a wealth of knowledge in all these plants, but we're actually not using it to our advantage. And then lastly, how can we highlight these advantages to decision makers? I think since the first presentation, what we keep seeing is that there is a lack of political will, because most of the countries don't know how they can benefit individually as a country. And there are all these advantages that we have seen, but I feel like as advocates, as civil society, we're not making enough noise for them to know that it's not just a humanitarian thing. They can actually benefit as a country, because as human beings, we're selfish. We're not going to start inputting into a program until we see what we can benefit. So let's use their benefits to convince them to participate in all of this. We should not be blind to the fact that we are selfish. It's who we are as human beings. So let's play on that. Thank you very much.
Last, I wanted to confirm if Ranga's that's the last one, sorry. If Ranga's presentation was copyrighted, I saw many people take pictures. Over to you.
Thank you very much for this. Thank you, colleagues, for the questions and comments. Quite insightful, and I might not have answers to all the questions, but I have perhaps one or two issues that I want to share in response to the questions. The first one, which was on the utilization of flexibilities by Jane. I think this is now with hindsight, I think it was important that the member states developed the protocols without the nitty-gritty details of the annexes. And this is an opportunity that we now have, particularly if you look at the issues of the plant variety protection laws that we have that need to be updated. It now needs to incorporate issues not only from the perspective of plant breeders' rights, but also from perspectives of communities, issues to do with the prior informed consent, especially if we can take advantage of, for example, the Nagoya Protocol. It has got very interesting provisions that communities can actually benefit from that, and not just the plant breeders' rights, but also the rights of communities, issues to do with PIC and so forth. But importantly is the updating of the laws and the regulation, the regulatory frameworks that we have. And this is where we should come in as well as civil society organizations, to take what is important and critical from other international instruments. If you look at the pandemic influenza preparedness framework that was developed after the 2007 challenges that were presented at the WHO, you will find that it has got some very progressive provisions that can be utilized to protect particularly genetic resources that are coming from communities, and how communities can access benefits out of the utilization of their resources coming from those communities. And I think if we do our advocacy around those areas and the updating of the laws and regulatory frameworks to take cognizance of that, that will actually facilitate the development of very progressive regulatory frameworks. Then in terms of technology transfer, there's no doubt that the intellectual property rights, the major issue on intellectual property rights, obviously, they play a critical role to facilitate or to do otherwise on technology transfer. And that's where the issue is. That's why we started earlier on in our presentation, we were talking about why intellectual property rights were introduced. It was simply because the companies which had developed these technologies, they wanted to protect them. But now we need to go beyond that, and the issues of exhaustion of intellectual property rights issues, where I was saying this is now a game changer because it will facilitate technology transfer. And there are so many debates around technology transfer, particularly on how receptive are we also as African countries in terms of capacities that exist within us to utilize technology that is transferred to us. So it's a two-way process that we also need to take cognizance of, and it's all linked to industrial policies, to trade policies, and so forth. So we need to do advocacy around updating our laws, updating our investment laws, our competition laws. If you read the IP protocol together with the investment protocol, and particularly the competition protocol, I like the language also, which is in the competition protocol of the AFCFTA. It acknowledges that there are so many deficits that are in existence in Africa when it comes to competition laws and the policies. And these need to be developed such that we protect not only the communities, but we protect the small, micro, medium enterprises. We also protect domestic and infant industries. It makes reference to those domestic and infant industries that are able to produce for domestic consumption, as well as that utilizes local content, knowledge, resources, and so forth. So the challenge that we have is how far have we gone in developing national competition laws, as well as the policies, as well as establishing the competition authorities within our countries, because they are going to play a very crucial role in the implementation of the AFCFTA, as well as regulating the movement of goods and services. The issue that Penina was also raising with regards to anti-dumping and so forth. It's the regulatory institutions that are going to be really critical, as provided for in other protocols, and we need to be advocating for that. I wouldn't agree more with Haji on the issues that you have raised, including even on the connection between the education that we have and the kind of industrial policies, manufacturing policies that we have. In some instances, I always tell people to say, I think we need to go back to the basics. And going back to the basics, it simply means let us review the kind of educational system that we have. It was developed during the time when we were colonized, and we continued with that kind of educational system where it reinforces the dependence on these other countries for everything. But education needs to be decolonized such that it is contextualized for our own needs and for our own development, and linking our university institutions, our polytechnics, our institutions of higher learning to the needs of industry and to the needs of the communities. It will help us to come up with a framework and educational policy, as well as educational courses that speak to our own industrialization and development. And I think I would support that as well. Then the issues to do with traditional, how to incorporate traditional knowledge and so forth, medicines, the traditional medicines practitioners into the whole debate. As I said earlier on, if you read UN reports, WHO reports, they tell you that most countries, we have between 40 and 60% of the populations now utilizing traditional medicines. Now, a holistic approach to all this is to ensure that in the trainings that we are having, the traditional practitioners, they are also part and parcel of the system, part and parcel of the system, not only in terms of the trainings, but even the outreach programs that we have. They have to reach out to traditional practitioners. The interesting thing is the majority of the countries that are having the populations utilizing between 40 to 60% of traditional medicines, they have also developed traditional medicines laws and regulations, which in terms of advocacy, we should also reach out, to those such that it's read together with other access and benefit sharing mechanisms, which they don't know. Because some of the countries, they have developed very progressive access and benefit sharing mechanisms, particularly for those traditional practitioners who can benefit from the utilization of their knowledge and so forth. So it's just a question of knowledge that has not been extended to them, that they can benefit also by the use of their own medicines using the national laws, national regulations that we have. And I think we will need, Jane, perhaps a separate, kind of workshop on this, because it's very important. It's a broad area. In countries like South Africa, they have really incorporated this, and it's working out very well. In the tropics like Uganda, where you find a lot of biodiversity around this area, I think it's something that needs to be amplified at the national level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for ourselves. Thank you. That was a very engaging discussion. We'll do just one exercise for just energy's sake. We shall stand up a little bit. And when you stand, you kindly just pluck out an empty piece of paper from the books that we are provided. Empty means blank. There's nothing written on. Pluck it out. Okay, so that piece of paper, we are going to put it over our heads and then use the pen we have to draw ourselves. Draw yourself. Put the piece of paper ahead of you. Use the pen to draw yourself. Honorable says is for both heads it's easier. You draw yourself. Okay, now feel free to share how you look with your colleague around. Show them. Just show them how you. Just. Now it is up to them to confirm whether you look the way you've drawn yourself. Yeah, feel free to share how you look. Feel free. Yeah, so that exercise is not about drawing, it's about what we have so far covered. So with that, we shall just I need to confirm with my colleague here if lunch is served. You may have a seat. Please keep your drawing with you. Keep looking at it and see if you mirrored yourself properly. So colleagues, I'm advised that you've now earned yourself lunch. We shall have to push the session that was after this to the afternoon or after lunch. Let's try to utilize a maximum of 1 hour and be here at 2:40 for the afternoon sessions. Thank you very much. You may as well give me a round of applause. I have tried to be part of us. Someone is reluctantly. I will ask you to draw yourself again. Thank you, guys. Do we need a prayer for lunch? We have a pastor. Prayer is becoming hard here. No volunteers? You have a volunteer.
In all our respective religions, we thank you, Jesus, for the food that you've given unto us. May you bless it and may it give us much more energy for the next sessions that we are going to have. And the hands that have blessed it. Amen.
Thank you very much. You may go for lunch now. I don't know if we need coupons. What's the logistical arrangement you wish to? No. Oh, it is already served in the dining. Please. Just across.
prospects of local vaccine manufacturing and access in Africa. So we will hear from Mr. Wilbur Namayo, who is a Senior Commercial Officer, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Uganda. But before I invite him, I would like to elucidate a bit on what he will be speaking to. He'll be sharing insights basically around the role of industry and investment policies in vaccine manufacturing, research and development. And from the earlier sessions that we had, we all appreciated that vaccine manufacturing be delinked from the other policies, industrial policies and investment policies. And we have to weigh in on whether our industrial or investment policies are fit for purpose. And also in the view of vaccine manufacturing, there are other frameworks at the continental level. The Partnership for Vaccine Manufacturing in Africa, and also what most people call the Race to 2040, where we envisage locally manufacturing 60% of all vaccines and other products to meet our needs. So what he'll be speaking to basically is whether the policies that we have, the industrial and investment policies, are fit for purpose. If they are or if they are not, what needs to be done in order to make them fit for purpose? But also, are they aligned to the Partnership for Vaccine Manufacturing? And also, are they in a way recognizing the status quo that we have, where our investment policy also, for example, lacks strong provisions that can be utilized in order to be able to achieve technology transfer, among other important ingredients that we need to leverage on to achieve vaccine manufacturing, all to unlock our potential. So allow me to welcome Mr. Wilbur Namayo from Ministry of Trade to take us through the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for him. So Mr. Wilbur Namayo, that round of applause is meant to give you the much needed energy, because this session, we are from lunch and food is fermenting in our, in our bodies. So you need to keep us energized. Thank you. Over to you, sir. Allow me to hand over the microphone.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity of standing before you. And really, we are thankful for Siatini, for all the efforts you are doing in order to make our lives much easier in the continent and Uganda at large. My presentation is largely, first of all, going to look at our mandate as the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Then after knowing our mandate, I shall look at the strategic objectives of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Then later, I'll run to the role of industrial and investment policies in vaccine manufacturing, research and development. Just as it is, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, our mandate is to formulate, review, and support policies, strategies, plans and programs that promote and ensure expansion and diversification of trade, cooperative, environmentally sustainable industrialization, appropriate technology, development, and transfer to generate wealth for the poverty eradication and benefit the country socially and economically. If you look at that mandate, really, and compare with what we are having right now, I think our mandate strictly, for sure, fits in. The strategic objective of the ministry is to formulate, review, and support policies and programs aimed at promoting and ensuring expansion and diversification of trade, cooperatives, and environmentally sustainable industrialization. So, right away, let me go to the gist of the matter, looking at the role of industrial and investment policies in vaccine manufacturing and research. And specifically, we are looking at the continental level. Then, if time allows, we shall go ahead and look at how nationally Uganda has done its policies. First and foremost, industrial policy can have a significant impact on local vaccine manufacturing by providing incentives for investment, supporting research and development, and creating a favorable regulatory environment. Through aiming at value chain development, as you are seeing there, the policy must have tools which can aid in industrialization for us, our industry, to do what? To develop. And one of the tools is the policy space and safeguards against specific vaccine imports. Remember, there are policies which really encourage our country to go in for imports. So we need to look at strategies where we can maybe have import substitutions. Then secondly, the policy must look at or provide tax breaks, subsidies, or rather financial support to companies that build or expand vaccine manufacturing facilities. That one is also very key. It is one of the tools. And lastly, to establish regulations and guidelines that promote quality control and safety standards, which can help build trust in local vaccine manufacturers. However, these industry policies, we have like a coin. We have one upside and one, which is what? Downside. So we are saying that industrial policies can also hinder local vaccine manufacturing if they are not well coordinated. For example, an industrial policy which does not resonate with the trade policies, which often tend to be liberal, or with the budget policy. That is to say, when you have limited resources to support R&D, that is research and development in vaccine manufacturing, can result in slow progress in vaccine manufacturing. A number of industrial policies at the continent and regional levels have been put in place with boosting local vaccine manufacturing, featuring atop of the agenda. At the continental level, the vaccine sector has been identified as a priority sector in the Industrial Development Initiative, such as the Third Industrial Development Decade for Africa, and the Accelerated Industrial Development for Africa, and indeed, the fourth objective of Partnership for Africa Vaccine Manufacturing Framework for Action aims at building the momentum of vaccine manufacturing hubs and piloting a drug IPI final drug hub program. At the regional level, the EAC, Industrial Policy and Strategy 2010 and 2013, has also prioritized vaccine manufacturing as one of the 6 key strategic industrial policies. Do not specifically mention vaccine manufacturing, but they do provide a framework for promoting local manufacturing capacity, which could be applied to vaccine production. Both strategies aim to promote industrialization by supporting the development of value chains, increasing productivity, and improving access to finance. Furthermore, the SADC is implementing a regional indicative strategic program 2020-2013, whose priority is enhancing industrialization and improving value chains, including those related to manufacturing of medical supplies and pharmaceuticals. These measures could support the growth of local vaccine manufacturing by providing financing and technical support for vaccine production facilities, and by promoting the development of local supply chains for vaccine production and inputs. What are the implications to the local vaccine manufacturing? When you look at the policies which we've just passed through, while the industrialization policies above have the potential to promote local vaccine manufacturing, they are also currently constraining efforts to realize this. For example, this includes the unfavorable common external tariff. Objective 12 of ECOWAS industrial policy aims at the implementation of the ECOWAS set. As earlier noted, the current 5% import tariff of pharmaceutical raw materials imposed by ECOWAS while maintaining a zero tariff on finished vaccine imports makes it hard for the local vaccine manufacturers to break even due to those high costs of production stemming from a high import bill, which subsequently leads to, high cost of locally manufactured vaccines and also collapse of local vaccine manufacturing companies due to high costs of doing business and competition from cheaper imported vaccines. When we come to free trade agreements aim at achieving higher levels of liberalization trade in goods and services, which often subscribe efforts to promote local vaccine manufacturing. The SADC, for example, industrial policy, commits to embrace the spirit of letter of FTI rules through marching further trade liberalization, especially with the third parties, so as to accelerate industrialization. But however, these have a direct negative bearing on local vaccine manufacturing. You realize, for example, the economic partnership agreement between respective regional blocs, SADC, EAC, ECOWAS, and the European Union have strong provision that require the regs to protect intellectual property rights, which include patents and trademarks for pharmaceutical products, including vaccines. These protections make it really very hard and difficult for African countries to produce generic versions of vaccines which can be cheaper and more accessible to local populations. Reliance on the private sector and its implication to vaccine equity, both ECOWAS, EAC, and SADC industrial policies bank on leveraging the private sector through private-public partnership to promote industrialization. While the role of private sector in local vaccines to health services, in the case of access to local produced vaccination, PPS often look at profit-driven and often prioritize profitability over equity. For them, a business is a what? A business. So given the limited regulation by governments and partly due to the fear of a possibility of legal suits, investor-state and dispute settlements, this may lead to higher prices of vaccines, which can make them inaccessible to low and middle income countries. It is key to note that local vaccine manufacturing is an expensive and long-term venture which cannot be undertaken solely by the private sector. Therefore, the role of the state in promoting domestic vaccine manufacturing is critical and should be promoted. So, we have our recommendations, which either can be taken on or we can discuss them and see how best we can move we as local vaccine manufacturers. First and foremost, we are saying that government should ensure coherence between industrial policies and SEC, since the latter limits the capacity to promote domestic vaccine manufacturing by granting favorable terms of trade to cheap vaccine imports, while increasing cost of local production due to the high tariffs on raw materials and imports. That's one of the recommendations. Two, we are saying that at least the government should rethink the liberalization policy, informing the industrialization policies and promote the role of the state in supporting local vaccine manufacturing, since they are too damn expensive. This should be done through progressive import tariffs on those vaccines which can be readily manufactured, at least locally. That is import substitution. The government should rethink the liberation policy, informing the industrialization policies, and promote the role of state in supporting local vaccine manufacturing. You know, this one is so critical, and really we need to take it into consideration such that at least we can have all the possible avenues of meeting the government such that really they come in and support. Then, government should provide supportive incentives like affordable finance to domestic companies engaged in vaccine production. This can be done through budgetary allocation under government schemes of support to the domestic private sector. Case in Uganda, when you look at the COVID right now, at least government is trying to push in some little facilitation such that really we can develop our vaccine. So far, the scientists have been identified, and I think the trials have started, and very soon the vaccines might be out. How soon is it? That one we don't know. Another recommendation is that the government should regulate the PPS, the private-public partnership, to ensure that they produce affordable vaccines to the most marginalized of the citizens. This should be ensured through revision of the existing PP policies and strategies to address issues of return on investment and risk assessment. The legal framework on PPS must create more opportunities for social enterprises to participate in the PPS and also be open to both local and foreign entities. We are saying that government should ensure that FTAs are crafted in a manner that ensures they promote local industrialization and competitiveness by regulating the level of liberalization provisions therein. This is because higher levels of liberalization, often in FTAs, can lead to cheap vaccine imports, which subsequently frustrate local vaccine manufacturing efforts. This will require REX restrictively put in place regional trade negotiation acts that are compatible with regional industrialization strategies. So we are looking at investment treaties, the bilateral investment treaties, that is at the level of our continent. Investment policies and agreements can potentially increase FDIs. Financial flows, skills and technology flows, and the health sector, they can provide a supportive environment for domestic vaccine manufacturing if well designed. However, investment policies and agreements, if poorly designed, can also potentially undermine the local vaccine production in Africa in several ways. Indeed, bids can prohibit the host country from imposing certain conditions of foreign investors, such as requirements to transfer technology or to use local content in their production processes. Bids often require countries to adopt strong IPR protection, which can create barriers to local vaccine production. This is because the intellectual property rights restrict access to knowledge and technology needed for vaccine production, making it difficult for local manufacturers to compete with multinational pharmaceutical companies. In addition, by restricting the production of generic medicine, IPRs can also make it difficult for countries to obtain affordable vaccines and essential medicines, as they may be priced out of reach of many people. With regard to investment state disputes, bids often include ICDS clauses that allow foreign investors to sue governments if their profits are affected by policies or regulation. However, this can deter countries from implementing policies to support local vaccine production for fear of being sued by foreign investors. Even when vaccines are manufactured locally by foreign investors, ICDS can also limit the ability of government to regulate the activities of foreign investors, including the price of vaccines. As one of September 2021, the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development reported that there were over 700 bills in force between African countries and other countries or regions, many of which include ICDS provision. Furthermore, bids often seek to liberalize markets, which can lead to the nomination of foreign companies in local markets. This can create a situation where multinational pharmaceutical companies have a monopoly, or the market making it difficult for local manufacturers to compete. Ultimately, this can discourage local production of vaccines and limit access to affordable vaccines and essential medicine. Furthermore, bids have most favored nation and national treatment provision, which are often applied to hardly and subsequently create a situation where foreign investors are given equal treatment to domestic firms in all areas, including areas where foreign investors have a competitive advantage. This, however, has the potential to lead to a situation where foreign firms dominate the domestic vaccine market at the expense of local firms. What are our recommendations? Reviewing existing bids to strengthen the role of the state to regulate the public interest overall. Investment agreements that prioritize the interests of foreign investors over local development can potentially undermine the development of local vaccine production in Africa. It is so important for bids to take into account the needs of developing countries, including the need for access to affordable vaccines and the development of local manufacturing capacity. So we are saying that we should review performance requirement provision in bids, include exceptions to promotion of local vaccines and manufacturing. Such exceptions should allow a host country to require foreign investors to transfer technology related to vaccine manufacturing, local firms, or engage in joint ventures with the local companies. Such provisions could help to build the domestic capacities and knowledge needed to manufacture vaccines locally, which in turn could improve the country's ability to respond to public health crises such as pandemics. Then we need to review the FMM and national treatment provision to add exceptions for the promotion of domestic vaccine production. Liberal FN and NT provisions could reduce the ability of host countries to regulate foreign investment in the vaccine manufacturing sector. This could limit a country's ability to set standards for vaccine safety and efficacy, or require foreign investors to prioritize the needs of the domestic market over their own commercial interest. And last recommendation is to review bids remove ICDS provision that can deter countries from implementing policies to support local vaccine production for fear of being sued by foreign investors. REX should emulate countries like South Africa, which has reviewed its investment policy to strike out the ISDS. Then we are going to the intellectual property rights. This has been covered by the first presenters. I don't know whether still I can do it. Is it okay? Yes. Intellectual property rights are a particular area of concern, as they can be used to prevent local production of generic drugs, including vaccines, with a number of FTAs, including provision that strengthen the IPR protection, which make it more difficult for local manufacturers to produce vaccines and other essential medicines. This is through a number of ways. We have like 4. The first one stringent patent protection. Whereas stringent patents grant investors exclusive rights to produce and sell their invention for a certain period of time, they make it difficult for local manufacturers to produce and distribute generic versions of patented drugs and vaccines. Indeed, vaccine patents, which are a form of IP rights, lead to production monopolies that contribute to increased prices and decreased access. This means that the local manufacturers may have to pay higher licensing fees or import expensive products, which can make it difficult for them to compete with established pharmaceuticals company. Another one is data exclusivity. Data exclusivity provisions in IP agreements protect the data generated during clinical trials from being used by other companies for a certain period of time. This can prevent local vaccine manufacturers from using the data to develop similar vaccines, as they may not have the financial resources to conduct their own clinical trials. Permeation in trade agreement, there's a rise of FTAs with IP provisions and protocols. For example, the WTO, the EPA, CFTA have IP agreement provisions and protocols respectively. Often such international trade agreements include IP provisions that protect the interests of the multinational pharmaceutical companies, which can make it difficult for local manufacturers to compete. For example, the WTO agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights requires member countries to provide patent protection for pharmaceuticals and other products, which can limit the ability of local manufacturers to produce generic drugs and vaccines. The WTO TRIPS waiver. The Agreement on Trade-Related Aspects of Intellectual Property Rights, or TRIPS, came into effect in January 1955. It is a multilateral agreement on intellectual property rights, such as copyright, industrial design, patents, and protection of undisclosed information on trade secrets. Under COVID-19, when the need for vaccines was central, waiver or provision related to these rights would help promote the manufacturing of vaccines, therapeutics, and other equipment as part of the efforts to contain COVID-19. Whereas the WTO TRIPS agreement has built flexible, such as compulsory license and voluntary license, to deal with the situation. These flexibilities are not sufficient to deal with the situation and issues of CL in a long drawn process. Indeed, the WTO's IP rules are the opposite of the free trade, as they restrict trade by protecting monopolies, eliminating competition, and driving up prices. For example, provisions on the TRIPS waiver only grants limited flexibility on one provision, excludes all forms of IP except patents, include treatments and tests, and require for more interest monitoring and reporting than the existing rules, among other excessive restrictions, resulting in a TRIPS plus agreement rather than a real waiver. The declaration states developing countries with existing capacity to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines are encouraged to make a binding commitment not to avail themselves of this agreement. What does this mean? This means that any country with the capacity to manufacture COVID-19 vaccine is supposed to agree not to use the WTO TRIPS agreement. Thus, the measures outlined in the decision will not address pharmaceuticals monopolies or ensure affordable access to life-saving medical tools, and will set a negative precedent for further and future global health crises and pandemics. Overall, the above factors can create a challenging environment for local vaccine manufacturing in Africa. making it difficult for these countries to develop their own vaccine manufacturing capabilities and potentially delaying access to life-saving vaccines. What are recommendations? The national IP protocol should be harmonized with the CFTA IP protocol, which under Article 12 patents and 21 public health emergencies and local production of pharmaceuticals seeks to promote state parties cooperation in health emergencies and local pharmaceuticals production. Avoid IP restriction in FTAs. In key FTAs like EPA, African Regional Economic Committees, and the EU have committed under Article 13, 24 clause to negotiate trade-related issues, including intellectual property rights. So over the years, the EU has used the FTAs, which require its partners to sign up or accede to agreements containing their standards for the protection of IPRs. Moreover, the need to protect and enforce IPRs is emphasized under Article 52.4 of the Post-Cotonou Agreement. Such provisions make it hard for the countries to manufacture cheaper, essential vaccines. Africans' regs should therefore ensure that subsequent negotiation of IP provision do not limit their right to locally produce generic vaccines. WTO member states should not use the WTO's and other trade and investment agreements, dispute mechanism, or other means in an attempt to stop or dissuade countries from producing, distributing, or using medical technologies, or from sharing information on how to do so regardless of WTO and free trade agreement IP rules. Therefore, the earlier MC12 decision on the TRIPS waiver should be rescinded for enhancement in aspect of A, addressing transfer of know-how and technology need to safety, effectively scale up production in the fastest way possible. B, include other key medical products such as treatments and diagnostics. And C, ensuring future pandemics prioritize vaccine equity for economic interests of big pharmaceutical corporation. African governments need to maintain an appropriate balance between incentivizing innovation on one hand, and on the other, ensuring that new vaccine products are widely available. High level of IP protection in developing countries excavate rather than help solve the problem. Help solve the problem of access to affordable vaccine. Furthermore, extensive patent protection for new vaccine delays the onset of generic competition. Because generic competition is the only proven method of reducing vaccine prices in an unsustainable way, such high levels of IP protection are extremely damaging to public health outcomes and thus should be tackled bottom to form. Conclusion. Like other pharmaceuticals products, local vaccine manufacturing is the lifeline of the continental healthcare system. Indeed, the need to ensure vaccine security and self-sufficiency in vaccine supply is imperative, and the promotion of local production of vaccines is very critical. This will not only guarantee self-reliance, but will also equally create jobs and wealth and contribute to the industrialization efforts in Africa. Furthermore, increased local production of vaccine can protect human health and make vaccine more affordable and readily available for local consumption. With regard to vaccine equity, ensuring regional self-sufficiency and manufacturing capacities in region with the highest burden of infectious disease is fundamental for future pandemic preparedness and rapid crisis response. Thank you for listening.
I think Mr. Wilbur Namayo deserves a deserving round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. I truly appreciate that you've navigated us through quite a number of policies that are in place, but also what needs to be done. And also what stood out for me is something that resonates with our analogy at Siatini, that trade and investment policies are a double-edged sword. You can use them to get what you want, but also they can restrict and actually curtail you from realizing a number of aspirations. But one thing that is also key that stood out from his presentation, that our industrial policies are anchored within the neoliberal paradigm, which is really something that is so bad. We've over time, cited the neoliberal paradigm as outliving its usefulness, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. We all complained about the charges. There was health profiteering. We were complaining about, the vaccine appetite and all those issues, but they emanate from the policies. It's not that they are out of the blue. And here we're calling for a rethink on the role of the state in development. But the regime, the policy regime at the different levels, even at the ECOWAS level, of imposing 5% CET on raw materials is also a barrier. And I think all those issues are within our reach to rethink. We cannot talk about utilizing joint ventures if it's not anchored within the policies in the investment policy. We cannot keep talking about attracting FDI when we don't know in which sectors we need to attract FDI. Because there have been issues of attracting footloose industries, investors, FDI. We're attracting FDI. There's the rest to the bottom in the ESC. I appreciate that a number of us have interacted, with us on those issues, the rest to the bottom. ESC countries are competing to attract investors, but we need to be more intentional with our policies, but also with the kind of FDI that we attract. So now is the time to raise a few comments or some questions to Mr. Wilbur Namayo. However, before I invite all of us to contribute to the discussion, I just need to give us a heads up that on our program, I know we all have the program. We have the Minister of Science and Technology and Innovation, Honorable Musenero, who was supposed to be with us in the morning to give the keynote address. We've just been notified that she has had a very busy schedule since morning, but she found some time and she's on her way. So our program will be interrupted a bit when they notify us that she's on the way. And we'll play the national anthem, just one stanza, to welcome her in her capacity as the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. But also we will take her through a brief recap on what we've discussed. And in addition to that, we'll also talk to her about who is in the room, because she also needs to address us, well knowing that we have the ESC represented here, we have SADC represented here, we have policymakers at different levels, and key institutions and stakeholders. So I invite us to share some feedback, comments, questions following Mr. Wilbur Namayo's presentation. And let's be clear on question. If it's a comment, let's make that. But as I earlier alluded, we'll be interrupted when the minister gets here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me try to, I think as we move towards the end of today's meeting, I want to suggest two things. Mine is a question. And I think it goes to government in broad terms. Post-COVID, how much of financing for vaccine manufacturing, access, development has Uganda met? I think we need to take stock of that. That's a general question, and I would think we need to think about numbers and figures. Look at the different budgets every year. How much financial commitment has government made? And I think the other question is maybe we start looking at it from the national government, but also go to the regional, the East African region. How much financial commitment are we looking at? Or is it that post-COVID, everyone is not looking at the next threat? But how much of financial commitment are we looking at beyond just the policy trends or the policy movements or the pathways that we're making? My question actually to you, for me, that was just a question for everyone, because if we're going to be advancing vaccine manufacturing and access, we need to know from 2020, 2021, 2022, we have a roadmap to 2040, but how much are we investing in that particular, of course, across the domain, research, manufacturing, and all the other ecosystems? I reflect, and this is my last comment, I think Ngozi, the Director General, did mention something in the past. She said around 2021 that vaccine business or vaccine engagement is a moral, it's a practical, but it's an economic imperative. In your presentation, I wanted to know, are there any bilateral engagements that we're having with any countries? Perhaps maybe I'm speaking from a Ugandan perspective. Any bilateral engagements that are related to research and development, or are we doing any support in pushing our supply chain? I'm more interested in the supply chain because a lot of our vaccines here got expired because we were not good in storage. We didn't have very up-to-date cold chain equipments. So are there any bilateral, understandings we have where we can get a few? I mean, it's not just about transfer of technology, but it's the knowledge and the know-how. I come from an academia, partly, and knowledge is key, but also the technology is key as well. Are we, for example, I'm more interested in, do we have any understanding with India? Because India is literally the global manufacturer of some of these vaccines. What are those areas of or are there any multilateral kind of discussions? I'm more interested in the bilateral. Do we have any? And I think for me, the last comment, very last, is do we still have duty-free kind of, or more especially on the vaccine inputs, because we are now going, Uganda is doing a lot of trials, but are the inputs that we import in the country, are they duty-free or they are not? For me, these are trade aspects that might actually facilitate us advancing towards 2040, if that's the claim or that's the vision where we want to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the presentation. My comment is also related to what Herbert has raised. The fact that our policies have been neoliberal policies, liberalize, open up, but I'm happy that there is a rethink, that industrial policy is back on the agenda. But maybe, Mr. Namayo, what you didn't tell us, what are the gaps within our policies? Because, for example, our investment code has no performance requirements, So we need to be able to be aware of those gaps so that we can be able to work on them. But maybe just for people who want to know that there is a lot of rethinking going on around industrial policy, there is an article called The New Economics of Industrial Policy by Dan Roderick. Very, very good paper showing us as developing countries what kind of policies how do we reinvent our industrial policies for us to be able to industrialize. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Considering that I said I'm representing consumers, I am coming from a rights-based approach. And I know for a fact that we have a right to benefit from scientific progress and its application. And I know for a fact that all inventors in a way or the other get funding from taxpayers, either being arrogated by government or philanthropists, because if a pandemic falls, it affects all of us regardless of how economically placed or wherever we live. And of course, it magnifies all vulnerabilities. And if we are also looking at health being a right, universalized, and an entitlement to anybody. So if anybody comes up with a scientific invention, which is perhaps a technology to solve and save life, I think we need to open it up for anybody regardless of where they are. The other aspect for why it's important that that right is enjoyed by everybody regardless of any reservations, it is because that most of the experiments are conducted on human beings, perhaps on people who voluntarily offer themselves either as guinea pig, knowingly or not. So I am thinking it is important we come up with, say, a fund to support any inventor and then buy from them so that at least we let the most vulnerable access. I think in pandemic times, as you witnessed, I'm happy that everyone who is here, at least we outlived and survived COVID, save for those being told that there's long-term COVID, the Lung Institute just said. I think it's important for us to universalize technology, create a pool where even capacities can be developed, technologies can be supported, and government needs to come in and provide waivers. Government also needs to, whether at whichever regional level, national, regional, whichever economic bloc, at least let there be synergies for harmonizing and trying to fill in those gaps, because we need to be seen to measure up to everybody enjoying their right to benefit from scientific progress and its application. After all, whoever comes up with any such invention will say, I am proudly certified by a government body. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all? Do we have more concerns, comments, or questions? Mr. Namayo, over to you. Could you please come back right here so that you stand out from the crowd? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start with post-COVID financing of vaccines manufacturing. In Uganda, we had a challenge to access vaccine data due to the patent protection in the West. So, a team at the Uganda Virus Research Institute was formulated, but as I've said, that we had the delays relating to the intellectual property rights on vaccine technology. Uganda made an effort by establishing the vaccine candidates that are in a pre-clinical stages and will be tested on animals. That is the stage we are in. But later on, the Ugandan government has decided to fund the local scientists to embark on the mission of the vaccine design. Therefore, a team is developing a vector vaccine, and after the pre-clinical animal trials, the next stage is to clinical trials in humans. Our government has really tried to fund this process. The tune, I cannot say it broadly right now, but even time, I can at least look for it. But I should assure you that Uganda, we on course. And very soon, if we managed that vector trial on animals, automatically we shall go to the trials in humans. East African region, that one I'm not sure of it right now. But I believe efforts also are being put in place such that really we can attain that vision of ours. Any bilateral engagements? Bilateral engagements, I'm very sure they are there, but I need some little time to peruse through my documents, then I'll give you an update. Duty-free vaccine imports, no, we are not there as yet. For sure, that policy does not guarantee duty-free vaccine imports in Uganda. Now, on inputs to facilitate the manufacturing, no. Then we are looking at the gaps. When you talk of the national investment policy, our national investment policy particularly aims to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of the investment function in our country. However, we have some gaps in the scope and investment objectives, the roles, responsibilities, and standards, then the suitable and authorized investments, and the investment diversification. That is where our gaps really are. I think I've answered now all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Namayo, for that extensive and elaborate presentation, and also being able to give us some feedback on the questions that were raised. But right now, maybe if there's any other concern still about the presentation, it can be raised. If there is none, allow us to take just 2 minutes just to set up here a bit as we wait for the minister. We don't want to set up when she's already here. Maybe we could just stretch for 2 minutes as we set up here. Thank you for being so kind. So the next session that we're going to have will be on appreciating linkages between local vaccine manufacturing and access and other key sectors, notably trade, gender, human rights, health, and investment, among others. So here we appreciate that we cannot talk about vaccine manufacturing and limit the discussion to health, but also broaden it to gender, because initially in the morning, we talked about the issue of access to vaccines being linked to health security. And it's to do with health sovereignty of the African continent. So that's why when we're talking about vaccine manufacturing, the need for a holistic approach, and also collaborated efforts, bringing together all stakeholders is critical. And thus, we're going to be hearing from different experts and stakeholders from different sectors who will be speaking to us, sharing their perspectives on manufacturing, how they see things unfold in their different sectors, but also some of the concerns coming up from their sectors that feed into this discussion on trade-related policies and negotiations and vaccine manufacturing and access in Africa. So allow me to recognize that we'll be hearing from Ms. Okania Pesa, who is a program officer, HIV, TB, CAPS from KELIN in Kenya. KELIN is one of the partners under the Advancing Regional Vaccine Manufacturing and Access in Africa, which is a consortium, a project being implemented by a consortium of organizations, including Siatini, KELIN, Afya na Haki, HEPS, among others that listed in the concept note. But also, we'll be hearing from Mr. Nasayawe from Uganda Investment Authority, who will also be sharing some perspectives, but also one of our key stakeholders from the National Planning Authority, who has excused himself to attend to something, but he will be coming back to also share with us some insights around this, because planning is key. In fact, it's central in this discussion because it all starts with planning. So I'll be taking the microphone to Ms. Okania Pesa from KELIN to share some perspectives, but she could actually come to the front so that you speak to us as we see you visibly. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So majorly because our work revolves around health justice and human rights, around accessibility, availability, affordability, and now we have another word, safety. So my brief presentation is going to touch a little bit on gender, but majorly on human rights, because that is what KELIN does insofar as the health space is concerned. And also I'll be speaking to maybe some of the projects that we are currently implementing with the support of AIDS funds, and also looking forward to UNITAID on challenging the intellectual property rights barriers and their impact on access to medicines and also on health generally. So we know that I'll be reading my pointers as I present on this. So we know that for the longest time possible, Africa has been relying heavily on external resources for our health products. And What does this do? This places the vulnerable households at a very greater risk of incurring out-of-pocket costs when it comes to affordability and accessibility of medical products. And we keep on talking about access to safe and affordable medicines. Why? Because we believe that this is very critical to very critical to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health as is enshrined in our different laws. And what is access? Access is basically having safe, affordable, available, and we need to have affordable, available, and accessible medication, both at public and private health facilities. Without affordability and availability, we are really not going to ensure that Africans are enjoying the highest attainable standard of health. Then in this case, what does access to affordable medicines actually entail? It entails being able to access, afford medicines that are very, very readily available whenever the medication is needed. And we know that affordability and accessibility has greatly negatively been impacted by the intellectual property barriers, especially patents. But apart from intellectual property barriers, we also have developmental issues that affect access to medication. And that is why Kalin, in partnership with other organizations, are working towards challenging these intellectual property barriers that prevent access to medicines. And what are these that we are actually challenging? Some of the negative impacts that intellectual property rights have on access to medicines are the out-of-pocket expenses that are incurred by patients, the burdens that these causes on the say impoverished households, and also on availability and affordability. We know also that vaccines and ARVs have significantly improved the lives of people. However, access to these vaccines depends on affordability. And how do we resolve this? That's why we are here today. We are talking about local production and, in other words, local manufacturing. And how does local production address the issue of safe, accessibility, affordability, and availability of vaccines and medical products? What local production actually does is that it ensures a reliable and consistent supply and facilitation of trade-related aspects of intellectual property flexibilities, while also promoting self-sufficiency. Having said that, we heavily depend on external resources for our medical products. Once we have local manufacturing, we will ensure that there is continuous, affordable, and available medical products for our people to use. And Kelly, having conducted a status audit on the state of local production of generic medicines for people living with HIV in Kenya, some of the issues that the study found on why or what is actually hindering the achievement of local manufacturing, or what we are calling today local production, or rather local manufacturing of vaccines in Africa, is the lack of progressive policy implementation, which already was alluded to by most of the presenters in the previous presentations. And the lack of progressive policy implementation is actually as a result of inconsistent application of the WHO pre-qualification standards. And the WHO pre-qualification standards have been instrumental in hindering the success of local production because of Africa has a weak operative framework for local manufacturing, as well as the excessive quality requirements by the WHO pre-qualification have greatly impacted the possibility of Africa succeeding in local production. We also have the issue, of course, of meeting the WHO pre-qualification standards. And that is why we have fewer manufacturing in Africa as a result of these impediments. And what we alluded to is that these tough, or rather very many requirements by the WHO pre-qualification standards negatively impact local production, shows that there is inadequate support for promoting local manufacturing by the donors, these big pharma. And that is something that we really need to work on, and to also be able to achieve the independence that India has insofar as local manufacturing is concerned. How then do we resolve this issue of local manufacturing? We need to ensure a consistent supply of high quality medicines, which is vital for effective treatment. And we also believe that Africa has the potential to build a sustainable local pharma value chain for the right vaccines, with the right coordination of political will, very important, trade laws, government commitments, local skills, and infrastructure and resources. We also believe that a well-coordinated framework is needed to expedite change, sustain momentum, and maximize success in the pharma sector and vaccine manufacturing. We know that besides having economic benefits, local production offers protection against supply interruptions. Whenever we have supply interruptions or emergencies, just as we witnessed the COVID-19 situation, we do not have to rely on Johnson & Johnson. But when we have local pharma that is well coordinated, we are able to come in and resolve some of these issues as a result of the emergencies. Because we know for sure that our local manufacturing will ensure that we have a continuous access with significant factor to improving the health of people in Africa. And finally, I believe that by implementation of a coordinated effort and sustainable policy framework, Africa can achieve its vision for self-reliant ARV manufacturing, local production, and provide better healthcare for its people. I know that was quite rushed, but just basically to touch on the whole aspect of human rights insofar as local production is concerned. And my gender perspective will come in, whereby the cost of buying medicine out of pocket because of the lack of continuous, affordable, and available medicines will really impact on households, and most of the time the single-headed households, or for example, women, or even men. So I believe that some of these challenges are interrelated, they cut across, and that is why for us as Kellen, we keep on talking about human rights, because human rights issues are cross-cutting. In as much as we are looking at developing and also investing, we are looking at resolving some of the human rights issues that have long been there, and also to gain some sort of independence insofar as local production is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Okania Pesa. She deserves a better round of applause. And just to point out one thing from her presentation, just 3 A's of vaccine, 3 A's around vaccine. The availability, affordability, and accessibility. I think that's key. She has also alluded to the issue of policy incoherencies, and also some policies that have curtailed our ability to manufacture our vaccines locally. The discussion is open for some of us who have any questions or comments, supplements, or even further contribute to the discussion. Please, by show of hands, I'll move the microphone around. Allow me to start here.
Okay, thank you so much for that very good presentation. My question is to all of us, really, because the issue of accessibility, affordability, availability, I was wondering if we do local vaccine manufacturing, is it automatic that vaccines and medicines will be affordable, will be accessible, will be available? What else do we need to do to make sure that those 3 A's, we achieve them? Because for me, I don't think it's automatic that when we manufacture locally, everything is going to fall into place. I don't know whether it will be automatic, but I think it might not be really automatic. Thank you.
I'll answer the questions as and when they come. For me, I believe that it's really not going to be automatic, but we are going to, currently we are experiencing an issue of TB drug stockouts in Kenya, and probably it's because of affordability. And I know that for sure, if we grant, say, Johnson & Johnson a patent period of 20 years, then the local pharmaceuticals do not have an opportunity to produce generic versions of these medications, then it makes it even more expensive. While we are shielding their interests, we continue to suffer. But I believe that it's not automatic, yes, but with conversations, as we had said, coordinated efforts, conversations will ensure that even as we gain this independence, we are looking to addressing the human rights issues here, which are affordability, accessibility, safety, and availability.
Thank you for that gallant presentation. I just have a few questions, may not be in line with what you have presented, but I'm hoping you may have a few answers. One, how far has Kenya gone with this vaccine manufacturing program? Because I know many times we look at Kenya for guidance, and I and I would again want to allude the same question to what is happening with the NHIS in Kenya. I know you don't call it the NHIS, but you understand when I talk about the NHIS. You have had challenges with it, and the colleagues I work with in Kenya have cited a lot of corruption alongside those lines, that contracts have been awarded wrongly and they are really affecting the populace instead of supporting the populace. So the program of vaccine manufacturing, have there been lessons learned from the NHIS that probably have been a light of advocacy from the civil society in Kenya? Maybe has Kelin done something along those lines? Yes, Kim, yes. Yes, I'm saying that it has been marred with a lot of challenges. Are they going to translate into the options now we have with everybody looking at vaccine manufacturing? What is being done by civil society in Kenya that we can learn from as civil society from Uganda? Then also, this issue of the vaccine manufacturing, have there been proactive engagements that have been laid out, by coalitions and civil society in Kenya to avoid them from being reactionary, reacting to challenges that befall in the program? Thank you.
Okay. Part of what I also had wanted to share was around practically shaping, how do we shape the best practices and lessons that we can be able to engage on, following from what, as Kellen, you've been able to advocate for and push for, and around affordability and accessibility. But also maybe we need to also find a way to put a human face to most of these issues. Because when it comes to running to the numbers, of course, it will show that most of this is really a bit of a stretch. But putting also a human face to us realizing how best we can be able to really make sure that we can also make a difference in how we go about, either through collaborations in strengthening our voices, also by creating a unified voice to these issues, could be also one of the areas that we could see how to cite. But the best practices that we could be able to also learn from would be good to add to our voices in this discussion.
I want to believe that yours was mainly a comment. Was it a comment or? Yes, in terms of best practices and lessons, I'd still touch on the presentation that was made by Honorable from IALA, that speaking in one voice is very, very important. Now that the bill is here, I believe that we don't have to work in silos, but on working together and working as a consortium and coalition building, working together as a coalition, moving together is going to be very, very important in speaking from one, reading from one script, and also being able to share our challenges as we move along towards growth. So I believe that the bill is going to be a unifying factor. That's how best I can answer your question. And in terms of NHIF back in Kenya, it's been marred with a lot of corruption issues. And at some point, people were contributing money to the fund, but no medications in health facilities, both public and private. And so people didn't see the need for it. And so because of that, there was a committee that was formed to look into the issue. And I believe from where I sit right now, things have been put in abeyance in order to address this. I really don't know towards what exactly, but things are in abeyance. Right now, it's not really functional because despite those many contributions and actually an increased deduction in the salary towards that same kitty, things were really not working out. So I really don't know what trajectory the country is going to take to resolve that particular settlement. It's been there for a very, very long time with the different regimes in place. So I hope they find a long-lasting solution. But what CSOs are doing is that people are endorsing letters, people are working together to raise some of these issues. There's so many health organizations working around health issues. There have been so many letters that have been sent to the CSS, the ministries, and I believe that with time, with these many letters being signed, a solution will be found, but for now, it's just advocacy around these issues. Maybe if you could remind me about the other question. In terms of vaccine manufacturing, I really don't want to preempt on anything, but that is subject to confirmation whether we really have something tangible in place. I know that this is work in progress for all of us, all of the countries involved in the region. We are working towards that independence and resolving some of these issues because you see, for us currently, we are also challenging having the IP chapter in free trade agreements. Even as our country proceeds for the third round of the STEEP negotiation, we are still advocating for not having an IP chapter in the FTAs because this is going to negatively impact on the health rights of the citizens of Kenya. So In terms of vaccine manufacturing, the pharmaceuticals are still complaining that PEPFAR, Global Fund, the high pre-qualification standards, that is really, really hindering their ability to be independent. So it's still a continuous conversation. And even as Kelin plans for a national dialogue on the 12th and 13th of October next month, these are some of the issues that we are going to discuss together with the medical bodies and the pharmaceuticals, as well as policymakers and national leaders, to act as an accountability forum for some of these questions to be answered. And you're all welcome to participate in that conversation and add your voice.
I think she needs a better round of applause. Thank you so much, and thank you for raising those critical issues and responding to a number of questions that came through. And we've been, of course, talking about issues of access to vaccines. But even when we talk about the 3 A's of availability, affordability, and access, it's not automatic. That also has to do with everything. It has everything to do with our policies. How are our policies crafted? And Ms. Okania spoke to the issue of IP provisions in the FTAs. That also reminds me of an important issue that Mr. Rangrilai spoke to, that developed countries manage to get to where they are because of utilizing that lack of restrictive IP regime in order for them to develop their economies. And they were able to get to where they are because of that. But now there are restrictive IP regimes that are curtailing us to get to where we want to get to structurally transform. And also the issue of stakeholders coming together beyond health, beyond gender, us having a unified voice that my colleague Penny Nambabazi spoke to, that we need to devise solutions, holistic solutions, in order to get to the position that we want to get to, of being able to manufacture vaccines locally in order to meet the health needs of the population, but also achieve health sovereignty on the African continent. I would like to invite the official moderator to take over from me, because he's right here. I don't want to usurp his powers and to undermine his role. Allow me to hand over, but you've been such an engaging audience and participants. Thank you so much. He's going to continue with inviting more of us as key stakeholders to participate and contribute to the discussion. Thank you.
Yes, so you can see the size is almost the same. So when they say the shoes are bigger, you start with the body itself. So I was trusting my step-in colleague. I don't know if you still have you still have Jovan in the room from the National Planning Authority. No. Mr. Yahweh from the Uganda Investment Authority is available here. Mr. Yahweh, since morning we are talking about concerns about how all this is embedded into our investment code, how we can harmonize international rules with our domestic rules. Yeah, from your angle as a colleague in the Investment Authority, because when we are discussing investment, we talk a variety of things, from legal regime to incentives to investment in that area, to need to attract the same investment, to need to partake of the current investment climate for people to be interested in this particular sector. Now, how do you want, we would like you to help us link the investment regime in Uganda with access to vaccines from your own experience as a staff of the Uganda Investment Authority. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, the moderator. Good evening, everyone. It's still afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, the presenters, since morning up to this point now. My name is Nasayawe, and I represent Uganda Investment Authority. I also sit in the Domestic Investment Division. Uganda Investment Authority handles investors in Uganda, both domestic and foreign. We define investors when they meet certain criteria. Some of them are uniform or foreign and domestic, others sort of differ. What do we do? And how do we fit what we do in this program which is going on? First of all, Uganda Investment Authority carries out policy advocacy for investment in Uganda, to provide a conducive environment for investors to do come and take on the opportunities in Uganda. So in that case, we do profile the investment opportunities in Uganda, and we do market them in Uganda, East Africa, Africa, and the rest of the world. So in terms of pharmaceuticals, we do profile what we need in Uganda in terms of pharmaceuticals, what is available, what are the incentives in place for potential investors in this sector, and of course the challenges and how to address them. Why we participate so much in such engagements is actually to get feedback from the different players. And we use this feedback for the continuous development of Uganda's Investment Code Act. The most recent is 2019. But as I was seated here, I asked for the newest developments, which are on my laptop there as of May 2022, meaning that we get a lot of feedback through these kind of engagements to actually feed into the Investment Code Act that will come out next after 2019 elapses. So Honorable and the rest of the people, partly I'm here to take back feedback from the different players in this engagement. Some of the things that Uganda Investment Authority can do in line with the topic today is we have sourced for land from different parts of the country. From different parts of the country, and this land is going to be developed for industrial parks, to put infrastructure for industrial parks. And I heard one of the persons who was discussing, I don't remember who, but that person talked of special economic zones for these pharmaceuticals. Probably that is one of the feedback. If it's not yet there, I've not yet read that draft which I have. If it's not there, it's something which I can tell our legal team, you know. There is something about pharmaceuticals and they tend to be in one place. And I think an example was given of India and China. And then the other country was, I think, Bangladesh. Yes, that there should be a special emphasis on this. Is it possible? to have an emphasis as far as the pharmaceuticals industry is concerned. What I've also noted through the discussions here is our Investment Code Act in Uganda does not specifically focus on any industry. It's basically general. It treats investors as investors. Yet I'm seeing here today that certain industries require an extra, an extra incentive, an extra, something else within the Investment Act apart from the normal ones. Yes. So I also carry that feedback there. Thank you, Siatini, for bringing all these people here. Now, there is also something, because when we're talking about the gentleman Siatini, Southern Africa, when he was talking about intellectual properties, he mentioned something to do with plants, animals. I think that is something like Mululuza. Some people know Mululuza here. Mululuza is some people. You kindly explain to him what Mululuza is, because in Uganda it treats what? Malaria. I think for quinine, Kinkona, the other side in Zambia. I know, you can't say Mulondo now. Okay, we do have, it's good to note that when we are sourcing for land as Uganda Investment Authority from local authorities, some of the land we actually get for agriculture, extensive agriculture. And I'm thinking these are some of the things, those rare, because we have, for example, we have Kazire, we have given him land somewhere extensive where I can plant those rare, those particular plants to Uganda, and he uses them in the manufacture of his products. So now incentive. Those expenses. Yes, by the government of Uganda, sir. For interest, the way we define a domestic investor, honorable member of the East African community, anyone from the East African community happens to be a domestic investor in Uganda? I think the same applies if I go and invest in Kenya. And I think that one, I don't know, because these things are too technical for some of us, these ones that you've been presenting, but I don't know whether that being a domestic investor across East Africa, of course it comes with incentives, feeds into the value chains that you're talking about. The value chain, if you can manufacture along the value chain, something like that, when you're talking about these drugs. Yes, sir? The ESC. Yes. Thank you, Honorable. I think now I've understood it properly. I was trying to say that. Now I've understood it properly. As long as this ESC investment is signed and approved by everyone, the member state, then a domestic investor, Kenyan, let us say in Kenya, can tap into the value chains in Uganda. Now, Uganda Investment Authority supports the development of value chains. That was on addition to what he said, because we want someone with money from Kenya to be able and come and tap into already profiled and established value chains in Uganda. That is our intention. Now, there is something which is not so critical today, but as long as that investment act is put in place and investors are free to move, someone can leave Kenya, Nakuru, and goes into, assuming there is something which they get from the bee after it has stung you, that something which they use. And we have a lot of, that venom, we have a lot of farmers of those bees in West Nile, and we profiled them. We know how much they are supplying. So we are assuming at that point, a domestic investor, Kenyan and East African, now can tap into that same market minus hindrances. The last one, kindly, this is probably a very new initiative which we have just launched. That is the National SME Portal. I know we are talking about drugs, but we have launched the National SME Portal at Uganda Investment Authority, which is a one-stop center point for SMEs to acquire information and also business development services and also linkages to finance and markets. Now, though it may not appear to be directly related to this, but even players within this pharmaceutical, some of them are still SMEs. We know it's a very big industry, but some of them are still SMEs. When you talk about COVIDX, I don't think it is that big of a pharmaceutical. I believe it's still affected by issues which affect small to medium enterprises. And we shall be having such people on the national SME portal. You can go and open an account on the portal and then search those who are in the pharmaceutical, in the health sector, actually, manufacturing. Because we use that ISIC, you know, that international classification, so we'll be able to put in those who are in manufacture, health. You start from health and then manufacture of drugs and so on. And then you'll be able to see the SMEs. The definition of SMEs, because when you, is by Uganda Bureau of Statistics, we say 360 million downwards. But when we are carrying out certain programs like top 100 SMEs, those people are in billions, 25 billion and downwards. So the definition of SME varies in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and I'm told people like some of our big industries here in Uganda, like in Egypt, actually they are SMEs. So the definition varies, but the thing is we try to capture the different things. For the purposes of this, is you will see some profiles for those who are participating, who are manufacturing at that local level, at the Ugandan level, probably not East African yet, but at the Ugandan level. Lastly, this is an appreciation to all of you from Uganda Investment Authority. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the input. The members of East African community. I had a question earlier, but it was answered. The question was, why isn't His Excellency part of the people supporting that law? And in any case, why is, I mean, the question was, why is it not the public supporting the law? I don't remember. Did you answer that, Honorable? Not yet. Otherwise, thanks a lot. We learn a lot from you. We appreciate a lot as Uganda Investment Authority. What has been discussed today, I've been noting about 5 pages. Hopefully, some of it is going to feed into the next Investment Code Act that will be brought to Parliament probably next year. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay. So when a private member's bill is introduced and it gains sufficient traction in the partner states, there is also an option for it to be embraced by the partner states. So it is not exclusively that the private member can, you know, continue with the bill all the way. But if such a bill gains a lot of support from the different stakeholders, then the partner states are more inclined to take over that bill. And then they finance it, they process it, and it becomes a council bill. And actually, once it becomes a council bill, then it takes a life of its own. It's even fast-tracked, and it can be. So we are in the primary stages of this bill. And what we are doing as an assembly is to mobilize as much support as possible from civil society, from the researchers, from the practitioners, so that, you know, this bill can really have that nucleus around it that can drive it and make the partner states realize the importance of the bill, and they can take it over. So for now, we are going with it slowly by slowly. Already, as she said, we have GTZ, but GIZ, but we would want to attract as much support for it as possible. Yeah. So it's not that the His Excellency or governments have not, maybe it hasn't yet reached that level where their attention is drawn to the bill. But once that is done, I'm sure you will hear them commenting. And it's even not a bad thing if you hear them begin, that bill is dangerous, maybe because of a certain provision. Then we deal with it. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Awi. But to allay your fears, today when Siatini, I was following on Twitter, when Siatini was posting the proceedings of this meeting, one of the individuals who liked the tweet was His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, if you can confirm. I don't know if he manages his own account, but I was happy to see that he liked the tweet that these discussions are going on. And then you can confirm when you see the first morning tweets that you made, why Museveni liked it. So that is some goodwill that we can start with. Ladu, I will come to you. But from Mr. Yahweh's discussion, and I'm happy if we can expedite or reactivate the East African Investment Code Act, because even the definition, there are many discrepancies in our domestic acts, starting with the definition of an investor in terms of capital requirements. Capital requirement in Rwanda is different from, in terms of threshold, is different from Tanzania, is different from Kenya, is different from Uganda. So who you call an investor in Kenya may find the Uganda threshold very, very high. Okay, they may be having a lower threshold. So they get all those incentives that some require a higher investment to cross over to Kenya. So in terms of harmonization, I think that is even a starting point. The definition of who an investor is, because they attract different incentives. So whenever you're thinking about that, I don't know if in the framework of the East African Investment Code that was done, and even also for taxation purposes. I think it's only in Uganda where we started harmonizing and saying a definition of an investor will include a citizen of the East African community. In Tanzania, still not harmonized. You are called a foreigner if you're a Ugandan investor. So those are some of the things that. Yes.
In the 2019 to 2024 ESC investment framework, it taps into the existing protocols, like the Common Market Protocol, which allows for free movement of capital. So the investment framework 2019-2024 is actually the actualization of that specific protocol. So in the event that it is not happening in Tanzania, we are using that investment framework to push them in that direction. So it's really a positive work in progress.
That's good stuff. That's good news. Okay, I'll open up questions now. But Ladu had a burning one. Let's start with him. Okay.
Thank you very much. Ismail Ladu. My name is Ismail Ladu. I'm a media practitioner. Mr. Yahweh, I just briefly, if you can, just explain to us how currently do you measure outcomes resulting from the generous incentives? Because I think therein could lie a solution to what Madame Jen raised earlier about access, affordability, and I'm also now tempted to add quality. If it's embedded in there and it's one of the outcome, probably we could solve the access, affordability, and the quality issue. So how do you go about this right now as we speak?
Yes, Madame Jen. Hey, okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yahweh, for that presentation. There is something that you hinted about, and I've always looked for someone to ask this question. And I believe today I will be able maybe to get some answers, and the members in this room, maybe they're aware, but maybe for clarity. You said that the Uganda Investment Authority sometimes sources land, or it has land for investors. Let's look at a scenario in Uganda. I know very many, which we might say young, but potential manufacturers, pharmacists, or chemists that are ready and willing. And as we move to the
African goal to manufacture 60% of the vaccines. There's always an issue of land and actually politics of who gets to access this land. It's always very easy for an investor from outside Africa coming in and accessing that land than someone who needs actually to be equipped, who needs this land in Uganda to access that land. What is the criteria? What are the guidelines? How does one get to be evaluated? How does one get to have a chance to, be availed this opportunity so that they can, get to at least have set up a plant or get to be equipped in such, because it's one of the limitations that actually we have around in Uganda. Thank you.
Now, when I was still working for government, these are moments I used to dread. There used to be many questions when you are working for government. So be prepared, Mr. Yahweh.
Okay, mine is just a quick one. When it comes to the ESC Model Investment Treaty, which is one that was early adopted by the Sectoral Council on Trade, Industry and Finance and Investment in 2016. And I would like to inquire how best we can see to it that we operationalize the treaty, but also seeing that the challenges that it faced was really domesticating it to be able to actually be adopted and adhered to by different partner states. So how can we try to utilize such treaties like the ESC Model Investment Treaty to kind of make sure that we're able to have one that speaks to the ESC in harmonizing a lot of these investment negotiations and how we can actually foster it to meet our gains so as a region.
You'll allow me pass here and then we end up with it. Sorry.
Thank you very much. And I also thank you for your presentation that has opened our eyes to a few issues. Mine is a simple question from experience. I know that there is a tendency, for instance, when Quality Chemicals started manufacturing some drugs that we hoped as civil society would reduce the cost of HIV drugs, instead the cost of their drugs just shot up. So I am wondering, what do you think you have in store that you will do to guarantee that in the event that we are having this manufacture of vaccines by local people, they will not instead become more expensive because of arguments like the inputs are being taxed highly? Or is that not your docket to be able to guarantee something of that magnitude?
Yeah. Finally, we have Madam Jen. I'm alerted that the minister is very close, so.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yahweh. I have a number of issues. One, anyway, we have submitted, I don't know whether you saw our submission on some of the issues we want addressed in the investment code. One is also the issue of balancing the rights and obligation of the investors and the rights and obligation of the workers, the communities, because most often investments, they don't care about the people, they don't care about the communities. And we are saying that our investment code should have a human rights impact assessment. Two, the issue of performance requirements was raised, issues of technology transfer, issues of skilling, issues of providing decent jobs. Those things are not there. Another issue is the issue of what you have mentioned, different provisions, because today it's like an omnibus, and I think it's important to be able to have a section on land-based investments, so that we take care of how people moved from their land. The issue of the green industrialization, because we are in the energy transition. We have to have a section on that. Then the pharmaceuticals, I think that's also very, very, very important. Okay, and I think the issue of the East African Investment Code has been raised. I think we need to address it, and we need to have it operational. Thank you.
Okay, let me be brief. There is a short thing, a small thing which I wanted to discuss regarding Uganda Investment Authority. If it's giving permits to investors in the country, I don't know if there is an assessment of the impact of their investments in the growth of the economy, the human resource, and also other areas of our industrial sectors before these licenses are granted. I can give an example. When I had a chance to be in North Africa, there is a certain country I visited which had over 200 pharma companies, but I never got to see any Indian in those companies, yet they are the ones we know mainly who run pharma companies all over the world. However, I came to realize that the country had a policy whereby if an investor was allowed to set up a plant in there, they would be limited to having at least only something like 3% of their foreigners into and only into top management, and the rest of other areas left for the citizens. So, but we are in a situation whereby we give permits to investors without such limitations, and they end up importing other foreigners, having all the value chain jobs in the industrial sector. And as a country, we don't benefit something out of that. So I wanted to know if Investment Authority is doing any guidance on that.
The Income Tax Act has provided for some of those, but let me allow Yahweh, maybe I will add on that.
So why did you leave government? You said this is a section you don't want. The good thing with working with all of us is that in one way or the other, most of us are government. For example, there are questions here I don't have to answer because I'm going to pass them on to some of the people here. Honorable, how does your law ensure that if we manufacture vaccines, you will hear the question, that if we manufacture vaccine, they're actually affordable to Ugandans, and was giving the case of that factory in Ruzira. So that question goes to you. How do they say in Parliament? Your right honorables, that question goes to you. How to make sure that these drugs don't become expensive. So you see, my friend, all the questions are not for me, they are for us. Then there is that issue of the East African Model Investment Treaty. And then she was asking, how can we integrate it into this the next Investment Code Act that we pass in Uganda? But I think you should have said all member countries. Now, what I'm going to do is today or tomorrow, I won't leave without your contact. And then this one is something which can be discussed further. Probably make an arrangement. You meet our legal team and other people who are working on that act. To be specific, me I'm a person from the figures side. There are people who do law. Me, I do statistics in these things of investment. So, but we can make that, and other people, by the way, because that act is supposed to be like so many interests are supposed to feed into it, and different experts from different area. So I'm going to be suggesting that Madam, I'll get a list of those who attended here. Probably do an entry email about this investment code act that is being drafted, such that such of this feedback actually goes into two. Which brings me to your area of rights and obligation of workers. When someone says, you leave my investors alone, I don't know what that means. I first even have to fast. This is a prolonged approach from all angles, from East African community. We talk about the rights of employees from the East African community level to Parliament of Uganda level, the rights of employees, issue like minimum wage, not so. Uganda Investment Authority can also put its weight behind that, as other people do, other agencies do, other institutions do. It is not something for Uganda Investment Authority alone. The rights and obligations of employees. Now, I think honorables will talk about whether that act at the East African level, whether it actually handles that. From the Uganda Investment Authority, we always propose, and this Investment Code Act is debated, and some of those issues may not see the light, but they're always proposed. Because at least in that proposal, I'm seeing that the rights of employees. Then the other issue was green industrialization, green-based industrialization, green-based growth. The idea with that, and for the benefit of Uganda, this one I can say without fear or favor, because about 2 weeks ago, even His Excellency, the President, directed that anyone in these spaces we have gazetted as investment parks, and you are in an area which is what we call wetlands, those ones where you're not supposed to be, that they should vacate. I remember someone asked him, can you put that in writing? He said, what you've heard, that is the same as writing. You should leave anything. Anyway, the trends are, as you are aware, every country to tap into investment or even foreign aid, then the issue of the environment must be topmost. This one, there is nothing we can do about it. That one, there is nothing. If you're to tap into investment, or if you're to tap into money from anything like development funds, then you must be talking about clean investment. I think that one we agree. We are going to stop having headache around this area. It will be automatic. Of course, we still have a long way to go. It's not something of tomorrow. Now, there is internally, as Uganda Investment Authority, and this is one of the things I do on my desk, is assessment, impact assessment of these investments. That one I do. And those figures, by the way, appear in some of the publications. For example, Ministry of Finance, Bank of Uganda. We track investment. We track the things which you can track. We track that you said you're going to employ this number of Ugandans, but how many have you employed? We also track how much are you exporting. We also track the other employees who come outside, let us say China, vis-a-vis employees who are me and you, come from Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda, We also track that kind of stuff. Now, Someone was saying that 80% of management is supposed to be local. You saw it in some country. Yes, sir. Yes, yes. Mm. Okay, like we give you land for free, and then you invest. How many jobs? You know, sometimes we get very good investors. Sometimes we get investors like you live in Uganda, boss. Sometimes we get investor like those you've heard of. Yeah. Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do about it. So if you got some time, because you're journalists, and we go to some of the industrial parks, we can try out one, the nearest one. You get some very good domestic investors. I'm talking about people like Intake, people like this guy of Iron Sheets, Tembo, you know, very good domestic investors, and meeting some of the parameters. Actually, if you look at their exports, you find that they far exceed the land that we have what? We have given them. But once in a while, as you know, and those ones normally don't make news. And there are many, by the way. You'll be surprised how many Ugandans are actually invested money, big sums of money in these industrial parks. But now you get one other investor who makes news. Yes? But they are there, very good investors. So there is value for money. The money we give them, the land we give them, the resources, we give them, because we give them land mostly. And of course, some weavers, and they are supposed to meet certain specifications. Certain, to get those weavers. Those I've worked with, there is value for money. That one I can guarantee you. Someone has 25 acres, but has exported more than, $30 million worth of goods. For us, that is import substitution. They are there. Now, for the rest of my time, especially the question about, I'm going to give these questions to the MPs, not making the vaccines very expensive. And then this fitting the ESC model investment treaty into the rest of the East African, member countries, investment code acts. I don't know whether those two issues are answered, and others you might have heard. Let me start from here, I think. Thank you.
Not sure whether I will give a very satisfactory response, but let me try. Now, on the ESC model investment treaty, I think the spirit around the model investment treaty is to help the ESC partner states to negotiate with third-party investors if they are coming as another country and they would want to invest, say, within the ESC region. It gives the ESC partner state sufficient leverage to negotiate terms of the investment so that it is, it's advantageous to the region. Now, the ESC model treaty is not grounded in law, therefore it's not enforceable. But it gives a framework. it gives a guiding framework for the partner states to engage with the investors, so that every partner state can look at it and tick those boxes when it is negotiating. But codifying it like the way we are doing now will give it the force of law, and it's a very good practice. And I think that the other partner states should take the EAC model treaty as one that can inform their national legislations, so they can pick from that the best practices, the issues, so that they can integrate it in their legislations. So even codifying ours here, we can tap into the spirit of the treaty, of the EAC model treaty. The other is, I think, on what? Other than that, what other question was there? Oh, yes, the cost of drugs. You see, first there are zero-rated inputs, for example, are zero-rated, and they are also, very well elaborated in our customs union, and you will see that there are those specific inputs, for example, that are used for manufacturing of medicines, essential medicines. They are zero-rated, both in terms of the import taxes, but also even VAT zero-rated. Now, other cost pushers, for example, are really non-tax. They could be from other cost areas. And maybe it's important that we interrogate. If there was somebody in the sector, he could maybe tell us what are those areas that are pushing their costs. But in terms of the tax, the EAC is very, very specific, and in our protocols, they are zero-rated. The inputs are zero-rated. There could be other areas that are pushing the costs of producing the drugs higher, and maybe it's an area that we can together with the stakeholders discuss and identify what those areas are, and if there is a way in which the community and particularly the assembly can help, then we can help in that area. Now, the rights. Be careful with the power of capital. The power of capital is very, very, very strong, and it can influence. It can influence legislation. It can influence practice. And so we have got to be awake to the power of capital, because that power of capital influences government from the top to the bottom. All layers of government are influenced by the power of capital. So what we need to do is really to put our heads together and see how do we push back. How do we push back so that, we can have a win-win situation? For a long time, we have been trying to say, can we put in place legislation to protect workers? Can we have minimum wage? And the number one policymaker says no. This is going to be, and it's usually a very escapist reason. They are going to tell you, this is going to scare investors. But these investors are coming from jurisdictions where they pay minimum wage. Why is it that they don't complain there and they want to complain here? So you should be very careful about the power of capital, and we have got to push back in a very robust way, and the voices must begin to be amplified to say no. These investors we are saying we are attracting, where they are coming from, they are happy to pay minimum wage. Why is it that when they come here? Now, the investment authority is giving a lot of incentives. And some of these incentives, by the way, as you have rightly put, some of these incentives are not driven by justifiable reasons. They could be, there is influence from somewhere else that now makes the technocrats, their work is to facilitate the process, but the pressure is coming from somewhere else, and that's the environment in which we are working. And that's why it's important that at the regional level, we harmonize. Because if you leave it to specific jurisdictions in our partner states, the players in our partner states are under immense pressure. But at the regional level, perhaps it's better to originate it from that side and let it come down so that the practice is harmonized across the different partner states. But this state capture is real. Let me use the right word for it. We are skirting about it, but state capture is real. And state capture has influence at all levels. So you look at a policy and you think, oh yeah, this is a very wonderful policy. Therein, if you really deconstruct that policy, you will see that the fingerprints of these actors are right there. You see how they are trying to push back on double taxation agreements. You see, all this, it's happening. So we have got to sanitize that environment, and perhaps we need to look much deeper. Now in America, there is a lot of conversations going around woke capitalism, if you know what they call a woke capitalism. They're thinking that actually capitalism will deliver on the public good. It doesn't. Because they are essentially people who are driven by private interests. So if they do something, it's not because they really love you that much. It's simply because they want to create a sufficient and a very good environment for them to make more money. So we have got to be aware of that. So maybe we just need to continue having the dialogue and the conversations and strengthening our policy frameworks.
Thank you, Honorable. More questions? Discussion, I think. Okay.
Thank you very much. I want to speak for the civil society if they may be pleased, because the value we bring in this advocacy is what you did talk about, because we know you may not be everywhere, just like you will also be representing us in places or platforms where we cannot be. We bring experience from the tobacco industry. We know for a fact it interferes in all policy-making processes. And we have experience of all tactics it has used. And in all advocacy interventions we have participated in, we have mapped those that oppose, those that are undecided, and those that are for us. And I think one of the recommendations is that civil society needs to participate, and civil society needs to come up with, say, key messages, because we know for a fact they are going to come up with contradictory messages, which definitely will be intended to floor or derail or delay. And civil society, of course, will also contribute by way of generating the needed research to justify most of the arguments, because we know the other opposers will definitely be pulling everything down. We'll be saying perhaps there are other priorities and this may not be what is needed. And I think also civil society needs to commit to pool resources, say to bring on board the media, so that the undecided or the yet to be convinced or even the yet to be reached, because political buy-in is also very central. And we know big industry will definitely go to the policymakers, the last end decision makers, and perhaps say reach the summit of presidents, or even get to the ministers, and perhaps they say maybe that is not priority. So I want to implore civil society to bring those resources and indeed support this, but also ensure that we have constituents who may not be represented in the bill as is, and then also conduct rigorous studies all around it so that we have the best arguments for whichever clause there is. I also want to commit, because I know of a parliamentary forum for East African affairs that perhaps in Uganda, and I think they can also leverage on resources they have with other MPs to ensure that every partner state at least has a buy-in so that we can fast track this. Thank you.
I wanted to answer his question regarding the cost of drugs. Oh, okay. So on the platform of manufacturing side, I wanted to elaborate to you how the cost of a drug can be lowered if local production is supported. There was a study once done in Ethiopia by McKinsey, and it found out that if local production is emphasized, the total cost of a product can be lowered by at least 15%. You've given an example of CIPLA. It has its parameters that made the raising of products. But I can give you an example of Abacus, which is also a local company. Before it set up a 500 mils bottle of IV products was around 2,500. But when Abacus set up ground here in Uganda, it reduced to around 850 to 900. So what drives the cost of production down? It's usually into the investments in R&D. For example, on average, it takes you around $10 billion worth of investment to develop a product. For somebody to say that, let me put money into this, is going to weigh that will he get this money back out in sales. That is why, for example, I'm going to gauge for you the COVID vaccine development. Pfizer had $1 billion already as its personal cash as a company that it put forward to collaborate with BioNTech to develop the COVID vaccine. And in less than 2 weeks, they had a vaccine. They've managed to make $90 billion out of the vaccine. When you look at the Gavi market for vaccines, it's only $1.5 billion. So what makes the COVID vaccine alone more expensive than a multitude of 7 vaccines sold by Gavi? It's because they own the intellectual property rights and can decide to sell it at whatever price they want, and you won't have a say. That is why they made over 1,000% of profit per product. However, when you look at initiatives that have been done to develop a product with the collaboration of the government, like in the development of the meningococcal vaccine, it is going to be on the market for at least $1. The average price of a new vaccine on the world market is usually $22 to $17 or $15. If lucky, it can go to $7. But this is being targeted to be developed at around $1 because the governments that invested in the research subsidized the developmental costs and dictate the price. So going forward, as a government, if we need, as a country or a region, if we need to have costs lowered for these products, we must fund their research and ensure that they are made locally to encourage their access. And that's how we can reach this goal. That's what I wanted to clarify.
The issue of cost has been demystified now. So I wanted to highlight something to do with the local content arrangement from the investment incentives. So the Investment Code Act 2019, there was so much effort to align with the domestic tax laws. And one of the issues was to do with the tax incentives. Tax incentives which we are targeting strategic sectors, of which health is one. So, and I know on the website of the Ghana Investment Authority, such information is available. Tax incentives For instance, if you are using 70% of raw materials locally, if you're constructing a hospital with 300 bed capacity, if you are employing 70%, Ugandans contributing 70% of the wage bill, they are part of the tax Income Tax Act, which have been aligned to the revised Investment Code Act. So there is consideration, but the political economy and who benefits and partakes of those incentives is now the issue that Honorable was trying to read. But in terms of legal and policy frameworks, there have been serious attempts to support local content and incentives to that effect. So you can enjoy a 10-year tax holiday as long as you meet certain specifications. That said, I also thought we should comment on the issue of tracking investors and the transparency around it. If an investor has met the certain aspects to benefit from an incentive, do we have the capacity and will to monitor if they are still meeting those specifications for which they got the certificate? And that is not only UIA. That takes a whole of government effort, because some aspects are tax, others are policy, others are foreign relations, others are trade. Does UIA have that capacity? Because someone would, for instance, tell you, if I told you to employ 70% of Ugandans and you should spend 70% of your wage bill on them to get this tax incentive, are you doing it for this number of years? If you're not doing it, then I can say let the certificate be revoked. But if you all want to be renewed for the next 10 years, but if you have a political interference, some people say no, so it's not interference, it's political intervention, and someone tells you will be disturbing my investors when you start doing that, then it means I will promise you that I will deliver on those conditions as long as I get my certificate. After getting my certificate, after 2 years, even if I don't adhere to the same conditions, you may not have the capacity to challenge me. So I think that's where the issue comes, and being transparent about it. For instance, if you produce your investor surveys, which sectors, how much they have contributed, there should be who have been benefited, how many people have they employed, how much are these people contributing to pay as you earn, etc. But that analysis, how are you motivated to do it and continue tracking? If we can have that around, then you will cease answering such questions. Because if it's in the public domain, people can be excited about the incentives that you are giving these people. There was a question on how you evaluate who benefits, who gets the land. That's the question I'm not able to answer.
Let me just because he's, are you a youth? But are you a youth? The definition is youth is 35 years and below. So, all right. And there are two things. The minister is there. You've survived, but I'll answer you. I may answer you after she's gone along the way. But I will tell you how to, especially around priority sectors, and given that you're youth, depends even the region where you're going to go. Who's going to welcome the minister?
Thank you very much. So I will request us to stand up as the minister comes in. I'm ready. So, Madam Minister, you're welcome. We shall sing the national anthem, that is the stanza, and then I will hand over to Madam Jane to officially welcome the minister, and then the minister will give, we'll get highlights of the workshop, and then the minister will give her remarks. So, DJ, please.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Madam Jen. Madam Jen.
Honorable Dr. Monica Musenero, before you hear participants from Yala, from ministries, from civil society, but also from across the region of Africa. But maybe I could ask members to introduce themselves so that at least you'll be able to know exactly who is here.
I'm happy to see you, Madam Minister. My name is Dr. Adrian Dungchivumbi. I'm the Secretary General for Uganda Pharmaceutical Manufacturers and also the company pharmacist at Day Biopharma Limited.
Good evening, Minister. I am Talivita Moses. I am the legal officer for Uganda National Health Consumers Organization. I'm happy to see you.
Good evening, Honorable Minister. I'm Namaye Wilba, Senior Commercial Africa from Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives.
Good evening, Madam Honorable Minister. My name is Nasaya Way. I represent Uganda Investment Authority here.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Minister. I'm Julius Katamba, Uganda Investment Authority.
Good evening, Honorable Minister. My name is Ismail Ladu, Communication and Media Professional.
Good evening, Honorable Minister. My name is Kafero Herbert. I work with Siatini Uganda.
Yes, good evening. My name is Ali Twaha, Media.
Good evening, Minister. My name is Cliff Avenito. I'm the Communications Officer at HEPS Uganda.
Good evening. My name is Mona Lisa Chafewa. I am a research fellow at Afya na Haki.
Good evening, Honorable Minister. My name is Sebubo Stewart. I work as a pharmacist at Afya na Haki, Uganda.
Good evening once again, Honorable Minister. My name is Francine Rutazana, a member of the East African Legislative Assembly, representing the Republic of Rwanda. It's a pleasure to be with you, Honorable Minister.
Good evening, Honorable Minister. My name is Pesa Okania from the Kenya Legal and Ethical Issues Network on HIV/AIDS.
Good evening. I'm Simon Peter Sewaduka, Legislative Council, Parliament of Uganda.
Evening, Penny Nambabazi. I work for Siatini, Uganda.
Warm greetings, Honorable Minister. My name is Rangarai Machemedze from Siatini, Southern Africa, and I'm based in the Sovereign Republic of Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Minister. My name is Achoy Abraham. I work with the Ministry of East African Community Affairs and representing Commissioner Social Affairs.
Good morning, Honorable Minister. My name is Jonan Kandwanaho, Senior Planner, Chemical Industry from the National Planning Authority.
Good evening, Honorable Dr. Minister. My name is Dennis Joseph Bukenya, People's Health Movement, Uganda.
Good evening, Honorable Minister. My name is George Odongo. I'm a member of the East African Legislative Assembly from Uganda.
And good evening, Honorable Minister. My name is Robert Suna. I'm a consultant on tax, trade, and investment. And I was the moderator for.
Okay. Thank you so much for those introductions. Honorable Dr. Monica Msenero, Minister of Science and Technology and Innovation. We are really honored to have you here, and I know that day has been very long and we have even made it longer, but that shows the commitment you have when it comes to issues of science, technology, and innovation. Honorable Minister, we have been here the whole day and we are going to be here again tomorrow to discuss the issue of vaccine manufacturing and access in Africa. And the context to this meeting is the COVID pandemic. We learned a lot from the COVID pandemic. And one of the major lessons was that you don't depend on others to either feed you or to give you medicine. Honorable Minister, you remember that we didn't get vaccines until our brothers and sisters in the north had already got even the second dose, a booster, and all that. And we learned a lesson that we need to manufacture our own vaccines, but also look at manufacturing and access of all drugs. And we are happy to note that the African Union made a commitment that we are going to reverse the situation today where we are depending 99% of our vaccine access from outside to 60% to 40%. In that by 2040, Africa will be manufacturing 60% of their vaccine. That's a very tall order, no? Very ambitious. But we know if we put our resources together, human resources, financial resources, it can be done. This meeting was specifically looking at that commitment of 60% by 2040. And we are looking at the kind of trade policies that can enable our governments to deliver on that promise. And when we talk about trade agreements, trade policies agreements, we look at trade, investment, industrial policies, competition policies, all those policies together to see how they can be remodeled, how can they be made fit for purpose for us to be able to manufacture our vaccine. So that was the core of the meeting. I will call Herbert just 5 minutes to give you the highlights of our discussions here, what we discussed and what we, the issues which were raised. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Allow me to also add my voice and say we are greatly honored to have you today. And like my ED elucidated, we're here for this high-level policy symposium on trade-related policies and negotiations and vaccine manufacturing and access. So we have a program for the 2 days we're going to be here. And we started with a session. If I could skip the remarks that we already had, the welcome remarks from the organizers. That's Siatini, Uganda. Siatini stands for Southern and Eastern Africa Trade Information and Negotiations Institute. We're a Pan-African research and advocacy organization that promotes pro-development trade, fiscal and investment-related policies and practices for the attainment of sustained equitable development in Uganda, East African community, and beyond. Our work cascades at different levels, starts at the subnational level, where we're able to hear from the rights holders, but also take that message or amplify their voices in the different policy processes to the national level, regional level, ESC level, continental, Africa Union level, but also global level, because our work revolves a lot around the World Trade Organization processes and other global processes. And so we started with a session that was led by Ms. Sangita Shashkant, who is a legal advisor with Third World Network that is based in Geneva, but also has a presence in West Africa, among other countries. So the session that we had that set the pace for this discussion was around the state of play of trade-related policies and negotiations and their impact on the prospects of local vaccine manufacturing and access in Africa. But this session specifically focused on the TRIPS waiver and the unfinished business, because from the COVID-19 pandemic, there were contested discussions around the TRIPS waiver and also looking at vaccines as a global good because of the colossal loss of lives during the COVID-19 pandemic, but also the need for countries, especially those in sub-Saharan Africa, but also developing countries in general, to access these vaccines that became so expensive in the first case, but also the restrictive intellectual property rights regime that wasn't allowing countries to access, to also be able to manufacture some of the drugs that they needed. So from there, we delved into the discussion on the ESC, East African Community Pharmaceuticals Bill 2020 and the unfinished business, because this bill has been shelved for some time and a lot has been happening in terms of discussions around drawing lessons from COVID-19 and the need to bring it back and to conclude on the same. So we were graced by Honorable Francine Rutazana, a member of the East African Legislative Assembly, who is actually who is the mover of the private members bill. And we actually appreciated that this bill could help us to lay ground for a policy framework in the ESC that could help us have at least something we can look at and benchmark on and say, the policy states this. And so the national governments can also be able to domesticate the same. So a lot of discussions went around the same. Since it's a private members bill, it was demand driven, thus has challenges of funding. And since it's private members bill and demand driven, it needs a funding for hearings to be undertaken, but also consultations and the subsequent engagements around it. And just to emphasize also, the supply driven bills are the ones that are moved by the as Honorable the Council of Ministers, as Honorable Odong took us through the same, that the supply-driven bills are moved by the Council of Ministers, so they have really financial backup and all the necessary support for them to be concluded on. And this bill stipulates a number of issues or areas that could support local vaccine manufacturing, incentivize local vaccine manufacturing, but also we were all invited to contribute to refining it for the better. Since from the COVID-19 pandemic, a number of issues have come to the fore, and there are issues from different stakeholders, the pharmaceutical manufacturers, the producers, private sector, civil society, who represent the constituencies of the people, the different sectors where some of us work, need to be able to amplify the issues from our sectors to feed into this bill. So there is already a roadmap towards having this bill see the light of the day, but it's also dependent on the availability of resources, financial, technical, because it's not only financial, but also the issues, the feedback from all of us as stakeholders. And there will be national consultations where all of us will be invited to share all our concerns and issues around the bill. So from there, we still continued with the major theme of the state of play of trade-related policies and negotiations and their impact on the prospects of local vaccine manufacturing and access in Africa, but specifically looked at the African Continental Free Trade Area, IP protocol, because we recognize that these trade-related policies are broad. Beyond trade, there is intellectual property rights, industrial policies, and investment. So we had a session that was led by Mr. Rangrilai Machemeze, who is the coordinator of Siatini Southern Africa, and he took us through leveraging the AFCFTA and other relevant frameworks to achieve local vaccine manufacturing, all to unlock our potential to manufacture our vaccines locally. And a number of provisions were highlighted in the FCFTA FCFTA IPR protocol. And another discussion that ensued from there is the discussion around industrial and investment policies. As I alluded, industrial and investment policies are key to facilitating local vaccine manufacturing because, for example, investment policies, we are weighing in on whether they are fit for purpose investment and industrial policies, because our investment, there was an observation that our Investment Code Act 2019 lacks provisions on performance requirements, technology transfer, among other key provisions. And Siatini has been calling for a review of the same in order to incorporate the same, because we can't be talking about local vaccine manufacturing if we don't have technology transfer. And so we're looking at the nexus between vaccine manufacturing, but also industrial and investment policies and how they can facilitate, all how we can leverage on the same to achieve our aspirations in line with manufacturing vaccines locally. So the session on the role of industrial and investment policies in vaccine manufacturing, research and development was led by Mr. Wilbur Namayo, who is a senior commercial officer from Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. And from there, we actually appreciated the role of different stakeholders, but also the linkages that we cannot talk about vaccine manufacturing in isolation, all in a vacuum, but link it to other sectors, and also the voices, the roles of other key stakeholders from gender, trade, human rights, health, investment, and having a unified voice on vaccine manufacturing and access. And here we basically underscored the role of various stakeholders in vaccine manufacturing and access. And different stakeholders present here shared perspectives from their sectors, especially on issues of accessibility, affordability, and availability of vaccines, but also that availability might not guarantee accessibility. So we're interrogating all that and what needs to be put in place in order for us to guarantee the 3 A's of vaccines, which is availability, affordability, accessibility. And here we are with a special session with your presence to share some remarks with us. Allow me to hand over the microphone to the Executive Director to invite you to share your keynote address. Thank you so much. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Herbert. Honorable Dr. Msenero, request you to give us some words of wisdom. Thank you.
Good evening. I know it is been a long day, and I apologize for coming after 5. But I was wondering, the worst evil, is it not to come or come late? So I should, if you are too tired to listen to me, you are justified. But if you can listen to me, I'll be very grateful. Much as I'm invited to come, for me it's a great opportunity because I am on a crusade, and to get to address people of this caliber and diversity and from across Africa, it's an opportunity I cannot afford to miss. So as they set up, because I want to show you a few slides, let me just tell you a little bit about myself. I'm called Dr. Monica Msenero Masanza. I'm called doctor because I'm a veterinary doctor, so I'm not a human doctor. Don't ask me to take care of your high blood pressure here. But after that, I studied microbiology, medical microbiology, and vaccine research. These related sciences. So I spent about 6 years with a lot of interest in understanding the science and how vaccines work and how they can be made, and looking through the different technologies. And when I returned from where I was, I came back to Uganda. I couldn't apply most of my high-tech knowledge. So I went into public health. First show there's another. The other presenter. Then you sit there and you show the other one when I ask. So I worked all over Africa. I spent the bigger chunk of my working life fighting epidemics across Africa. Started here, was with the Ministry of Health. I was Assistant Commissioner, Epidemiology and Surveillance at the Ministry of Health. And later, I worked with the AFNIT, Africa Field Epidemiology Network. Spent a lot of time in all the different countries across Africa, working with governments to build capacity to respond to epidemics. After that, I retired Then there was Ebola in West Africa. And I was called out of retirement. I think public health officers should have military titles because you don't seem to retire permanently. So I found myself in the worst epidemic ever. I had finished my career without ever thinking such a thing exists. So I played a big role in controlling Ebola in West Africa. Then I retired. Then there was Ebola in the DRC. When I was in West Africa, I was working with World Health Organization. And I retired. I said, now guys, today I want to retire. Then there was Ebola in DRC. It refused to go. I spent some time in DRC and spent towards the end of 2019 and the beginnings of 2020, I was in Rwanda, supporting Rwanda to keep the Ebola out. And I just returned to Uganda and COVID came. Actually, if I hadn't returned, I would have been locked out. I would have spent COVID in Rwanda, but which would have been good. I would have contributed there, but Uganda also needed me, so I was appointed presidential advisor. And I think the Ugandans, most of them, are familiar at least with this hair. They never saw my face. It was always a mask. So I'm giving that little background because the issues that we're talking about are very close to my heart. For me, it's not a job, it's a passion. Because spending your life fighting epidemics, and most of them are repetitive epidemics. And every time they come, they kill people. But solutions may exist, or they may not exist, but they are possible in science. But for some reason, Africa chose to sit around and wait for others to come up with solutions. I remember when I was in Affinate, we had a wave of cholera across Africa. We had a terrible epidemic of cholera in Zimbabwe. We had a very bad one in Ethiopia. We had a terrible one here in Uganda. And we somehow seemed like we're just helpless. And we're waiting for other people to make vaccines for us, to design the systems for us. And for me, that was been very, very discomforting. At that time, I didn't pay. I was annoyed, but I didn't think through, what does it take? I mean, what does it take for us actually to have a vaccine? I remember when I'd just come back from my studies at Cornell University, and I was hot with ideas. And I came back and I told the people, I've come, I want to start the first biotech, about vaccine manufacturing. And somebody told me, girl, forget it. It doesn't work here. And after spending a few years, I realized they were right. Not that there were no brains, but the systems were just not designed for that. They didn't recognize it. And when we talk about vaccines, sometimes we are only biased to the human vaccines. Vaccines are part of the economy. In livestock, if you don't have vaccines, and Africa with our agriculture, then we suffer. And it limits a lot of prosperity because you're not able to vaccinate your animals. The principles are the same. So the issues that affect human vaccines are the issues that affect the animal vaccines. So when I came back into work as a presidential advisor in the middle of COVID, I was given two tasks. One was to make sure that our response to COVID is science-based, and also taking the most courageous steps that we need. When everybody needed somebody to blame for a decision the public didn't want, you can always blame Senator. I said, yes, it is okay, so long as the people stay alive. And we did quite well in Uganda in keeping COVID without specific response tools. The second assignment the president gave me was start working on our capacity to do research and manufacture vaccines. And that was now the opportunity I had waited for so many years. When I started the work, at first I didn't know where to start. I went to our institutions. Their work on vaccine was limited to participating in clinical trials, but there were also institutions that were working a little bit on basic research, which is related especially to HIV vaccine. I also found a small amount of work, very little, going on in one of our institutions. They were working on a vaccine for Rift Valley fever. Otherwise, there was no focus in the country on vaccines. And this is the same for most of our countries in Africa. 99% of our vaccines, some people say it's 96, so that we get 4%. I have reservations about that percentage because the Africa capacity to manufacture vaccines was limited to those Louis Pasteur institutes in West Africa and a small capacity in Egypt. And COVID came, nobody had a vaccine. COVID was a nasty thing, but I think COVID is the kind of friend that we needed. If we had talked about vaccine manufacturing before without COVID coming, nobody would listen to us. The key people wouldn't listen. But COVID brought a very good awakening. So to say, I initiated vaccine research work in the country. At that time, we were not even talking about technology transfer, access. Nobody had it. Of course, there was research, a lot of research going on, but really nobody had that vaccine. I remember we were contacted to participate in a phase 1 clinical trial for one vaccine, an mRNA vaccine, self-replicating, but eventually it was withdrawn because the immunogenicity or the ability to protect, to cause the immune system was too low, so they took back that vaccine. So at that time, there was nothing. And so we started to think through vaccine work from the very basic principles. Now, one of the things I discovered is that up to that point, when we had to train people, be it at masters, be it at whatever level, when we trained in basic education, when we talked about vaccines in secondary education, when we talked it through it in medical school, we talked about vaccine use. There was a course I enrolled in, they titled it Vaccine Economics. So I thought we were talking about the entire thing, only to realize it was the economics of using vaccines. I dropped out because I know that one. I was vaccinated as a child, so I know about the economics of vaccine use. The challenge here was we didn't have access to vaccine. And now, nobody in the world had it. And for me, I knew, and I used to tell His Excellency that when vaccines come, we are not going to access them. Because this disease has attacked the entire world, 8 billion people. And you don't even make one. Who is going to think about you? So we started quite early to think here in Uganda. Of course, as we were working, the voice, when vaccines started to come out, the voices started to emerge about access. Are we going to be able to access vaccines? For me, I knew we wouldn't. We will, but one, it was going to be very expensive. Two, it was going to be late because we will be buying from vendors who have bought it up. Because within that time, I took time to study the entire economy, vaccine economy, and how it worked, because I was now trying to mobilize people, trying to guide people. And so we started to work on vaccines in Uganda, starting from idea. Just starting from idea. I remember gathering all these scientists and sitting saying, so we study Uganda, you study this, then we come up with the concepts, then we called them hackathons, because nobody had a vaccine. And so we started to think. Along the way, of course, vaccines started to come out, and the issues that we expected, there were many issues. One, there was the issue of really extremely limited information on vaccines. There was no time to test. And for me, my nightmare as an epidemiologist was always, what if we vaccinate everybody, then we find out there's something so nasty about these vaccines? And it was a big challenge for me to encourage Ugandans to be vaccinated with these things ringing behind my mind. And I was like, I wish I had the privilege to be part of the team that knows the truth behind the science of these vaccines. I wish we had a way where we could check and assure our people such that we don't have to apologize later. That one. And the second one was that there was a lot of very new technologies which were being deployed. Messenger RNA vaccines had never been used. They were doing research, a lot of research, but this was the first time people felt they could use them. And then, of course, there was the scramble. While vaccines are being sold at very low price, we paid in India, just to get access. I remember the president assigning me to work with somebody to get some vaccines. My goodness. The politics of getting even to the 8th person in the line who could lead you to access to vaccine, it was almost impossible. And the vaccine politics came in. So that was kind of bad. Thank God, COVID spared Africa. We suffered, but it spared us. Because Uganda had been projected to have 600,000 deaths. 600,000 deaths were supposed to happen in Uganda. But for some reason, I think God knew, and we had much, much fewer deaths. Once, at some points, we almost came to a tipping point, but on the whole, most of these countries did well. So coming back to vaccines, the trade issues, you know the trade issues. What I want to talk to you is the science end of things, but it will be quite simplified, such that if I see there are a few doctors here, some people are economists, so it will be quite, and what I'm going to say is applicable to a lot of other technical areas. So there are some definitions here that we have worked through since 2020. Because the first question was for me, why would a whole continent never think about building capacity to manufacture vaccines? A lot of these vaccines are not used in the Western world anymore. They are just used by us. But we have never thought about, maybe we have, but somehow we've just thought it is totally impossible. We have not worked to build capacity. Why? 1 billion people, and we don't think about it. So these thoughts, this thinking, and through the work the president gave me, there was vaccines, there were therapeutics, there were diagnostics, and all the tools that, and Africa was naked. What I kept thinking about after running around in meetings the whole day, I go sleep for 2 hours and wake up and say, what is that barrier? What is that limitation? What is that disability, which is so common to all this, the entire continent, that we have not built capacity to produce such an essential thing? Because literally all of us at least have 2, 3 antigens in our bodies. This is something we consume, all of us. Why haven't we thought through? And that sent me to a lot of thinking. And so we went back to the drawing board. As I interacted with our scientists, I discovered one. They were not even aware that we were supposed to do it. In fact, most of our politicians and policymakers opposed the whole idea of us even thinking about it. The concept was so universal because I was at that time chairing the Science, Technology and Innovation Special Commission at AU. So I met with a lot of colleagues from across the continent. And it was like, this is something which has never, it is not even a topic that we talk about at dinner. We would rather talk about how those people have not given us vaccines, as if they owe us the vaccines. Do they owe us? And I mean, we looked ridiculous, telling them, give us, you are bad because, yeah, I mean, we could beg, but for us to demand, what have we been doing? We have all not been thinking about it at all. And as I started, I did a lot of research and discovered that it's not only vaccines, but all key technologies that we use on the African continent universally. When we do our budgets, we budget for importation. We budget for developing capacity to use. We don't budget for capacity to make. So I traced it back and found I actually literally got the curricula of different universities for pharmacy, for medicine, and discovered that all these curricula do not include these topics. They are not included. The pharmacists are trained to dispense medicine. They are not trained to make medicine. The medical doctors are trained to inject, but they are never trained to make any of the things that they inject. And so they have something I have termed, I'm trying to write a book, but so that you can all have this information very fast. They just don't allow me to rest enough to write. But I am about 3/4 way, so that this information can move across the continent very fast. There's something I term the black box. There is a systematic deletion of this recognition of the need to do these things across the continent, and is inserted in the education system. So I started by arguing, sometimes shock therapy for my universities. Go there, spend a day. Why don't you make vaccines? I remember going to one of our research institutions, and they presented their research and they were so proud. And when I got up to make my remarks, they said, how many products do you have on the shelves? looked at me. In fact, the director was very angry. How dare you ask me such a question? Because it's not in us. So when we talk about feasibility, the first issue that we need to address is not even trade. The first issue is mindset. The recognition that we can do this. We must do this. It is our priority. As long as there is no systematic change, wherever you start, you are going to be blocked at the next level. Those of you from Uganda, you know that immediately I became a minister, I was so persecuted because of my attempt to work on vaccines. I was harassed. When I did some research, I discovered that these people who are speaking up in parliament, they were just mouthpieces. They didn't even understand what they were talking about. So the mindset, not just in the scientists, but in the policymakers, among the entire economy, to understand that vaccine production is a matter of economic development. So here, I did a bit of shock therapy. I introduced to the president that we need to develop a pathogen economy. Now, people are like, pathogen economy? I said, yes. Pathogens are a natural resource. As long as we look at pathogens as scary things, and since we are very moral people, we do not want to benefit from the suffering of others, so we will allow others to benefit on our behalf. Because that's the mindset. I said, we are going to develop a pathogen economy. The president was very excited and he's talked about it a lot. He says pathogenic economy. So it's the pathogen economy. So vaccine in Uganda is part of our pathogen economy. And for us to start, we had to think through these definitions, these key definitions. They are definitions, but they define a pathway, and each of them represent an enabling. We require enabling policies, we require technology, we require human capital to facilitate the journey of ideas of vaccines across this. So we redefined some of these for communication to various audiences. Science is the knowledge, and we are not short of these scientists. We have PhDs in molecular biology, in immunology, even in vaccinology, but it is vaccinology which is the use, and you measure how they have, not how you develop vaccines. So science is that systematic study and collection of data from natural world to create new knowledge. So we define science as knowledge. That's specialized knowledge. And when it comes to vaccines, you need to have knowledge across the spectrum. You need the knowledge with the scientists. You need proper knowledge among policymakers. You need the knowledge in the business community. You need the knowledge in society and sociology and anthropology. You need the knowledge that will make vaccines be a successful enterprise. Because until they're a successful enterprise, we will never sustain production. Are we still together? The second one was now, how do you develop now the tools themselves, the vaccine molecules, and what goes around with it? And that one was a blanket of ignorance for us, and it's a blanket of ignorance for most of us on the continent. What are those tools that we have? And getting on with the work of sleeping in the lab, of identifying the molecule, of designing the product, of testing it, and we had no systems for all those things. And I remember when we started, we tried to buy machines, equipment here and there. And some people, it was COVID, there's lockdown. Some people told us, sorry, we don't sell to that market. We said, what do you want? We can DHL it if it, no, we don't sell to that market. Some chemicals we would take, we took 6 months to access a particular reagent. And people would just tell you, sorry, we don't sell that market. So the feasibility beginning from that side is sometimes we think that the vaccine just is just that vial. There is so much that goes into that vial, a lot of it, and we must be willing to tackle. And for us to do that, we must stop delegating thinking. Stop requiring, even demanding other people to think for us. We must take the responsibility to think. Why do you think it is other people to think for us? Science has shown that all human brains are the same, unless there is a known disability, which is usually compensated for by another extraordinary ability. Why don't we want to think? So developing the tools that we need, and then innovatively coming up with how we combine the knowledge we have to deliver, to do better, to do things better. Because every time, because we don't want to think, every time you think about a vaccine, they will tell you how expensive it is. Yes, it is expensive, but we have done work here in Uganda, which our counterparts used the $5 billion US, and we have done it in less than 5 billion Uganda shillings to reach that stage. Because we have been willing to think. We have been willing to reinvent the wheel. When people tell you don't reinvent the wheel, they are telling you be dependent on me. And it is the people who are lazy at mind who don't want to reinvent the wheel. Because wheels are reinvented all the time. The first wheel had 4 legs, and they moved on hooves. It was a horse. The round one that we know was a reinvention. So the people are always reinventing the wheel. So if we want to be part and parcel of vaccines, we must be willing to rethink some of the things. If we are simply going to copy and paste what has been done in the West, which has been standardized by pharmaceutical industries to be expensive, we will never get there, my brothers and sisters. So then we need to have capacity to manufacture, because things done on small scale are never sustainable. So we must have capacity for manufacturing. Even there, we must think. You see, from my time when I was working in the Ministry of Health, I always was at loggerheads with standardized guidelines. Standardized guidelines. I love our international organizations. But when you feed a nation on a menu of standardized guidelines, you send their brains to sleep. And a few times, actually, the most times when I was able to control an epidemic, in record time, I had to rethink. Think outside the box of those guidelines. An example here in Uganda, we used to have a disease called plague. Who is from the Ministry of Health? Anybody from Ministry of Health? In West Nile, we have a disease called Black Death. That is complete. It used to kill people long ago. But on every continent, there is a portion where it remained. Here in Uganda, in Arua, Nebi, now Zombo, And sometimes it would flare a bit in Masindi annually. Between July and October, we had an epidemic. And when I went to Minister of Health, I said, really? How do I translate that in English? Eh? You know, English is sometimes not as rich as our. Why does it bully us? I looked at the data. Oh, doctor, and because I was a vet, oh, this disease is zoonotic, please go. I went there for 2 years. I said, really? Is this how I'm going to spend my life here? I should be improving better things. I collected people, we sat down. You don't hear about that disease. And it came by completely overhauling the guidelines. We sat down, we looked through the guidelines. The guidelines told me, in brief, this disease, the bacteria stays in rats out in the field. And then the rats have fleas on them. It is transmitted from rat to rat by the bite of a flea. Those rats don't die of it, so it's perpetuated. When you have food in the field, the rats are happy there. When you harvest food and bring it in the house and there's nothing in there, those rats come in the house with their fleas. And they came to eat. They don't like to live in your house. So they leave some of the fleas there, but they find their relatives, the house rats. Those ones don't know how to live with the bacteria. So the bacteria grows very fast. The fleas have bitten these ones, then they die. Now the fleas don't like to bite dead rats. They look for human beings and they donate this bacteria to you. So I was like, but really, how can, and you know how our standard guidelines were? Go teach the people, tell them to dig and leave 15 meters all across your house. Smear the floor with cow dung. Don't sleep on the floor, make a bed. Is there anybody who can afford to have a bed who will choose to sleep on the floor? People don't have 15 meters diameter. They don't keep food in the house. But the thieves will come and steal the food. So nobody was doing anything. So I went there. After examining, I collected the professionals from different fields. Who takes care of the rat? Who takes care of the flea? Tell me how it behaves. We sat for about 6 months. We worked together. We have not had a single epidemic of that disease again. I cut the cost from $100,000 per year to $15,000. We just had a very simple solution. So I learned that if we can learn to think through some of the things, what's the principle behind this? And apply this matter in here. We come up with solutions. So if we're going to make vaccine manufacturing and access feasible, we must be innovative. We must be willing to think through and understand instead of following blindly. And then, of course, selling, commercialization, the trade, the systems that distribute. We all know the politics surrounding pharmaceuticals. We all know. But if Africa comes together, we can beat that. We can beat that. Because if we agree, because I had somebody from South Africa, Zimbabwe, South Africa, they said we are going to manufacture, which was just doing fill and finish. It is very expensive. Takes so much time. The Africans were like, yeah, we are going to have our own vaccine. All placed orders. I remember we were sitting in a conference room in my little office then, and I told people that, you know what? South Africa is going to be stuck with those vaccines. It's going to be an outbreak of vaccine donation. As soon as, what is the company again? As soon as they announced that the vaccines were ready, every country received a donation of vaccines, including Uganda. We had placed an order, we cancelled. Do they again have muscle to produce another batch? No. Accreditation will take forever. I think up to now, no Chinese vaccine has been accredited. Huh? Yeah, it hasn't been accredited. And when I was in Addis Ababa, I was chair, we thought, oh yeah, we have AMA, the African Medical. I was told, oh, that is not for market access. That's just an association for trade. Everybody was shocked and I said, so you guys, where have you been? You've been telling us. Even CDC, Africa CDC was shocked. So we need to have the wisdom to identify the issues that will open trade. And one of them is trust us. 2, Africa should not set up itself for competition. We should set ourselves up for complementation. Don't compete, complement. Because to have a vaccine move from knowledge to the client, it takes so much. And if each country became so good at one of those things, and then we bring it together, we can easily have the vaccine across the continent. But if we set up in the normal international pharmaceutical cutthroat competition, we will never break through. We'll never break through. Because why can't I pitch Rwanda against Uganda so that they cannot buy from each other, get the other one to produce, but then another one to produce here? It is only together because vaccine economics, vaccine production, and access economics require that you have a large population. You have a large clientele. Nobody needs to be left behind. But since we are so behind in most of these things, we needed to systematically organize ourselves and let you be good at this, let this one be good at this, and we complement each other. Then we will be able to be self-sufficient. We all have a stake in that vaccine, and there is need for each of us to enable the other one succeed. Are you still with me? Now, the other thing I discovered, since we are not, go to this other slide. Since we are not generally aware, there is something we call, it's not this one. No, this is the last one. We're generally not aware of how much has to be done to get a vaccine from an idea to the market. Now, one of the lies Africa has been sold and all Africa has bought in is that we are not good enough to own intellectual property in vaccines. So all this hullabaloo about vaccine manufacturing on the continent, we are talking about fill and finish. But fill and finish, all I have is to turn off the tap if I want to increase this supply. Fill and finish is not vaccine manufacturing. We must build the capacity end to end. It is okay to start somewhere with the technology transfer from other areas, but Africa must build capacity to own intellectual property in vaccine-related science. I remember I went for one meeting at that PAVMA meeting, and I gave remarks and said, we are working end to end to build capacity end to end, and we want to own IP. And somebody was so shocked. So they followed me when we went, after those opening ceremonies, you go for a picture moment. And this guy came and said, did I hear you talk about IP? I said, yeah. He said, how come? I said, why? I mean, somebody has the audacity to think you don't deserve to have IP. But actually, as I speak now, we have some intellectual property, we have some patents of vaccines for Uganda. Ideation done here. When you look at a vaccine, it's not one thing. There are over 100 things, even more, which go into that injection. So many of them. So we need to open and demystify. So vaccine starts from ideation. We go to, after ideation, you need to come up with the right idea, the right concept, the right technology, and then you go to the research and development. And that depends on which technology you have taken. So we need to have capacity for R&D to develop the vaccine. And usually what comes out of that gray box, the R&D, is what we call a candidate vaccine. You have constructed something. You think from your work in the lab, it can work as a vaccine. You do animal studies or preclinical studies. Usually after that, you have a good idea of what you have. Now, for those of you, anybody from a university here? No, working in the university. For you, your promotion doesn't depend on a publication. We don't generally publish until after we have our intellectual property registered. That's why you didn't hear about any vaccine until they told you the vaccines are coming out. People had already registered their intellectual property. So after that, we have done animal studies. We need pilot production. We need a facility which is better than a lab where we've been doing research to produce a smaller amount, and those amounts are generally used for clinical trials. And that one needs to be a GMP, good manufacturing practice, otherwise they won't allow you to put it. And that is where the costs begin to go high. Now, not every country needs to have a pilot plant for every technology. If Rwanda has one, why can't I use that? If Zimbabwe has one, why can't I use that? So long as it's compatible with the technology I have, we will have to cut costs. If we don't learn to cut costs, we will never afford vaccines or to be on the continent. So after pilot production, usually you can produce, sometimes pilot plants may produce 1 million doses, 10 million doses per year, but that is a small amount. And that takes you to clinical trials. Now, clinical trials have been made so expensive. Very, very expensive. This is what makes, when people tell you, oh, you can't afford, because there is this mystery all around clinical trials. Guess what? We have cut the cost of doing clinical trials. We have innovated how to do clinical trials without selling a leg, an eye, or a kidney. And if we can begin to think, so after that, clinical trials, you go through domestic regulatory approvals. Now, this is another area where we are working and where we need to work. Our regulatory agencies from north to south, east to west, were designed to protect us from potentially harmful pharmaceuticals coming from outside the continent, because we are importers. Many of them don't have the capacity to support the development internally of these products. So they'll just keep telling you you are, because they're expecting you to meet the standard of where the other one reached when it was coming here. But the other one was supported by its regulatory agents. By the time it came here, it had passed through. So we are working with them. And we need to work, and we need to have this collaboration across the continent. How could we standardize, but also innovate? How do you support a baby? Because when you're a husband, you're just bringing in a wife, finished product, then you are watching. Jakuza ye wamo igo kufumba. I'll take you back to your home, you learn how to cook. She's this, she's this. Give birth to your own baby girl. And the game is totally different. So there is a difference between bringing in a wife, finished product, and then checking her out, whether she meets your standard, and raising a baby who is your own. Baby will urinate, will soil things, will break things, and you have to nurture and grow. So our regulatory agencies need now to transform themselves from being husbands to being daddies, to being a father who nurtures, who cleans, who, I think you've seen, especially in Uganda, the moment there is something small, India is there, arrest, what? No, that's not how they do it. Every time your child breaks a cup, you don't kill. You don't imprison. You train. So we are trying to build that, and we need to build this. And then have bulk production capacity. These are capacities not every country should invest in this. We can agree, because bulk production have a few centers where all those that have ready products we can produce. If each of us wants to have capacity to do bulk production, it's going to be too expensive. We are never going to get there. Now, from bulk production is where you end here, now fill and finish. Usually you get the output of this, and then they ship to the country. They ship to you, then you can do fill and finish. It is really kugabula, it's just to dispense. It's just to dispense. That is not vaccine manufacturing capacity. Africa should not just aspire for that. That shouldn't be our aspiration. If we are in grave need like what we had, it's okay. Now you imagine COVID. We started from over which one? Now we are no, they even stopped. We finished the alphabet, the versions. So every time there is Omicron, there is Omicron 5 point something. That when you have your own capacity from ideation, you quickly add in, you quickly modify. Otherwise, you are going to be waiting for the new version, or you will be consuming the old version, the one which was left over, until that stock is finished. You will not have access to the new one, because the new one is scarce. But when you have your own capacity, so on the continent, for the Africa free continental trade. Okay. We can have a few centers which do bulk production, properly accredited. But the beginning part, we should do that. Whoever breaks it through, and we can share pilot units. You don't need to have one in your own country. For example, we have some technology for producing the subunit pilot unit. Why should Kenya wait to put up a pilot plant? If you have a vaccine in that technology, come and use this one, produce, go and do clinical trials. And we need to build that network. We need to build that network. So then the fill and finish facilities, then domestic offtake market. This is where the anthropologists begin to come in. Because if you have anti-vaccine sentiments build up, the market won't be worth it. For us, we say innovation is not complete until there is someone who is willing to pay for your output at a certain price. Innovation is not complete. So if there are no consumers, if people negatively go against vaccines, so we needed to think, the communicators, the media, I had somebody here from media. The media is so set on this Western type of communication where you feed the public on scandals. I'm always they are like, we want stories which will sell. Why should it be bad news which sell? How do we craft the Africans to believe in our vaccines? How do we take advantage of the current skepticism about medicine from elsewhere? I say, we have done this. We are for you. We are together. We are brothers and sisters. We care about you. We love you. How do we communicate? Of course, how do we gain access to international markets? That is going into accreditation. There's been a lot of noise about reforms at the UN. I don't know if my friend at WH also are undertaking some reforms. How do they support us? The products we have, not just vaccines, but all pharmaceuticals to have access to international market. So the capacity for distribution, the capacity for consumer. So if you are only having fill and finish, basically what you're doing is marketing to that population, not producing in that population. Especially if you are importing all the inputs. Because I've told you the vaccine, that small thing has so many different things which go into it. The vaccine molecule itself is a whole economy. The liquid, either distilled water, is a whole economy. The labels which we label that tube is a whole economy. The syringes which inject our economy. That vial, the tube, is an economy. The diluent is an economy. There are buffers, there are packaging. The packaging which maintains cold chain is an economy. There is so much. Now, if you set up just fill and finish, less than 5% of the value of that vaccine comes to your economy. And if you're not careful, if you do and give incentives and what, by the time that vaccine has been distributed, you have negative in your economy. You have spent more on this vaccine than if you had imported it. Finished. So we need to become vaccine value chain intelligent. Vaccine value chain intelligent. To understand the whole value chain, to understand the dynamics of things and how they work. And we need to have commitment to building the human capital. You see why Africa lacks jobs? All these jobs go outside. Just for one vaccine to reach the market, you'll be looking for people to employ. They are there. So this is the vaccine value chain. And as you discuss, of course, there are policies. But again, when you're discussing the policies and laws, also be all around. Go around that law 360. Sometimes we are so focused on changing this law when we could actually play around with that international law to our advantage. So think outside the box. Think outside the box. Because the people who put those laws betted on one thing. You will not think. You will not think. That is the bet. But if you start to think around it, so as you examine policies, let's go 360 around it in many dimensions and see, do we need to change this law? Or do we just need to intelligently harness this law? Do we need to innovatively make this work for us? I was infuriated the first time I learned about the trip. Later, I was like, okay. Changing this is going to be a huge, but how can you take advantage of it? So let's see. Let's change what we can. Let's see the things we cannot change. But let's not subject ourselves to hopelessness. Let's be innovative, and I can tell you there is always a solution around each and everything. Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister, I think we now have so many vaccinologists in the room. But that said, Honorable Minister, I request that before you leave, we shall have a group photo. I would now like to invite Honorable Odong to give a vote of thanks to the Honorable Minister for her remarks. Honorable, over to you.
Thank you so much. You will all agree with me that this is one of the most powerful speeches that we have had. And I must confess that this has been 1 hour of intellectual enlightenment. In law, there is a definition column, and definitions are very powerful. But taking us through these definitions, you have given us a lecture in the political economy of vaccines. So for me, this has been an enlightening 1 hour, and it has given us a challenge. The Honorable Minister's speech has been a powerful Pan-African speech, because the minister has given us every reason why we should believe in ourselves as Africans, and to show us that if we are only creative, innovative, some of these things are not out of our reach. We are only limiting ourselves, and in doing so, we have outsourced the future of Africa. And it's an indictment on us, policymakers, the intellectuals who are here, the practitioners who are here, And I think we must begin to re-examine the way we are doing our things. There is an economist called Joseph Schumpeter. Joseph Schumpeter came up with the whole concept of creative destruction. And creative destruction challenges us to think outside the box. He says we have got to be creative. And I think that's why I keep telling people that you need to have an Uber mentality. You know this Uber? All of us used to drive cars, but we didn't know that you can actually make everybody a taxi driver. Until somebody thought outside the box and made all of us here taxi drivers, isn't it? So you can log into the Uber app and you become a taxi driver when you're out of your office and make some money out of it. Whoever thought about it? So we need an Uber mentality around our future. And I think the Honorable Minister in this 1 hour has demonstrated that we can do it through the vaccine value chain. She has also told us about pathogen economy, and I'm actually going to take a lot of interest to read about the pathogen economy. She has told us about the power of organization, and in a very short time, she has given a very good account of why we should integrate. This regional and Pan-African integration has just been summarized through this value chain, because she has placed different, that we can pull resources and we don't need to compete with each other. We can just complement each other. And it is just that we as Africans, we have a tendency of thinking in a very competitive manner and primitive competition. What President Museveni one time said, the competition of dwarfs as to who is taller. But all of you are all dwarfs. So I want to thank you, Honorable Minister, for sparing your time and really giving us this very powerful lecture. It has fed into our whole theme of discussion we began this morning. And I think we are going to start tomorrow completely different. You have changed the complexion of this discussion, and we are greatly thankful to you for giving us those very useful insights. Asante sana.